At the Qin border 30 li outside Yinmen Pass. The setting sun is like blood dyeing the desolate Gobi Desert a dark red. The air is filled with nauseating smells of blood and burnt flesh, and the ground is littered with broken limbs and severed banners. Puff! The sound of a long spear piercing flesh is dull and harsh. Chen Xiao feels a sharp pain in his abdomen, and warm blood gushes out, staining his tattered leather armor. His consciousness trembles violently at this moment. The memories of his past life and the residual consciousness of this body merge crazily. I've crossed over, and I'm about to die. Chen Xiao grits his teeth, his hands gripping the long spear embedded in his abdomen, his knuckles white from the strain. Standing opposite him is a ferocious-looking Zhao soldier grinning as he tries to pull out the spear to deliver a finishing blow. The intense pain makes Chen Xiao's pupils contract. The instinct to survive unleashes his last strength, but his current body is too weak to shake the opponent. At this critical moment of life and death, a cold mechanical voice suddenly explodes in his mind. Detected host life signs critical. Kill to strengthen system activated successfully. Scanning host status. Current level first class soldier mortal. Detected hostile target. Killing it grants attribute points and experience. Activate newbie protection mode. Activate. Quickly. Chen Xiao roars in his mind. Command confirmed. Consuming 10 attribute points, triggering instant healing. A warm current instantly flows through his body. The shocking wound on his abdomen visibly stops bleeding and scabs over. At the same time, Chen Xiao feels an unprecedented surge of power into his limbs, a strengthening gained by plundering the enemy's life force. The Zhao soldier opposite him stares in horror, finding that his long spear is firmly stuck in this dead man's grip, unable to move. What monster? The Zhao soldier is terrified. Die! Chen Xiao roars, his voice hoarse like thunder. He exerts his strength, not only wrenching the spear away, but also swinging it in one motion. A cold gleam flashes. The Zhao soldier's head flies high, blood spurting from his neck stump, splashing all over Chen Xiao's face. Ding! Killed an ordinary Zhao soldier. 1 strength attribute, 0.5 experience. View personal attribute panel. Chen Xiao pants heavily, standing amidst the sea of corpses, feeling the power surging within him. This feeling of controlling life and constantly growing stronger makes his heart, which had long been dormant in the modern world, beat wildly again. He wipes the blood from his face, his eyes turning as fierce as a wolf's. View. A translucent screen appears in the void before him, visible only to him. Host Chen Xiao, identity Qin Army recruit, level 1, 5100 strength 8. 5 average adult male, 5 speed 6. 2 physique 7. 0 or spirit 10, skills none, talent bloodthirst, passive 10 strength, when killing. Strength 8. 5. Is this what it feels like to become stronger? Chen Xiao clenches his fist, and his joints crack. At this moment, the sounds of battle draw closer again. A small Zhao cavalry squad, noticing the anomaly, charges with curved sabers. Kill. That Qin kid killed Brother Niu. Chop him up. Facing the charging horses, Chen Xiao doesn't retreat, but instead shows a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Come on. He tightens his grip on the long spear, slightly bends his knees, and assumes a perfect attacking stance. In his mind, the combat techniques from his past life as a special forces instructor merge perfectly with his now enhanced body. System add the 1 strength point just gained. Point added successfully. Host strength increased to 9. 5. Strength approaching 10, a critical threshold for the human body. Chen Xiao feels his current power has surpassed that of an ordinary strong man, rivaling veteran soldiers. The warhorse arrives in an instant. The leading cavalryman raises his saber and strikes down at Chen Xiao's head. Chen Xiao advances instead of retreating, sidestepping the blade, and at the same time his long spear darts out, like a venomous snake, accurately stabbing at the horse's most vulnerable leg. Crack! The long spear pierces the horse's leg. With the immense impact and Chen Xiao's 9. 5 strength, it actually breaks the leg bone. The warhorse whinnies in agony and crashes to the ground, throwing the rider off violently. Chen Xiao follows like a shadow, taking a step forward and sweeping his spear. Ding! Killed a Zhao soldier. 1 strength attribute, 8 experience. Ding! Level up. All attributes 1. Current level 2. With the level up, a warm current washes over Chen Xiao's body. His wounds no longer hurt, and he is filled with strength. He becomes a god of slaughter, wreaking havoc under the setting sun. The long spear becomes a scythe of death in his hands, each strike precisely reaping lives. His strength and speed grow rapidly in the constant killing. Half an hour later, the battlefield falls silent. Chen Xiao, covered in blood, stands atop a pile of corpses, leaning on his long spear. Dozens of Zhao bodies lie scattered around him. Host Chen Xiao, level 5, strength 15. 5 beyond mortal limits, able to lift a tripod, speed 12. 0, physique 11. 0, spirit 15. Breaking through 15 in strength means Chen Xiao can now lift hundreds of jin with one hand and run as fast as a galloping horse. Report. The sound of Qin army horns comes from afar. A squad of Qin scouts discovers the battlefield and rushes over. The leading centurion reins in his horse, looking at the scene like a hellish battlefield, and the blood-soaked young man with cold eyes standing on the corpse pile. He gasps in shock. Whose unit are you from? Such combat power, the centurion asks in astonishment. Chen Xiao raises his head, revealing a pair of bloodshot, yet piercing eyes. He glances at the newly appeared quest prompt on the system panel, and a cruel, yet confident smile curls at the corner of his mouth. Who I am is not important. Chen Xiao pulls out his long spear, pointing it north toward the state of Zhao. His voice is hoarse, but resolute. What matters is that the people I need to kill are not all dead yet. At the Qin army camp outside the central command tent, Chen Xiao was brought to the edge of the training ground. The battle had paused, and surviving soldiers gathered in small groups, tending to wounds and counting spoils. When they saw the young man covered in blood, as if crawling out of hell, being brought over, many veteran soldiers cast curious, yet contemptuous glances. Is this the kid who went berserk? He looks soft-skinned. How many could he kill? Don't underestimate him. I heard he single-handedly took down a Zhao squad, and even broke a horse's leg. Just luck. In this camp, we've got plenty of greenhorns whose luck runs out. The centurion in charge of escorting Chen Xiao snorted coldly and shouted at the onlooking soldiers, got nothing better to do. Get back to training. This kid is temporarily assigned to my unit, starting as a squad leader. The crowd was in an uproar. A new recruit becoming a squad leader right away. This was a promotion of 3 ranks in one go. At that moment, a burly man with a thick beard stepped out from the crowd. He was the veteran squad leader Xiong Dali, known for his tough training and famous in the army. He most despised those who rose through connections. Centurion, Xiong Dali said in a muffled voice, clasping his fists. Military ranks should be earned by merit and strength. This kid comes from nowhere. If he doesn't have real skill, the brothers won't be convinced. The centurion frowned, about to rebuke, but Chen Xiao suddenly spoke. Not convinced. His voice was not loud, but carried a bone-chilling coldness. At this moment, although Chen Xiao's attributes had not improved, the killing intent honed from mountains of corpses and seas of blood was unmistakable. Want to see real skill? Chen Xiao looked at the centurion. Sir, since squad leader Xiong is not convinced, how about using the training ground? The centurion gave him a deep look and waved his hand. Approved. To the point, no killing. In the center of the training ground, the two stood facing each other. Xiong Dali cracked his neck, making popping sounds, and sneered. Kid, if you break a bone later, don't blame me for bullying a rookie. Chen Xiao remained expressionless, assuming his starting stance. Less talk, make your move. Xiong Dali flew into a rage, let out a roar, and charged like a brown bear. His fist, as big as a cooking pot, whistled through the air straight at Chen Xiao's face. The watching soldiers shook their heads, convinced that the new recruit couldn't dodge such a powerful punch. He would be crippled or dead. But then Chen Xiao moved. In his eyes, Xiong Dali's moves were fierce, but full of flaws. Great strength, but slow speed. Too slow, Chen Xiao thought to himself. He shifted his feet, slightly, his body sidestepping like a ghost, easily dodging the deadly punch. At the same time, his right hand formed a palm and seemingly effortlessly chopped at the joint of Xiong Dali's wrist. Crack. A crisp sound. Ah! Xiong Dali let out a pig-like scream, feeling a sharp pain, piercing his wrist, his entire arm instantly losing sensation. Before he could react, Chen Xiao closed in and slammed his shoulder into him. Bang! This strike used only half of Chen Xiao's strength, yet it carried a terrifying impact of several hundred Jin. Xiong Dali's massive body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the sandy ground 3 zhang away, stirring up a cloud of dust. He struggled twice, but couldn't get up, his chest tight, his internal organs feeling displaced. The whole field fell into dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. That usually overbearing Xiong Dali had been defeated in one move by a new recruit. Chen Xiao brushed the dust off his hands, his eyes scanning the surrounding soldiers with indifference. Anyone else unconvinced? No one answered. Ding. Intimidated enemies, allies. Mental attribute 0. 5 experience 10. The system notification sounded at the perfect moment. Chen Xiao understood, in the army, might makes right. The centurion's eyes flashed with sharp light, and he laughed heartily. Good. Excellent skill. Chen Xiao, from today you are the squad leader. Xiong Dali, for insubordination, is punished to carry manure in the kitchen for 3 months. Xiong Dali lay on the ground wanting to cry, but having no tears, deeply fearing Chen Xiao. He knew that a demon star was about to emerge in the army. Night fell, campfires blazed. Chen Xiao sat in his tent, sinking his mind into the system panel. Host Chen Xiao. Level 5. Strength 15. 5. Speed 12. 0. Constitution 11. 0. Spirit 15. 5. Skills: Basic Combat Mastery, Basic Polearm Proficient. Reputation: Unknown. Strength has broken through 15A, and Constitution has increased. Now I can probably withstand ordinary sword and blade strikes. At that moment, the system interface flickered and a new task window popped up. Main quest: First Victory. Task description: The Qin army is about to launch a general assault on the Zhao border city. As a squad leader, you need to lead your squad 10-man team to be the first to scale the city wall and kill the enemy centurion. Reward: Unlock System Shop, exchange for fine weapons, enhancement potions, advanced skill books. Penalty: Strip all attribute points, expel from the army. Chen Xiao's eyes sharpened, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Finally here, he stood up, pushed open the tent flap, and looked out into the dark night sky. There the silhouette of the Zhao border city was faintly visible, brightly lit, and heavily guarded. Perfect. My hands haven't killed enough yet. The night was as dark as ink, and the Qin army camp was filled with a murderous aura. Chen Xiao stood at the front of the squad leader's formation with 10 sturdy soldiers selected from various camps behind him. These men had originally been slack-eyed, but after witnessing Chen Xiao's move that took down Xiong Dali in broad daylight, they now stood straight as a ramrod, not daring to breathe too loudly. Brothers, I'll be blunt. Chen Xiao turned around, his gaze like a torch sweeping over the crowd. When we attack the city later, I'll take the lead. Anyone who dares to flee from battle or shrink from fighting will not wait for military law. I'll make their head roll on the spot. His cold words pierced into everyone's heart like a sword. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices low but filled with determination. System, open the shop, Chen Xiao muttered in his mind. A translucent screen appeared before his eyes, visible only to him, and a dazzling array of items slowly unfolded. Bronze grade item area, refined iron ring pommel sword attack 2, price 50 points. Leather armor enhanced defense 3, oi price 60 points. Rage potion basic double strength for 1 minute after drinking. Side effect weakness for the duration of 1 incense stick. Price 200 points. Iron bone pill permanently increases physique by 1 point, price 300 points. Chen Xiao's current savings were a measly 80 points, far from enough to exchange for a powerful boost. His gaze finally settled on one piece of equipment and one consumable. Exchange for 1 refined iron arm shield. Exchange for 1 rage potion. Exchange successful. 180 points deducted, including service fee. Current remaining points 0. In reality, Chen Xiao's hand suddenly held a palm-sized black round shield and a small jade bottle. He quickly fastened the arm shield onto his left forearm. With a thought, the originally folded shield surface instantly sprang open, turning into a fine steel shield covering his entire forearm, its surface glinting with a cold, chilling light. This was a modified version of a modern special riot shield. Although it only covered the arm on a cold weapon battlefield, it was enough to block most slashing attacks. Attack the city. With the main general's command, the Qin army camp burst open. Kill. Amidst the earth-shaking battle cries, Chen Xiao led his squad, carrying scaling ladders, charging toward the Zhao border city. On the city wall, arrows rained down like a storm. Raise shields. Chen Xiao bellowed, raising his left arm shield high, while leaning forward slightly to protect his comrades behind him. Ding, ding, ding. The dense arrows struck the fine steel arm shield, sparking a series of sparks, but could not penetrate a single inch. As for the stray arrows aimed at his body, Chen Xiao, relying on his extraordinary speed and anticipation, either blocked or dodged them, leaving not a single hit. This. What kind of shield is this? The soldiers behind him watched in stunned amazement, their respect for Chen Xiao deepening further. Soon the scaling ladders were placed against the city wall. Follow me. Chen Xiao climbed with the agility of an ape, alternating hands. Just as he reached halfway, several rolling logs and thunderstones appeared above, along with soldiers trying to push the ladder over. You're asking for death. A cold gleam flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. He swiftly drew the long sword from his waist, and seizing the moment, thrust it into the throat of a Zhao soldier who was pushing the ladder. Taking advantage of the weight of the falling corpse, Chen Xiao leaped upward, grabbing the edge of the city wall's parapet with one hand. With a pull-up, he flipped over like a large bird and landed inside. No sooner had he landed than 3 spears thrust at him from different angles. Chen Xiao advanced instead of retreating, sweeping his left arm shield sideways. With a clang, he knocked aside the left spear while spinning his body and using the momentum to kick the middle soldier in the chest. Crack! The sound of ribs breaking was clearly audible, and the soldier flew back several meters with a scream. Kill! The Qin soldiers behind Chen Xiao also climbed the city wall, forming a small formation of 10, instantly tearing a gap on the wall. But the real crisis was just beginning. A Zhao army centurion in bronze armor charged forward, wielding a large blade, followed by a dozen elite guards. Qin dog die. The centurion roared, his large blade whistling down with a fierce wind. Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed. This centurion's strength attribute was at least 12 or above, a tough opponent. System, activate the rage potion. Rage state activated. Strength doubled. Current strength 31. A violent surge of heat instantly flooded Chen Xiao's limbs and bones. His muscles bulged, veins stood out, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Roar! Chen Xiao let out a beast-like roar. Instead of dodging, he raised his long sword and met the large blade head-on. Clang! A deafening clash of metal resounded. The Zhao centurion felt an overwhelming force. His tiger's mouth instantly split, the large blade flew out of his hand, and he was knocked back 7 or 8 steps, each step leaving deep footprints on the bluestone ground. This. What kind of monster is this? The centurion stared in terror at the Qin squad leader, who was steaming all over. Die! Chen Xiao took a step forward, closing the distance instantly. The long sword in his hand, empowered by his terrifying strength, seemed to turn into an iron rod. He swung the sword down. The centurion hastily raised his shield to block. Crack! The fine steel shield was actually shattered by the sword, and with it half of the centurion's body collapsed. Blood gushed, brains splattered. Ding. Killed enemy centurion strength 3, experience 50. Mission progress updated, eliminate enemy centurion 11. Mission complete. Rewards issued, unlock gold level access to the system shop, gain 100 reputation points. At this moment Chen Xiao's rage state had not yet ended. He stood atop a pile of corpses holding a blood-dripping longsword, his gaze sweeping over the Zhao soldiers who were terrified into stupor. Stand in my way and die. He advanced like a god of slaughter. The Zhao soldiers, terror-stricken, fled in disarray. The Qin banner on the gate tower was finally cut down by Chen Xiao's own hand and thrown off the tower. Below the city, the main Qin army saw the banner fall and burst into thunderous cheers. Broken through. The city is taken. The centurion on a distant high platform clearly saw this scene through a telescope, a simple monocular telescope exchanged from the system, and trembled with excitement. Order. All forces charge. Reinforce Chen Xiao. Hurry. Chen Xiao's potion had now worn off, and a wave of intense weakness washed over him. Yet he still stood straight on the city wall, letting the night wind blow through his blood-stained battle robe. He knew that from this moment on he was no longer that insignificant ant at others' mercy, but a rising star in the Qin army about to ascend. As dawn first broke, Zhao's border city had been completely draped in the black banners of the Qin army. Chen Xiao sat beside the pile of corpses on the city wall, gasping heavily. The side effects of the frenzy potion were setting in. His entire body ached and weakened as though every bone had been torn apart and reassembled. Yet his gaze remained razor-sharp, his long sword planted in the ground before him, guarding the ladder entrance behind him. None dared approach. Squad Leader Chen. Squad Leader Chen. The centurion stumbled up the city wall with a squad of personal guards, breathless, gazing upon the devastation below, and the Zhao centurion split in two, his eyes blazed with both shock and wild fervor. A fine young man. You've earned great merit. The centurion clapped Chen Xiao on the shoulder with such force that the latter nearly hissed through his teeth. The general has commanded after this battle you shall secure your position as squad leader, and you may even be promoted 2 ranks. Chen Xiao forced a thin smile, but his mind was already racing through the system rewards. Ding. The main quest, First Victory, has been completed, exceeding expectations. Leading a full squad with 3 survivors, slaying an enemy centurion. Reward calculation in progress. Golden treasure chest received. Reputation value increased by 200. 5 free attribute points granted. System shop access upgraded to gold tier. A flicker of joy crossed Chen Xiao's heart, but he urgently needed to recover his strength. Propping himself up, he said to the centurion, "Sir, my men have suffered heavy casualties. We urgently need medicinal herbs and hot water." The centurion slapped his forehead. "How could I forget? Men summoned the military doctor. Prioritized treating squad leader Chen and his brothers." Just then a sudden commotion erupted far below the city wall. "What's going on?" The centurion frowned and barked. A messenger sprinted toward them, his face drained of color. "Report. Xiongdali. Squad leader Xiongdali was struck in a fatal spot by a stray arrow while doing latrine duty at the kitchen core. He died on the spot." Chen Xiao's eyes turned ice cold. Xiongdali. That old veteran whose arm Chen Xiao had crippled that very day? Killed by a stray arrow while shoveling waste. The excuse was shamelessly crude. An errant arrow from Zhao's remnants, or? The centurion clearly didn't believe it either, his expression darkening dangerously. "Investigate. Search this entire camp. If one of our own laid hands on him, I want him dug up from 3 feet underground." The centurion roared. But Chen Xiao's mind was crystal clear. Someone in this camp resented his rise and was eliminating him by proxy, possibly even framing him. In this era where military merit determined noble rank, blocking someone's path to wealth and status was like murdering their parents. He had risen too swiftly and threatened too many interests. It seems the tree desires peace, but the wind will not cease. Chen Xiao clenched his fist. The weakness in his body was gradually fading. His 5 free attribute points from the system reward were already allocated. System, add all 5 attribute points to Constitution. Point allocation successful. Host Constitution has been raised to 16. As the attribute points surged through him, a wave of warmth spread across his entire body. His previously aching and splitting muscles rapidly healed. Torn microvessels reconnected. The fat beneath his skin seemed compressed, transforming into denser, harder muscle fibers. Chen Xiao abruptly rose to his feet. His once slightly stooped back straightened, instantly rigid as a spear. He could feel his skin now tough as cured leather, and his internal organs reinforced. Even ordinary blades striking his body would likely leave only a white mark. This was the transformation after Constitution broke through 15, copper skin and iron bones. "Chen Xiao, how do you feel?" The centurion noticed the shift in Chen Xiao's aura and asked in surprise. Chen Xiao rolled his shoulders, producing a series of sharp cracks. "I'll live. Sir, with Xiongdali dead, his squad is now leaderless. May I temporarily command them?" The centurion paused, then burst with delight. "You rascal. Very well. You've got guts. Those rebels were impossible to control, and if you can keep them in line, that would be excellent. A cold smile curled Chen Xiao's lips. If you want to play dirty, then I'll turn these men into my sworn death squad. Let's see who dares touch me again. At this moment, the gold merchant interface within the system underwent changes. Some previously grayed out items became clearly visible. Gold tier Shop 8 Extremes Fist Beginner and Unmatched Fierce Close Combat Martial Art with Explosive Power. Price 500 points. Eagle Vision Wolf Gaze enhances dynamic vision and crisis perception. Price 800 points. Steel Mo Dao Defective Two-Handed Heavy Weapon specifically designed to counter heavy armor. Price 1000 points. Special Grade Wound Salve instantly stops bleeding and regenerates flesh. Price 50 points bottle. Chen Xiao gazed at the Mo Dao, a hint of longing flashing in his eyes. But he currently had only a pitiful 200 points. Even a single bottle of Special Grade Wound Salve was beyond his means. I'll have to keep killing enemies. Chen Xiao looked beyond the city walls. Zhao's reinforcements were likely already on their way. Just then an official dressed in brocade climbed onto the ramparts holding a bamboo scroll and called out in a shrill voice. Soldiers of Qin, heed my command. The general has rewards to bestow. Chen Xiao immediately dropped to one knee and the soldiers behind him followed suit. Squad leader Chen Xiao, who led from the front and slew the enemy commander, has rendered outstanding merit. By decree you are granted the noble title of Shangzhao, the second rank, along with 10 liang of gold, 5 mu of fine land, and 2 servants. As the official read the proclamation, the soldiers around Chen Xiao watched him with envious reddened eyes. To rise directly from commoner status to Shangzhao, this was a rocket-like ascent. Yet Chen Xiao felt no turmoil within. Such rewards were merely a drop in the ocean compared to the path ahead. I thank the general for his grace. Chen Xiao accepted the token of reward, his mind already calculating how to wage the next battle. Chen Xiao, the general summons you. After a brief rest, report immediately to the central military tent. After finishing the announcement, the official's attitude toward Chen Xiao had clearly grown more respectful. Lord Chen, please. Chen Xiao nodded and was about to rise when his gaze swept across a pile of rubble below the city wall. Though no one was there in that instant, he felt a chilling sensation, as though a poisonous snake were fixated upon him. Eagle Vision Passive Trigger Crisis Perception Enhanced. Chen Xiao's heart tightened. Someone was watching him, and a formidable opponent at that. He rose without betraying his alarm and descended the wall alongside the centurion, but his right hand quietly rested on the hilt of his sword. It seems the road to promotion is even more lively than I imagined. On his way to the central command tent, Chen Xiao deliberately slowed his pace. The transformation within his body continued unabated. As his physique attribute rose to 16, a warm current seeped into his marrow. The dizziness caused by the earlier overdose of the rage potion vanished, completely replaced by an unprecedented sense of fullness. He could even clearly hear the gurgling of his own blood flowing and the heavy breathing rhythm of the surrounding soldiers. So this is what it feels like to have bronze skin and iron bones. Chen Xiao lightly clenched his fist, and his knuckles cracked crisply. He scanned the area with feigned casualness, but the passive perception of eagle gaze and wolf stare had already been activated. Although the prickling sensation of being watched that he had felt on the city wall was gone, he knew danger was never far away. The centurion walked ahead, occasionally glancing back at Chen Xiao with a mixture of relief and worry. Chen Xiao, when we enter the tent, you'll be meeting Meng Yun, the deputy general of General Li Xian. He is extremely strict in military discipline and despises those who seek rewards for their exploits. Although you have rendered great service, you must remain steady and not show off too much. Thank you for the advice, sir. Chen Xiao replied in a low voice, but his mind was already calculating. Li Xian. That was the famous general who led Qin to destroy Yin and conquer Chu. It seemed this battle was no minor skirmish. This little butterfly had apparently stumbled into the great gears of history. Passing through layers of heavily guarded tents, a massive black and gold command tent stood at the center of the camp. Report. Chen Xiao, newly promoted to the rank of Shangzhao, is here, the herald announced loudly. The tent flap was lifted and a strong smell of blood mixed with the musty scent of sheepskin maps rushed out. Inside the brightly lit command tent, a middle-aged general in heavy armor with a cold expression was bent over the sand table. Without turning around, his voice was low and rumbling like thunder. Are you Chen Xiao? Your subordinate Chen Xiao pays respects to the general. Chen Xiao knelt on one knee, his movements swift and decisive. Meng Yun turned around, his eyes like lightning staring intently at Chen Xiao, as if trying to see through him. I heard from the centurion that as a squad leader you killed a Zhao centurion and still have 3 men left under your command. Reporting to the general, it was merely luck. Luck? Meng Yun sneered, suddenly drawing his sword from his waist, the tip aimed directly at Chen Xiao's throat. On the battlefield there is only life and death, not so much luck. Raise your head. Chen Xiao slowly raised his head, his eyes meeting Meng Yun's gaze. His expression was calm as still water with no trace of panic. This composure, far beyond his years, somewhat diminished the killing intent in Meng Yun's eyes. Good lad, you have some guts. Meng Yun sheathed his sword, turned, and picked up a bamboo scroll from the table. Just now scouts reported that Zhao reinforcements of 30,000 are 50 li from here. The vanguard general is Zhao Kuo's son of Zhao Mu. Although he is not as bookish as his father, he is extremely arrogant and skilled in cavalry tactics. At this point Meng Yan paused, his eyes burning as he stared at Chen Xiao. I will give you an opportunity. No, a mission. Please command, General. I want you to take your men and make a visit to the Zhao camp tonight. Meng Yan walked to the sand table and pointed emphatically at a valley on the flank of the Zhao camp. This place is called Duanhuan Valley, the only route for Zhao's grain convoys. According to spies, Zhao Kuo in his recklessness has only 1,000 men guarding the grain transport. I want you to take 50 men, depart at midnight, destroy that 1,000-man unit, and burn their grain. Chen Xiao's heart jolted. 50 men raiding a 1,000-man grain escort. Although not unprecedented in military tactics, the risk was extremely high. If the main Zhao force detected them, escape would be impossible. But he did not hesitate for a moment. Your subordinate accepts the command. A flicker of approval passed through Meng Yan's eyes. Good. I see you have the makings of a commander. If this mission succeeds, I will recommend you for promotion to Centurion. If you fail, come back with your head. Yes. After exiting the command tent, Chen Xiao took a deep breath of the cold night air. Ding. Side quest triggered, burning Duanhuan Valley. Mission objective: destroy the Zhao grain convoy and kill the enemy commander. Mission rewards: prestige 500, random skill book 1 points 300. So there is a quest after all, Chen Xiao thought, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Back at the camp, Chen Xiao did not immediately select the 50 men. Instead, he first found the squad that Xiong Dali had left behind. These 9 men were gathered around a campfire looking dejected. With Xiong Dali dead, they were like orphans liable to be disbanded and used as laborers at any moment. From today on, you are under my command. Chen Xiao stood outside the firelight, his voice low, but carrying an undeniable authority. The men looked up and saw the ruthless man who had just been promoted to Shangzhou, and fell silent in fear. I know you used to drift along under Xiong Dali, but now the rules have changed. Chen Xiao walked in front of them, his gaze sweeping over every face. If you want to live to eat meat, to rise in rank, follow my orders. If you don't want to, you can leave now. No one dared to move. Good. Tonight we have a tough battle. Chen Xiao crouched down, picked up a twig, and drew on the ground. We're going to Duanhuan Valley. He outlined the tactics concisely. There were no complicated strategies, only the most straightforward coordination, luring, splitting, and ambushing. Just then a notification popped up on the system interface, detected high-risk battle for the host. The system shop has opened a pre-battle special. Item: refined steel broadsword, defective version, limited time, discount now 800 points, original 1000. Item: rage potion, enhanced version, newly listed, temporarily increases all attributes by 20, reduces side effects by 50, priced at 400 points. Chen Xiao looked at his account balance of 200 points originally reserved for emergencies, and then at the broadsword that symbolized reaping lives. I'll risk it. He gritted his teeth and silently commanded: system exchange, rage potion, enhanced version 1, consuming 400 points. Exchange failed. Insufficient points. Chen Xiao gave a bitter smile. He would have to save up more. He stood up and gazed into the distant dark night sky. Duanhuan Valley. Zhao Kuo, I hope you don't disappoint me. At that moment, in the shadows of the camp, a pair of cold eyes were fixed on Chen Xiao's back, a poisoned dagger clutched in a hand, creeping slowly toward him. The night was as dark as ink, thick and impenetrable. 50 Qin soldiers clad in black garb with their faces smeared with soot lurked like ghosts among the scattered rocks of Duanhuan Valley. Chen Xiao crouched behind a massive boulder, his eyes narrowed like a wolf on the hunt. 30 more breaths, he counted silently in his mind. The eagle eye and wolf gaze gifted by the system proved astonishingly effective in the night. Within 100 paces, every rustle of grass and insect chirp was under his control. General, they're coming. His adjutant Zhao Si, a sturdy man originally from the Xiong Dali squad, whispered, his voice trembling almost imperceptibly. In the distance, torchlight coiled like a fiery serpent, drawing nearer. It was the Zhao army's grain convoy. The escort troops were indeed lax, their crude laughter and chatter carrying through the night. As planned, let the front pass and cut off the middle, Chen Xiao said, his voice eerily calm. The convoy slowly entered the valley mouth. The vanguard of 100 cavalry galloped past, raising a cloud of dust. Then came the ox carts laden with grain, escorted by soldiers who strolled in 2s and 3s, some even dozing off. Now, Chen Xiao swung his hand. A flash of cold steel, and the tripwire long prepared was pulled taut. Crack. The front ox carts will snapped instantly, the cart toppling over to block the narrow gorge. Immediately, Qin soldiers on the cliffs pushed down the pre-stacked logs and boulders. Boom! Screams erupted. The Zhao grain escort fell into chaos. Torches scattered and fell, igniting the dry fodder. Charge! Chen Xiao leaped to his feet, his long sword darting like a viper's tongue straight for a Zhao squad leader's throat. The man didn't even have time to draw his blade before he collapsed, clutching his neck. Ambush! Ambush! Some Zhao soldiers recovered and began to organize a counterattack. Chen Xiao did not linger. His target was the ornate carriage at the rear of the convoy where the Zhao Chiliarch rode. System activate passive perception. In his vision, the enemy's attack trajectories became slow lines. Chen Xiao moved like lightning, dodging left and right, his sword as if alive, each swing taking a life. Ding. Killed Zhao squad leader 5 points. Ding. Killed Zhao platoon leader 3 points. The system's chimes were like a beautiful melody. Chen Xiao felt his blood begin to boil, but he forced down the wild impulse, maintaining absolute calm. Stop him. Several Zhao elite soldiers raised shields and closed in. Chen Xiao curled his lips in a cold smirk. Want to play tough? He took a deep breath and the full strength of his physique manifested. Facing the shield bash, he did not retreat, but charged forward, slamming his shoulder into the center of the shield. Bam! The shield bearer screamed, sent flying together with his shield. Taking advantage, Chen Xiao lunged in his sword light, like a ribbon, reaping 3 lives in an instant. By now Zhao Si and the others had also charged into the enemy ranks, their coordination still rough, yet the Qin soldiers' ferocity was fully unleashed. 50 against 1,000. They fought with overwhelming momentum. The carriage curtain was flung open and a portly figure burst out with a blade in hand. The Zhao Chiliarch himself. Qin dogs, how dare you attack my supply line? The fat man, though seemingly bulky, moved with surprising agility, his sword stroke whistling through the air. Chen Xiao's eye sharpened. This fat man had real skill, at least a martial adept. Zhao Si, take the men and burn the grain. This fat man is mine. Chen Xiao roared, his long sword slashing upward to parry the fat man's strike. Clang. Sparks flew. Chen Xiao felt a numbness in his tiger's mouth. This fat man was incredibly strong. Not bad. The fat man bellowed, his blade becoming even more ferocious. Chen Xiao fought while retreating, using the terrain and the eagle eye and wolf gaze's predictions to outmaneuver him. His points had now accumulated to over 600. If he could kill a few more officers, he would. Just then the fat man suddenly feigned a flaw, hurling his long sword like a projectile straight at Chen Xiao's face. Hidden weapon. Chen Xiao's pupils contracted, his body instinctively twisted sideways. The sword grazed past his cheek, leaving a burning sting. Die. The fat man lunged forward with a grin, a short dagger in hand, aimed at Chen Xiao's heart. In that critical moment, a flash of insight struck Chen Xiao. System activate, rage potion enhanced. Confirmed. Cost 400 points. Remaining points 200. A torrent of raging heat surged into Chen Xiao's limbs. His physique, originally at 16, now felt as if injected with magma. Strength, speed, and reflexes all boosted by 20. His falling body twisted in an impossible motion, not only dodging the dagger, but also thrusting his long sword backward at an incredible angle. PCHHH. The sword pierced the fat man's throat. His eyes bulged in disbelief at the young Qin soldier, then his body slowly crumpled. Ding. Killed Zhao Chiliarch, 50 points. Ding. Side quest, burning Duanhuan Valley, completed, 80. Chen Xiao pulled out his sword, gasping for air. The potion's effect was fading, but the weakness was much less than before. Now the valley was ablaze, the grain convoy was entirely on fire. Retreat. Chen Xiao ordered, leading his blood-soaked soldiers swiftly into the darkness. Behind them, from the direction of the Zhao camp, an uproar faintly echoed. At the break of dawn, the thick smoke of Duanhuan Valley had yet to dissipate as Chen Xiao led his remaining troops back to camp. In this battle, 50 men set out and 43 returned. Though 7 were lost, they had beheaded over 300 enemies and burned countless supplies. When the severed head of the Zhao army's Chiliarch was thrown before the central command tent, even Meng Yun's perpetually icy face couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. Excellent. What a man, Chen Xiao. Meng Yun strode out of the command tent and personally helped up Chen Xiao, who was kneeling on one knee. Burning Duanhuan Valley and cutting off the enemy's supply route. This is a remarkable feat. I will immediately submit a memorial to request for you the title of Zanyao 3rd rank and reward you with 20 E of gold. Outside the tent, the soldiers erupted in thunderous cheers, their gazes toward Chen Xiao shifting from reverence to fervor. Chen Xiao's expression remained calm as he expressed gratitude and withdrew. But he knew in his heart that the true test had only just begun. Returning to his temporary tent, he dismissed his attendants and closed the flap. System settle the rewards. Ding. Side quest, burning Duanhuan Valley, perfectly completed. Rewards issued: reputation 500 points, 300. Current total points 500, original 200, quest 300. Adding the points he had saved earlier, it was finally enough. System exchange for refined steel machete defective version. Exchange successful. 800 points consumed. Remaining points 0. A flash of white light and a pitch-black long blade materialized in Chen Xiao's hand. The blade was about 7 feet long, broad and thick, with a thick spine and thin edge, its entire body radiating a cold, eerie gleam. Though it was a defective version, Chen Xiao felt a blood-bound killing intent as he held it. He gently swung it, and the air let out a strained whine as if overwhelmed. Good blade. A glint of sharp light flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. Just then the tent flap was suddenly thrown open. Centurion Chen, quite the leisurely mood, A sinister voice sounded. The man who entered wore the uniform of a Qin army commandant. His name was Wang Bin, a fictional name of the same characters, a powerful commandant in the army, and a man who had previously been close to Xiongdali. His gaze swept over the machete in Chen Xiao's hand, a flicker of greed and jealousy in his eyes. Commandant Wang graces us with your presence. What brings you here? Chen Xiao calmly shifted the machete behind his back. Nothing much. I just heard that Centurion Chen has achieved great merit tonight, and came to offer my congratulations. Wang Bin approached a few steps with a sardonic smile. However, there are some words that may or may not be appropriate to say. Please speak. Centurion Chen, your rapid promotion is bound to invite envy. As far as I know, the Zhao army has put out a bounty of 1,000 gold for your head. Wang Bin leaned close to Chen Xiao's ear and whispered, tonight at midnight beware of the dry well in the rear camp. With that he laughed heartily and turned to leave. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes. Was this a warning? Or a trap? System activate passive perception. Chen Xiao stepped out of the tent and walked casually toward the rear camp. Sure enough, the closer he got to the dry well, the stronger the feeling of being watched by a venomous snake became. Near the dry well, several dark figures were vaguely hidden behind a few large boulders. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Chen Xiao's mouth. Since you've come to me, don't blame me for being unkind. He didn't make a sound, but quietly circled around to the back of the boulders, gripping his machete tightly. Now, with a low shout, several black-clad men leaped out from behind the rocks, their blades aimed straight at Chen Xiao's vital points. Instead of retreating, Chen Xiao advanced, his machete descending like Mount Tai crashing down. Clang! A black-clad man's long sword was instantly severed, and the machete continued its momentum, cleaving both man and sword in two. Blood spurted, a brutal scene. The remaining black-clad men were terrified. This was no man, but a monster. Chen Xiao was like a tiger among sheep. The machete seemed weightless in his hands, each swing accompanied by splashes of blood. System activate Berserker Potion enhanced. Although his points were 0, the system allowed 1 overdraft, with the cost being that 50 of the next points earned would be deducted as interest. Confirm activation. The berserk power instantly flooded his body. Chen Xiao's speed reached its peak, his figure darted among the black-clad men, his blade light, like a flowing ribbon. Moments later, everything fell silent. Over a dozen corpses lay scattered on the ground, none alive. Chen Xiao sheathed his blade and stood upright, panting heavily. The potion's effect had just worn off, and the weakness from the overdraft made his vision go dark, but he forced himself not to collapse. He walked over to a corpse and pulled off its face mask. Just as I thought, a Zhao army suicide soldier. But then he felt a token in the corpse's bosom. The moment he saw that token, Chen Xiao's eyes turned icy cold. That was a Qin army internal passage token, which only commandant-level officers and above could possess. Wang Bin. Chen Xiao clenched the token, killing intent blazing in his eyes. Ding. Killed Zhao's suicide soldiers X15, gain points 150. Ding. Detected host's overdraft of points. Deducting 50 of next earnings. Actual points credited 75. Though the points were few, Chen Xiao felt a surge of satisfaction. He stood up and dragged his weary body toward the central command tent. Tonight's events were only the beginning. But the Qin army camp was due for a change of blood. In the dead of night, a fierce gale suddenly rose, swirling masses of yellow sand and striking the military tents with sharp slaps. Inside the central command tent, the atmosphere was so heavy it seemed as if it could drip water. General Meng Yun, seated in the main position, wore a stern expression as he toyed with the bloodstained passage token that Chen Xiao had presented. Wang Bin, do you still have any words to say? The tent curtain was abruptly lifted, and several guards, fierce as wolves and tigers, dragged in the bound Lieutenant Wang Bin. Wang Bin's face turned ashen, his entire body trembling as his gaze swept over Chen Xiao, who stood aside, watching coldly. His eyes were filled with resentment and despair. General, please see clearly. This is a frame-up. It's a setup. Wang Bin dropped to his knees, weeping bitterly. Chen Xiao conspired with the Zhao army to frame loyal officials and used a borrowed knife to kill loyal officials. General Meng Yun sneered and threw the token hard at Wang Bin's face. This was recovered from a Zhao army death warrior. If not for Chen Xiao's vigilance, our rear camp would have been soaked in blood tonight. You call that loyal? Wang Bin picked up the token, his face turning the color of death. Drag him out and behead him. General Meng Yun waved his hand, his tone as flat as if swatting a fly. Order the 3 armies. Wang Bin is guilty of colluding with the enemy and treason. Execute his head immediately and display it publicly to serve as a warning. No. Meng Yun, you shall die a terrible death. The great army of the Zhao kingdom is coming soon. You will all die. Oh. The scream was cut off abruptly. General Meng Yun stood up and walked to Chen Xiao's side, his gaze complex. There was appreciation for Chen Xiao's merit, but also apprehension towards his ruthless methods. Chen Xiao, you have rendered great merit and removed a pest from the army. I keep my word. From this day forward, you are the true centurion. That Xinjiang camp, left by Wang Bin, will be temporarily under your command. Chen Xiao's heart trembled. Xinjiang camp. That was the most elite unit in the entire army, and also the suicide squad with the highest casualty rate. Thank you for your trust, General. This subordinate will strive to his utmost and spare no effort until death. As he left the central command tent, the sky was already showing the white of dawn. Chen Xiao did not return to his own tent, but went directly to the Xinjiang camp quarter in the west corner of the camp. That was the forbidden ground of the Qin army camp, and also hell. 50 soldiers wearing battered armor and faces grim were sitting around a campfire gambling. Seeing Chen Xiao's unfamiliar face enter, they stopped their actions one by one, their eyes fierce as wolves. You are the new centurion. A burly man with a scar on his face stood up holding a ghost head blade in his hand. His height, actually a head taller than Chen Xiao. Old man's name is Tai Nyo, originally a squad leader under Wang Ben. Heard you took down Wang Ben. You have guts. But the rules of the Xinjiang camp don't recognize ranks, only fists. If you want us to listen to you, defeat me first. This was the so-called show of strength. Chen Xiao looked at him expressionlessly, holding the black heavy fine steel Mo Dao in his hand. I don't want to fight a pointless battle. Coward. Watch my blade. Tai Nyo roared, the ghost head blade coming down with a whistling wind. Chen Xiao stood firm in place, motionless. Just as the blade was about to touch his hair, he moved. Clang. A crisp sound of metal colliding made everyone's eardrums ache. The Mo Dao in Chen Xiao's hand was inexplicably placed against Tai Nyo's neck, while Tai Nyo's ghost head blade stopped in midair with a noticeable notch on the edge. The whole camp fell silent. Tai Nyo's eyes widened, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He could feel the chilling coldness on his neck. With a slight wrist movement from the opponent, his head would be separated. Now do you acknowledge it? Chen Xiao's voice remained calm, yet carried an unquestionable authority. Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Tai Nyo swallowed hard. Chen Xiao sheathed his blade and turned to walk towards the sand table in the center of the tent. Since you acknowledge, then follow orders. Half an hour later, the Zhao army vanguard will arrive. The mission of this Xinjiang camp is to defend the earth slope on the left wing and not allow a single person to pass. Tai Nyo, you take charge of the left wing. Xiaoxi, you take charge of the right wing. Everyone check your equipment, apply medicine, sharpen your blades. Whoever dares to flee from the battlefield will meet the same end as this stone. Chen Xiao lightly kicked with his foot, and a fist-sized rock instantly turned to powder. Everyone was horrified in their hearts and dared not have any more disrespect, busying themselves one by one. This was Chen Xiao's way of governing the army, bestowing both favor and authority, suppressing all disobedience with absolute strength. Half an hour later, the war drums sounded like thunder. Zhao Kuo, the general of the Zhao army, indeed led the army in person, and the dark cavalry surged towards the Qin army camp like a tide. Kill. Chen Xiao led the charge, his Mo Dao swinging so fast that nothing could get through. He was like a tireless god of slaughter, each swing bringing forth a mist of blood. System activate passive perception. In his field of vision, the attack trajectories of enemies became slow lines. Chen Xiao's figure moved like lightning, charging left and right in the enemy ranks, invincible. His current task was to defend the earth slope. Brothers, charge with me. Seeing their centurion so brave, Tai Nyo's morale surged greatly, and he rushed forward with roaring cries. His current task was to defend the earth slope. Brothers, charge with me. Seeing their centurion so brave, Tai Nyo's morale surged greatly, and he rushed forward with roaring cries. The battle lasted a full half hour. Corpses lay everywhere, blood flowed like rivers. When the Zhao army finally sounded the retreat, Chen Xiao still stood at the highest point of the earth slope. His body was bathed in blood, the Mo Dao in his hand already chipped, but his figure straight as a pine became an indelible nightmare in the hearts of all Zhao soldiers. Centurion, we won, Zhao Si shouted and rushed over, his face full of excitement. But Chen Xiao suddenly turned around, his eyes fixed on a bush at the edge of the battlefield. Who was there? He had just felt an extremely dangerous aura that flashed and vanished. From the bush, a gray wild rabbit jumped out in fright and fled swiftly. Chen Xiao frowned. Could it be an illusion? He shook his head, thinking he was just too nervous. Clean up the battlefield and treat the wounded. Chen Xiao put away his Mo Dao, looking towards the direction of the Zhao army camp in the distance, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. Although this battle was won, he knew the real tough fight was yet to come. Zhao Kuo, though arrogant and reckless, was after all the descendant of a famous general and would not give up so easily. Moreover, a line of small text that suddenly popped up on the system interface raised an ominous feeling in his heart. Warning. Detected high-energy fluctuations approaching. Suspected Zhao Kingdom's special troop, heavy armored tiger warriors, is getting closer. Chen Xiao tightened his grip on the Mo Dao in his hand. It seemed tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The night was as dark as ink, thick and impenetrable. The scent of blood from the day's battle had not yet dissipated when a heavier, oppressive aura silently enveloped the Xianying battalion's camp. Chen Xiao sat cross-legged on the highest point of the earthen slope, the blade-worn machete lying across his knees. He did not rest. The eagle gaze and wolf glance granted by the system had pushed his perception to its limit. At the edge of his vision, in the distant darkness, a dull and rhythmic sound of footsteps was slowly approaching. It was not the thunder of cavalry nor the chaos of infantry, but a heavy rhythm like the beating of a giant beast's heart. Dong, dong, dong. The ground trembled slightly. They're here. Chen Xiao opened his eyes, a cold light flashing in his gaze. All hands prepare for battle. Target directly ahead, 100 paces, prepare to volley. The 50 death warriors of the Xianying battalion showed no panic. After the bloody battle during the day, they had developed blind trust in this young centurion. The men quickly took out their crossbows and loaded the specially made short spears. Release. Chen Xiao gave the order. Whom. 50 short spears sliced through the night sky, piercing the darkness with shrill whistles. However, the expected screams did not come. Clang clang. A dense sound of metal collisions echoed. In the darkness, dozens of dark figures emerged slowly, holding shields before them. By the faint moonlight, Chen Xiao made out the enemy's appearance. They were monsters forged entirely of steel. They wore double-layered heavy armor, their faces even covered by iron masks, and held bronze spear-like weapons over 2 zhang in length. The short spears struck them, leaving only a few white marks, or even bouncing off directly. The Zhao state's heavy armored tiger guards, someone in the ranks shouted in terror. These are General Zhao Mu's personal guard, invulnerable to blades and arrows. Morale wavered instantly. Steady. Chen Xiao bellowed, his voice like a giant bell rattling their eardrums. Shield bearers in front, spear bearers behind. Formed the iron buckle formation. Although he was seeing heavy infantry for the first time, his past life military knowledge told him that while this type of unit had incredible defense, it must have weaknesses in mobility and limited vision. Tainyo, take 10 men, set up ambush on both sides of the slope, and wait for my order to strike. Yes. Tainyo, though not knowing what clever plan the centurion had, instinctively obeyed the order. Meanwhile, the 20 heavy armored tiger guards had advanced to within 50 paces. They moved unhurriedly like mobile iron towers, step by step, compressing the Qin army's living space. Kill. The leading tiger guard captain roared, swinging his long spear horizontally. Bang! The foremost Qin shield bearer was sent flying, shield, and all his chest caved in clearly beyond saving. Loose arrows. Aim for their eyes. Chen Xiao shouted. Ordinary arrows were useless against heavy armor, but the armor around the eye sockets must be weak. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of flaming arrows flew toward the tiger guards' eye sockets. However, those tiger guards had added a fine iron mesh over their faces, and the arrows were firmly blocked. Damn it! Chen Xiao's eyes turned cold. It seemed they had to fight head-on. System activate, rage potion enhanced. Confirmed activation. Consumed 400 points. A surge of heat instantly flooded his limbs, multiplying his strength. Zhao Si, take men to chop their ankles. Use axes. Chen Xiao shouted, grabbing his machete and charging forward himself. Centurion, be careful, the men cried out. Chen Xiao, instead of retreating, advanced. Facing the incoming long spear from the tiger guard captain, he did not block, but sidestepped narrowly, and with the force of thunder, his machete smashed down toward the opponent's ankle. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Chen Xiao felt his hand numbed. The machete was actually bounced back. The tiger guard's leg armor was also half an inch thick. So hard. The tiger guard captain, seeing Chen Xiao dare to close, and roared, and swept his long spear horizontally, aiming for Chen Xiao's waist. Leveraging the agility from the rage, Chen Xiao twisted his body in the air in an uncanny manner, holding the machete with both hands, and using the momentum of his descent, he struck again at the opponent's knee joint. This time he aimed at the joint connection. Thud! The steel machete finally broke through the defense, embedding deeply into the tiger guard captain's knee pit. Roar! The tiger guard captain let out a painful howl, dropping to one knee. Now, kill! Chen Xiao's eyes bloodshot, he pulled out the machete, and with a smooth thrust stabbed it into the gap in the iron mesh on the opponent's face. Ding! Killed Zhao State heavy armored tiger guard captain. Gained 100 points. As the captain fell, the remaining tiger guards, though still fierce, slowed their assault. At that moment, Tainyo and the others who had been ambushed on both sides followed Chen Xiao's instructions and ignited the prepared fire oil jars, smashing them at the feet of the tiger guards. Boom! The oil ignited instantly, forming a sea of fire. Heavy infantry fears fire attacks most. The high temperature quickly conducted into the iron armor, and the tiger guards became restless, their movements slowing and becoming clumsy. Chop their necks. That's where the armor plates connect. Chen Xiao shouted. The death warriors of the Xianying battalion, as if awakening from a dream, swung their axes and halberds, targeting the tiger guards' necks and armpits. A brutal close-quarters battle unfolded in the flames. Chen Xiao, like a tireless god of slaughter, weaved through the tiger guards. Every swing of his machete precisely struck the joints, every thrust aimed at vital points. Half an hour later, the fire gradually died down. On the earthen slope, 20 charred, iron-armored corpses lay scattered. The Xianying battalion also paid a heavy price. 30 death warriors were killed, leaving only 20 still standing. Chen Xiao leaned on his machete, breathing heavily. The potion's effect had worn off, and the exhaustion from overexertion made his vision darken, but he still stood upright. Centurion. We won. Zhao Si, his face covered in soot, said excitedly. Chen Xiao nodded, but his gaze turned to the distant darkness. It's not over yet. He picked up a tiger guard token from the ground, on which was carved a fierce character, Chong. Chong. Chen Xiao frowned. This name seemed even more terrifying than Zhao Qua. As far as he knew, it was a mysterious figure in the Qin army, or a hidden trump card of the Zhao state. Clean up the battlefield, take the spoils, and return to camp. Chen Xiao pocketed the token, calculating his next plan. This battle not only proved himself, but also earned him generous rewards from the system. Ding. Side quest, bloody battle with tiger guards completed. Rewards reputation 1000, points 500. Current total points 600. Chen Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. The Chong token, the heavy armored tiger guards. It seemed the secrets of the Zhao state ran deeper than he had imagined. And he had already touched the edge of that secret. The darkness before dawn was the deepest, and the Qin army camp lay in a deathly silence broken only by the heavy footsteps of night patrol soldiers echoing among the tents. Inside Chen Xiao's tent, an oil lamp flickered like a beam, casting light on his slightly weary, yet fiercely bright face. He sat cross-legged on the bed with a translucent system panel floating before him. System, open the shop. With a thought, the familiar list of items appeared. Chen Xiao's gaze bypassed the basic healing ointments and ordinary weapons, directly locking onto the movement skills section. Swallow return technique, beginner light as a swallow treading leaves without a trace, excelling in dodging and stealthy high-altitude movement. Price 600 points. That's the one. Chen Xiao hesitated not a moment. While head-on combat against heavily armored elites was exhilarating, it was also extremely draining and fraught with risk. To survive longer in this chaotic world, mastering intelligence was paramount. Infiltrating the heavily guarded Zhao army camp without superior lightness skills would be akin to walking into a trap. Confirm exchange. Exchange successful. Points consumed 600. Remaining points 0. A warm current rose from his dantian, swiftly spreading through his limbs and bones. Unlike the explosive heat of the berserk potion, this current was light and agile, as if trying to make his body as light as a feather. Chen Xiao focused his mind and lightly tapped his toes. Whoosh! His body floated up without a sound, gliding along the tent roof like a ghost, and upon landing not even a single blade of grass was bent. What a swallow return technique! A sharp light burst from Chen Xiao's eyes. Now even without external aid he could sprint along treetops and even briefly skim across water surfaces. Centurion, Zhao Ci's lowered voice came from outside the tent. The general orders you to report to the central command tent at dawn. Chen Xiao suppressed his aura, instantly returning to a normal state, and replied in a low voice, I understand. I'll go shortly. After Zhao Ci's footsteps faded, Chen Xiao changed into a tight-fitting night suit, tightly wrapped the bladed glaive with cloth strips on his back, and smeared some black ash on his face. Since Mengyan told me to go at dawn, I'll return before dawn. He pushed open the tent flap, and with a flicker of his figure he merged into the boundless night. Half an hour later, 10 li from the Zhao army camp. Chen Xiao crouched on a branch of an ancient towering tree, gazing down at the scene below by moonlight. The Zhao army camp was indeed heavily guarded, with torches blazing at the camp gate's watchtowers, standing tall, and patrols passing every 50 steps. But for Chen Xiao, who had mastered the swallow return technique, this was not an insurmountable chasm. Left watchtower blind spot, 3 seconds. Patrol crossing, 0.5 second gap. Chen Xiao darted like a nimble cat through the shadows and ropes among the tents. His movements were exceptionally light. Each step precisely avoided the soft sand and landed on hard stones or wooden stakes. The passive skill, Eagle's Gaze and Wolf's Glance, was activated, putting all surrounding movements under his control. He evaded 3 patrol squads, bypassed 2 hidden sentries, and finally stopped outside a lavishly decorated central command tent. This was Zhao Kuo's command tent. Chen Xiao held his breath and pressed against the tent wall. The sound of an argument came faintly from within. General Chong orders that if you fail to capture the Qin camp again, you will be held accountable. A sharp voice came. That Qin General Chen Xiao is somewhat strange. His men have a means to break heavy armor. This was Zhao Kuo's voice, tinged with defiance. I have already requested reinforcements of black armor death warriors. Just give me 3 more days. 3 days? The sharp voice sneered. By the time you take the Qin camp, it'll be too late. General Chong said that Chen Xiao is suspicious, most likely of Fengshe or Mahist grandmaster sent by Qin. He has already dispatched Ing Sha to deal with this person. Ing Sha. Zhao Kuo seemed startled. That's General Chong's personal death warrior, and he's sending him to kill a centurion. What do you know? If Chen Xiao doesn't die, we will all die. Chen Xiao, lying outside the tent, clearly heard this conversation. General Chong. Ing Sha. Chen Xiao sneered inwardly. It seems my head is quite valuable. Just then his acute hearing caught an extremely faint sound of something cutting through the air. The sound was so subtle that without the Eagle's Gaze and Wolf's Glance, he would never have detected it. A poison sleeve arrow was silently flying from the side shadows toward his back. Chen Xiao didn't even turn his head, his body reacted instinctively. Swallow return technique, side dodge. His body slid sideways at an impossible angle, the sleeve arrow whizzing past his ear and embedding itself in the tent pole, instantly corroding a black hole. Do it. The argument inside the tent stopped abruptly, followed by the sound of swords being drawn. Chen Xiao knew he had been exposed. But he was not flustered, instead a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Since you're here, don't be in a hurry to leave. His figure flickered as he actively charged toward the shadowy corner from which the arrow had been shot. There, an assassin dressed in black with bizarre totems painted on his face was preparing to shoot another hidden weapon. Seeing Chen Xiao rushing over unscathed, a flicker of shock passed through the assassin's eyes. Chen Xiao snorted coldly. Just a rat hiding in a gutter. He no longer held back, activating the swallow return technique to its peak, his figure drawing a strange arc in the air and instantly closing in on the assassin. The assassin reacted swiftly, his short blades sweeping with vicious strikes aimed at Chen Xiao's throat and eyes. But Chen Xiao was faster. He dodged the blade by tilting his head, his right hand shooting out like lightning and precisely grabbing the assassin's wrist. Crack! A crisp sound, the assassin's wrist was snapped. The assassin let out a muffled grunt, his other hand pulling out a handful of poisonous powder and flinging it at Chen Xiao's face. Chen Xiao was prepared, held his breath, and kicked the assassin in the chest. Bang! The assassin staggered back several steps, crashing into a support pole of the tent. Someone, an assassin. The Zhao army camp instantly erupted into chaos. Chen Xiao glanced at the fallen assassin, then at the Zhao soldiers about to rush out. Mission accomplished. Retreat. He did not linger. Instead, he pulled out a smoke bomb made from simple gunpowder exchanged from the system that he had prepared earlier and slammed it hard onto the ground. Bang! Thick smoke instantly filled the area. Taking advantage of the confusion, Chen Xiao leaped up, soaring like a rock onto the tent roof, and with a few bounds disappeared into the vast night. Behind him, the Zhao army camp was in utter chaos, with shouts of battle reaching the sky. Qin army camp, Chen Xiao's tent. When the first rays of sunlight shone into the tent, Chen Xiao had already changed out of his night clothes and was sitting in front of the table, wiping the glaive as if he had never left. Centurion, the general summons you. Zhao Ci's voice rang out on time. Chen Xiao put down the cloth, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Here we go. He stood up and strode out of the tent. That night, he had not only gathered enemy intelligence, but also verified the power of his new skill. That mysterious General Chang and the impending Sha. This game was becoming more and more interesting. Inside Meng Yun's central military tent, the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. General Chang. Meng Yun, after listening to Chen Xiao's report, unconsciously tapped his fingers on the table, his eyes flickering. Chen Xiao, some things are not good for you to know too much. You only need to know that it is an existence you cannot afford to provoke at the moment. I understand. Chen Xiao lowered his head, but sneered inwardly. Meng Yun was obviously hiding something, but that was not surprising. In this era, everyone has their own secrets and factions. Since the Zhao army has the shadow kill targeting you, you must be especially careful in your recent actions. Meng Yun tossed over a bronze tiger-shaped tally. I will assign you 20 personal guards to strengthen the tent's defense. Thank you, General. Chen Xiao took the tally, but there was no joy in his eyes. No matter how many guards for the shadow kill who excels in stealth and assassination, they are just more sacrifices. To survive, he must rely on himself. Returning to the Xianying camp station, Chen Xiao did not go back to his tent, but instead walked around the camp. System activate passive perception. In his field of vision, the flow of surrounding aura became clearly visible. Suddenly, he detected an extremely faint trace of killing intent on a wooden stake at the entrance of his tent. That killing intent was cleverly hidden in the shadows. Without the system's assistance, it would have been impossible to detect. A cold smile curled at the corner of Chen Xiao's mouth. Since you're here, don't be in a hurry to leave. He pretended to notice nothing, strode into the tent, and then slammed the door shut. Zhao Ci, take some men to check the provisions. Extra rations tonight. Yes, Captain. Zhao Ci's voice answered from outside, followed by the sound of chaotic footsteps fading away. Inside the tent, Chen Xiao held his breath, standing silently in the shadows. Time passed minute by minute. Suddenly, the canvas on the tent's roof was silently slit open, and a poison needle as thin as a cow's hair shot down through the slit, aiming directly at the table where Chen Xiao usually sat. Ding! The poison needle pierced the table, instantly turning black. What a venomous needle! Chen Xiao did not move, he remained standing still. Moments later, a dark shadow slid down from the hole in the roof, like a civet cat landing without a sound. The figure was entirely wrapped in black, revealing only a pair of cold eyes holding two short blades that glowed with a faint blue light in the dim lamplight. He saw that Chen Xiao, sitting behind the table, a flicker of doubt in his eyes, but still pounced without hesitation. The short blade stabbed fiercely into the back of Chen Xiao. However, the expected gush of blood did not appear. The short blades pierced nothing but a pile of straw-stuffed clothes. Not good. The black-clad man reacted swiftly, realizing he had fallen into a trap, and instantly sprang backward, ready to escape through the hole. Since you're here, stay. Chen Xiao's voice sounded like a ghost in his ear. The black-clad man only saw a blur, and Chen Xiao's figure had already blocked his path, the long-handled blade with a chipped edge sweeping in with a heavy whoosh. The black-clad man was forced to raise his blade to block. Clang! A loud crash. The man felt his arms go numb, and his entire body was sent flying backward, crashing into the tent support pole. Shadow kill. Nothing more than this. Chen Xiao sneered and moved in. A flicker of terror flashed in the black-clad man's eyes. He clearly had not expected Chen Xiao's strength to be so terrifying. He suddenly pulled out a handful of lime powder from his bosom and threw it at Chen Xiao's face. Chen Xiao was prepared, turning his head to avoid it, but his movement did not pause at all. He kicked the black-clad man in the chest. Crack! The sound of ribs breaking was clearly audible. The black-clad man screamed, spitting a mouthful of blood, but used the momentum to slam backward through the tent and dash out. Trying to run, Chen Xiao grabbed his blade and chased out. By now the camp was in chaos. Dozens of black-clad men were fighting with the Qin army's night patrol clearly to cover the assassin's escape. Captain, Zhao Si rushed over with the death warriors of the Xianian camp. Ignore the others. Chase that one in black. Chen Xiao pointed at the shadow fleeing toward the camp gate. Yes. The Xianian camp death warriors chased after him like wolves and tigers. However, that black-clad man was clearly specially trained, extremely agile, weaving and leaping between tents several times, narrowly escaping encirclement. System activate swallow return art. Chen Xiao exerted force from his feet, his figure, like a swallow, instantly closing the distance to the black-clad man. The black-clad man glanced back, his eyes full of despair. He had not expected Chen Xiao's speed to reach such a level. Just as he was about to be caught, the black-clad man suddenly stopped, pulled out a black orb from his bosom, and slammed it hard onto the ground. Bang! A thick purple smoke burst out, instantly obscuring everyone's vision. Poison! Hold your breath! Chen Xiao shouted, swinging his blade to disperse the smoke. When the smoke cleared, only the fragments of the black orb remained on the ground. The black-clad man had vanished. Captain, he got away, Zhao Si said regretfully. Chen Xiao picked up the fragments from the ground and sniffed them. This is not poison, it's a soul-confusing incense. He stood up, looking in the direction the black-clad man had fled, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He can't run far. Besides, he was hit by my bone-breaking kick. His internal organs are severely damaged. He won't live more than 3 days. Chen Xiao turned around, looking at the mess. Pass the order, strengthen vigilance. Also transfer the 20 personal guards that Captain Wang Mengyun's confidant lent me to the outer perimeter defense. Zhao Si was startled. Captain, those are the guards the general sent to protect you. Precisely because they are protecting me, they should be transferred to the outer perimeter. Chen Xiao sneered. The shadow kill's target is me. If they stay by my side, they'll only become targets. Sending them out might catch bigger fish. Zhao Si nodded, half understanding. Chen Xiao did not explain further. He knew in his heart that the personal guards sent by Meng Yun might not be entirely trustworthy. In this era full of intrigue, anyone could be a mole. Additionally, Chen Xiao took out the black fragment from his bosom. Go investigate the source of this thing. Those who can make this kind of soul-confusing incense are no ordinary craftsmen. Yes. The night wind howled, dispersing the smell of blood from the camp. Chen Xiao stood in front of the tent, playing with the fragment in his hand. General Chong. Shadow kill. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This cat-and-mouse game has only just begun. The morning mist had not yet dispersed, and the air in the stable area was thick with the pungent, rank odor of hay mixed with livestock. Chen Xiao squatted beside a pile of fresh horse manure, his brow slightly furrowed. Although the Yingsha assassin who fled last night had escaped using mesmerizing incense, they had inevitably been tainted by the stench of this place while scaling the stable wall. To ordinary people this was nothing more than nauseating filth, but to Chen Xiao, who had activated his enhanced olfaction, it concealed a fatal clue. Centurion, you really are here. Zhao Si approached, pinching his nose, holding a cloth bundle in his hand. The duty roster of the 20 personal guards you asked me to investigate last night is all recorded here. Chen Xiao did not rise. He gently pinched a clump of soil mixed with straw between his fingertips and brought it to his nose, sniffing lightly. Beneath the heavy stench of horse manure lay an extremely faint aroma akin to bitter almonds, the residue of the Yingsha mesmerizing incense. Who was responsible for patrolling the stable area during the hour of the rat last night? It was the corporal of the personal guard named Li Gan. Zhao Si flipped through the records and lowered his voice. I heard this kid is a distant relative of General Meng from his hometown. Relying on this connection, he usually struts around the camp with utter arrogance. Li Gan. Chen Xiao stood up, brushing the dirt from his hands, his gaze cold and sharp. Gather a few men and come with me to meet this distant relative. The tents of the personal guard were pitched diagonally opposite the Xinjiang camp. A few worn leather armors hung outside to dry, looking no different from any other camp tents. Chen Xiao strode to the front of Li Gan's tent, his nostrils flaring slightly. The scent of bitter almonds had grown significantly stronger here. Corporally, what a pleasant leisure you enjoy. Chen Xiao lifted the curtain and entered. Inside the tent, Li Gan was sitting behind a low desk, wiping a short dagger. Upon seeing Chen Xiao enter, a flash of panic crossed his eyes before he quickly regained his arrogance. Oh, if it isn't Centurion Chen. What brings you to my quarters instead of training your soldiers in the Xinjiang camp? A word in private. Wasting no words, Chen Xiao walked directly up to Li Gan, the murderous aura of one who had just crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood instantly erupting from him. Li Gan cowered under this overwhelming pressure, yet blustered. Chen Xiao, do not be so arrogant. I am General Meng's man. All the more reason for General Meng's men to keep themselves clean and upright. Chen Xiao struck, suddenly locking onto Li Gan's wrist like an eagle's talon, slamming him violently onto the desk. What are you doing? I will report you to the general. Li Gan struggled desperately. Report me. Chen Xiao sneered. With his other hand, he grabbed a pinch of dust from the desk and brought it right to the tip of Li Gan's nose. Corporal Li, during the hour of the rat last night, instead of staying at your guard post, what were you doing by the stable wall? There was a rather pleasant scent of mesmerizing incense over there. Li Gan's face instantly turned deathly pale, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't know? Chen Xiao pulled a black fragment of mesmerizing incense from his robe and threw it in Li Gan's face. This was picked up from the base of the stable wall. It bears the unique mud print of your soul, matching perfectly with the pair of boots you have airing outside your tent. This was the fact Chen Xiao had just confirmed using his trace tracking skill. You are framing me. Li Gan's eyes darted frantically. Suddenly, he lunged forward, his other hand reaching for his waist as a poisoned dagger gleamed with cold light, thrusting straight toward Chen Xiao's abdomen. Seeking death. Chen Xiao snorted coldly, his fingers gripping Li Gan's wrist, suddenly exerting immense force. Crack. Op. Li Gan let out a pig-slaughtering shriek as the dagger clattered to the ground. Take him away. Chen Xiao barked toward the outside. Tai Niu and Zhao Si, who had been waiting outside, rushed in and pinned Li Gan firmly to the ground. Chen Xiao, if you dare touch me, General Meng will never let you off. Li Gan was still screaming hysterically. Chen Xiao leaned down, looking at him coldly. General Meng despises nothing more than traitors who bite the hand that feeds them. You conspired with the Yingsha, leaked military intelligence, and even attempted to assassinate a superior officer. With these crimes, even General Meng cannot save you. Half an hour later, in the main command tent, Meng Yun looked at Li Gan, who was kneeling on the floor with a face covered in bruises, his expression so dark it seemed water could drip from it. Are you saying that last night this Li Gan not only abandoned his post, but also attempted to use mesmerizing incense to drug the patrols and clear a path for the assassin? Precisely. Chen Xiao stood to the side, his tone calm. Your subordinates searched his tent and recovered the unused mesmerizing incense, as well as secret correspondence with the Zhao army. He waved his hand, and Zhao Si entered carrying a tray upon which lay several crumpled letters. Meng Yun swept his gaze over the letters, murderous intent flaring in his eyes. What a Li Gan! What a Yingsha! He abruptly drew the sword from his waist, a flash of cold light gleaming. Uff! Li Gan's head rolled to the ground, his eyes wide in death. Meng Yun sheathed his sword and turned to look at Chen Xiao, his gaze complex. Chen Xiao, you have done exceedingly well. Had you not detected it, who knows how many of my grand plans this spy would have ruined. It was merely my duty, General. Since a traitor emerged among these 20 personal guards, they shall all be disbanded and integrated into your Xinjiang camp. Meng Yun waved his hand grandly. From this day forth, you as a centurion shall temporarily assume the rank of colonel to command these 70 men. Furthermore, Meng Yun paused, retrieving a black iron tablet from his robe and tossing it to Chen Xiao. This is the medallion of Haibing Tai. With this medallion, you have the authority to mobilize army scouts and even report urgent military intelligence directly to me, bypassing standard protocol. Chen Xiao received the medallion with both hands, his heart stirring slightly. Haibing Tai. This was the most secretive intelligence agency of the Qin state. By giving him this object, Meng Yun was both entrusting him with great responsibility and subtly monitoring and winning him over. Your subordinate will surely not fail your high expectations, General. Stepping out of the main command tent, Chen Xiao looked at the black medallion in his hand, a barely perceptible curve touching the corner of his lips. With this medallion, he could finally, with perfect justification, weave an intelligence network of his own within this Qin military camp. As for the mysterious General Chang and Yingsha, Chen Xiao looked up toward the direction of the Zhao army camp, cold light flashing in his eyes. The hunt has only just begun. The night was as dark as ink, thick and impenetrable. 30 li from the Qin army camp, a forsaken post station stood forlornly at the edge of a mass grave. Once a resting place for travelers, it had now become a ghostly domain overrun with withered grass. Outside the station, Chen Xiao crouched behind a grave mound wrapped entirely in black, with only a pair of eagle-like sharp eyes visible. He clutched the Haibing Tai token tightly in his hand, and besides the bladed machete with a chipped edge at his waist, he also carried a specially crafted short crossbow. According to the scouts' intelligence, this was a secret outpost of Yingsha on the front line dedicated to transmitting intelligence and receiving assassins. Chen Xiao murmured to himself, tonight I will uproot this thorn completely. He activated the eagle's gaze and wolf's glance, and every shadow of the station became crystal clear in his vision. At the main entrance, 2 staff members were feigning sleep against the doorframe, yet their hands never left the hilts of their blades. Among the roof tiles, an archer lay hidden, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. 2 sentries in the open, one hidden. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Chen Xiao's mouth. Against a special forces soldier who had mastered the swallow return technique and enhanced scent, such a defense was nothing but a farce. He silently circled to the rear of the station, where a withered old locust tree stretched its branches toward the roof. Chen Xiao tapped his toes, his form as light as a swallow, and leaped onto the roof with the cover of the branches. He made no sound, not even disturbing a speck of dust on the tiles. The archer on the roof had his back to him, staring into the distant night. Like a venomous snake, Chen Xiao slid along the ridge, instantly closing in behind the archer. He did not use his blade. Instead, he extended 2 fingers and precisely struck the acupoint on the archer's nape. The archer collapsed limply unconscious. With the hidden sentry dealt with, Chen Xiao slid down the chimney into the station. Inside the dimly lit main hall, several black-clad men were seated around a table drinking. "Did you hear? Yesterday Ying Qi failed and even got killed in the Qin camp." A one-eyed man muttered in a hoarse voice. "That's because he was too useless," another burly man with a scarred face sneered. "He thought he was dealing with ordinary Qin soldiers, but that Chen Xiao is a tough nut. But since Ying Xia has taken this job, he won't live past this month. I wonder why the higher-ups think so highly of this kid, sending even Ying." Chen Xiao, crouched on a beam, heard every word of the conversation clearly. "Ying." A cold glint flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. It seemed his life was worth quite a bit. Just then the curtain at the back of the hall was lifted, and an old man in gray robes stepped out. He held a wooden box with reverence. "Lord Ying orders that this batch of soul-stealing incense and the secret letter must be delivered to General Guo of the Zhao army camp before dawn." Everyone rose and acknowledged. Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed. Delivering a letter. Soul-stealing incense. This was the evidence. "Since you're here, don't be in a hurry to leave." Chen Xiao sneered inwardly, raising his short crossbow silently. Whoosh! A sleeve arrow shot out soundlessly, piercing the one-eyed man's throat with precision. "Who?" The group panicked in fury, drawing their blades and looking around. "Over here," Chen Xiao's voice echoed through the hall like a ghost. Before the words faded, he had leaped down from the beam, his machete sweeping out with a mournful wind. Squelch! 2 black-clad men were decapitated before they could even scream. "Enemy attack. Form up." The scarred burly man reacted swiftly, blocking Chen Xiao's second strike. "Qin soldiers. Know your Chen Xiao." The man recognized him, terror in his eyes. "How did you find this place?" "Wanna know?" Chen Xiao sneered, his blade suddenly surging with force, shattering the opponent's long sword. "Go ask the King of Hell." He held back, no longer activating both swallow return technique and rage potion. His form was like lightning, his strength multiplied. Chen Xiao was like a tiger among sheep. The machete seemed to gain a life of its own in his hands, each swing claiming a life. Ding! Killed a member of Ying Xia. Points 10. Ding! Killed a member of Ying Xia. Points 10. The system's notification chimes rang out repeatedly. Soon the hall fell into dead silence. Only the gray-robed old man remained slumped on the ground, the wooden box toppled beside him, its contents of soul-stealing incense, and the secret letter scattered across the floor. Don't kill me. I'm just a messenger." The old man wet himself in terror. Chen Xiao sheathed his blade and stood panting heavily. The drug's effect had just faded, and a wave of weakness hit him, yet he still stood straight. He walked to the old man, picked up the secret letter, and under the dim light read its contents. "To General Guo, Chen Xiao has grown too powerful and must be eliminated soon. Ying Yi will infiltrate his trap battalion 3 days from now during the Qin army's shift change, and make sure to kill him." A murderous intent blazed in Chen Xiao's eyes. 3 days from now? Shift change opportunity. He looked at the old man. "Who ordered you to deliver this letter?" It's General Guo Kai of the Zhao army camp." The old man stammered. "I'm just an errand boy." "Guo Kai." Chen Xiao repeated the name. The treacherous minister who in history had led to the fall of Zhao had also meddled in this affair. Very well. Chen Xiao picked up the scattered soul-stealing incense and searched the old man for a special token. "System, scan the composition of this soul-stealing incense and see if you can create an antidote or a tracking powder." Scanning. Composition analysis complete. Can create soul-tracing powder to track a specific scent. Create. Creation successful. 100 points consumed. Chen Xiao sprinkled the newly made soul-tracing powder onto the batch of incense, then repacked it. "Old man, do you want to live?" Chen Xiao crouched down, looking at the old man. Yes. "Then go ahead and deliver the letter." Chen Xiao tossed the box back to the old man. "But remember, the contents of this box have changed. Go back and tell your master." That Chen Xiao thanks him for his gift. The old man, as if granted amnesty, scrambled to pick up the box and fled in panic. Chen Xiao stood in the center of the hall, watching the retreating figure, a cold curve forming on his lips. "Ying Yi, Guo Kai, since you want to play, I'll play with you to the end." He turned and walked out of the station, disappearing into the boundless night. But behind him on the roof, a faint, almost transparent shadow slowly emerged. The shadow stared at the direction Chen Xiao had gone, a flicker of extremely complex emotion in its eyes, then it vanished like a ghost into the night sky. An interesting little fellow. Before dawn, the Qin army camp fell into the deepest silence of the day, with only the sound of patrol clappers echoing through the vast encampment. Inside Chen Xiao's tent, a single oil lamp flickered like a bean. He sat cross-legged on his bed, a semi-transparent system panel floating before him, his gaze fixed on a green trajectory line. The line slowly moved from the camp's edge, eventually stopping at an auxiliary camp area behind the central command tent, the supply camp responsible for rationing logistics. General Gua. Chen Xiao's lips curved into a cold smile. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Based on the feedback from soul-extracting powder, the batch of swapped soul-numbing incense was currently located in the main tent of the supply camp. Commanding the supply camp was none other than Guozong, a capable general under Meng Yun's command, known as the Iron Abacus. System activate swallow return technique and eagle vision wolf gaze. Chen Xiao's figure flashed, dissolving into a shadow that merged with the night. Rather than using the main entrance, he moved along the tent's shadows, scaling the rear wall of the supply camp's main tent like a gecko. Just as the guard changeover created a window of lax vigilance, Chen Xiao slipped past the patrols with ease and positioned himself at the ventilation opening of the main tent. Inside, candle flames flickered. A middle-aged man in general's armor paced restlessly before a desk, his back to the ventilation opening. It was Guozong. On the desk before him sat a familiar wooden box, the gift Chen Xiao had sent back through that old man. Damn it, that old man's getting more unreliable by the day. Guozong muttered under his breath, then slammed his palm on the desk. Delivering this late. If it compromises General Chang's crucial plans, whose head will I sacrifice? Taking a deep breath, his hands trembling, he opened the wooden box, withdrew a packet of soul-numbing incense, and brought it to his nose to sniff. Moi. Guozong's brows furrowed, his expression turning grim. The scent is wrong. What is this? Having been around for decades, he immediately sensed something amiss. At that moment, Chen Xiao struck. He produced a small stone from his sleeve, gathered his finger strength, and flicked it sharply toward the copper bell on the side of the main tent. The clear ring echoed sharply through the silent night. Who's there? Guozong reacted swiftly, drawing his sword and staring warily at the tent entrance. Exploiting Guozong's momentary distraction, Chen Xiao slipped through the ventilation opening with cat-like agility and materialized behind him. General Gua, why are you up so late studying this soul-numbing incense? Chen Xiao's voice drifted through Guozong's ear like a specter. Guozong's face drained of color as he spun around, thrusting his sword straight toward Chen Xiao's throat. Chen Xiao, how did you get here? Rather than retreating, Chen Xiao stepped forward, sidestepping the blade, while his right hand flashed out like lightning, gripping Guozong's wrist with precision. A sharp crack echoed as Guozong's wrist bone snapped. Alt. Guozong let out an agonized scream, his sword clattering to the ground. This soul-numbing incense is a specialty of the Zhao Army's Shadow Kill unit, Chen Xiao said, driving his foot into Guozong's knee and forcing him down onto the desk. General Gua, as a Qin supply officer conspiring with the enemy, what crime does this warrant? Though pain radiated through him, a sly gleam flickered in Guozong's eyes. Chen Xiao, you're fabricating accusations. This incense is merely an aid I purchased from the market. Your unauthorized intrusion into your superior's tent is the true crime. An aid, eh? Chen Xiao sneered, producing the intercepted secret letter from his robes and slapping it against Guozong's face. Is this letter also some kind of pleasure accessory? Guozong's face went completely white at the sight of the letter. You intercepted the messenger. I not only intercepted the messenger, but also swapped out your soul-numbing incense. Chen Xiao leaned close to Guozong's ear and whispered, do you know what I replaced it with? Soul-extracting powder. Even a single trace can be detected by dogs within 10 li. Why don't you listen outside if you don't believe me? Suddenly, urgent hoofbeats and shouting erupted outside the camp. Assassins. In the supply camp. Surround the area? Guozong panicked completely. You're framing me. Framing. Chen Xiao released his grip and stepped back. General Meng is arriving soon. General Gua, you'd best decide whether to explain the origin of this soul-numbing incense or your connection to Guokai of Zhao. Before the words had finished echoing, the tent curtain was torn aside. Meng Yun, clad in full battle armor, rushed in with dozens of guards. Witnessing Guozong pinned to the desk alongside the conspicuous packet of soul-numbing incense and the intercepted letter, Meng Yun's expression darkened like gathering storm clouds. Guozong, do you have anything to say for yourself? Guozong collapsed to the ground, his face ashen with defeat, understanding that all was lost. General. Guozong suddenly raised his head, madness flashing in his eyes. General Chang coerced me. He took my family hostage. I had no choice. General Chang. Meng Yun murmured the name, killing intent blazing in his eyes. It's him again. He swung his sword with ferocious force, a cold gleam flashing through the air. The impact echoed as Guozong's head rolled across the ground, his eyes frozen open in shock. Meng Yun sheathed his sword and turned to Chen Xiao, his expression a mixture of conflicting emotions. Chen Xiao, you've achieved another merit, Meng Yun said hoarsely. Had it not been for you, this traitor would have undermined countless of my operations. It is merely my duty, sir. Chen Xiao replied calmly, bowing his head. Meng Yun approached and placed a hand on Chen Xiao's shoulder. From this day forward, you shall serve as deputy commander of the assault formation, temporarily holding the rank of Duwei. The supply camp will be under your command. A spark ignited within Chen Xiao's mind. Duwei, that was a position of actual authority. I am grateful for your favor, General. Meng Yun nodded, his gaze sweeping over the corpse on the ground before issuing a cold decree. Announced that Guozong has betrayed the state and conspired with the enemy. Immediately decapitate his head for public display. Place the entire camp on lockdown and investigate his accomplices thoroughly. Yes. The voices of soldiers echoed from outside the tent as they acknowledged the order. While Chen Xiao stood by watching Meng Yun manage the aftermath, his thoughts were consumed by something else entirely. The mysterious Shadow One must possess intimate knowledge of the Qin army camp. If they could deploy Guozong to deliver messages, then, with Guozong now dead, that particular operative had been eliminated. Shadow One would inevitably respond to this loss. System activate passive perception. Chen Xiao commanded, his gaze penetrating the darkness beyond the tent. Since you've come, don't rush to leave. A barely perceptible smile curved his lips. On the third day after taking over the logistics camp, Chen Xiao was leaning over a desk, carefully applying a pale blue powder to the edge of a long saber, using a precision tool kit exchanged from the system's shop. Centurion. No, Commandant. The tent flap was pushed open, and Zhao Si entered carrying a steaming bowl of meat soup. Freshly made mutton soup, Commandant. Drink it while it's hot to warm yourself. Centurion. No, Commandant. The tent flap was pushed open, and Zhao Si entered carrying a steaming bowl of meat soup. Freshly made mutton soup, Commandant. Drink it while it's hot to warm yourself. Chen Zhao's hand paused slightly, then he casually tucked the vial into his bosom, turned around, and took the bowl. Much obliged. He lowered his head and blew gently on the soup. Through the rising steam, Zhao Si's honest face appeared somewhat blurred. What about Tainyo? Still drilling at the training ground? Chen Xiao asked casually, his fingers lightly tracing the rim of the bowl. Yes, sir. That fellow got the new spears you gave him and couldn't sleep from excitement. He's leading the brothers in formation drills. Zhao Si grinned and scratched his head. Commandant, the equipment you've swapped for us is incredible. The spears are light and the tips are astonishingly hard. Just now Tainyo tested one, and it pierced through 3 layers of stacked shields. Good that they work well. Chen Xiao nodded, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Under the passive skill, eagle gaze and wolf glance, he noticed a faint earthworm-like black line flickering beneath the skin on the back of Zhao Si's neck. That was not dirt or a scar. It was the distinctive goo poison tattoo of the Shadow Kill assassins. Only those implanted with control poison would show it when emotionally agitated or their body temperature rose. Chen Zhao's heart sank heavily. Zhao Si had been infiltrated as well. Commandant, why aren't you drinking? It won't taste good cold. Seeing Chen Xiao hesitate, Zhao Si asked with concern, a barely perceptible urgency in his eyes. Chen Xiao looked up, meeting Zhao Si's gaze with calm eyes. This young man before him had been his trusted follower since he was a centurion. Honest, loyal, even somewhat dull. Without the system's alert, he would never have believed that such a simple man could be a pawn of Shadow Kill. Was he controlled? Or had he defected willingly? Countless possibilities flashed through Chen Xiao's mind. It's a bit hot, Chen Xiao said with a smile, setting the bowl on the desk. I'll let it cool for a while. By the way, go fetch a few sets of the newly arrived leather armor. Let me check if the sizes fit. Yes, sir. Zhao Si responded and turned to leave. The moment Zhao Si turned, Chen Xiao clearly saw a glint of cold metal slide into his palm from his sleeve. That was a Shadow Kill custom wrist dart. System activate swallow return art. The thought had barely formed before Chen Zhao's body reacted instinctively. Whoosh! Zhao Si spun around the wrist, dart whistling toward Chen Zhao's throat. Chen Xiao moved like lightning, sidestepping the dart, while hooking his foot under the desk and shoving it violently toward Zhao Si. Bang! The desk slammed into Zhao Si, sending him stumbling. Zhao Si, what are you doing? Chen Xiao barked, a short blade already in his hand. Pain and struggle flickered in Zhao Si's eyes, but they were quickly replaced by a bloodshot red. A beastly growl escaped his throat, and he drew a short dagger from his waist, lunging wildly at Chen Xiao. Kill. Kill you. Then I can live. His voice was hoarse and distorted, clearly in extreme agony and under control. So you're being controlled. Chen Zhao's eyes turned cold. He didn't want to kill Zhao Si, but he had to save himself. Though Zhao Si's attacks were frenzied, they were riddled with openings before Chen Xiao, who had activated Swallow Return Art. Chen Xiao sidestepped the dagger and delivered a knife-hand strike to Zhao Si's neck. Thud! Zhao Si collapsed softly unconscious. Chen Xiao knelt down and pulled open Zhao Si's collar. Sure enough, on the back of his neck, a black, shadow, character tattoo was clearly visible, surrounded by an unhealthy cyan-purple skin. Goo poison control. Chen Xiao frowned deeply. Just then a commotion erupted outside the tent. Enemy attack. There's an assassin. Protect the Commandant. A black shadow like a ghost pierced through the tent wall, a slender, flexible sword aimed directly at Chen Xiao's back. Chen Xiao spun around, raising his long saber to block. Clang. Sparks flew. Chen Xiao's hand went numb. The opponent's strength was not inferior to his own. In the dim lamplight, Chen Xiao made out the figure. A person wrapped entirely in black robes, wearing a featureless white mask revealing only a pair of eyes as cold as a viper's. Ingyi. Chen Xiao spat out the 2 words through gritted teeth. Chen Xiao, you are indeed sharp. Ingyi's voice was distorted by a voice changer, sharp and piercing. I didn't expect you to see through my puppetry art. He glanced at Zhao Si lying on the ground, a hint of regret in his tone. I nurtured this pawn for a long time. I planned for him to deal you a fatal blow at the critical moment, but you saw through it early. What did you do to him? Chen Xiao glared at Yi. Nothing much. Just added a bit of obedience powder to his drinking water and planted a few little bugs in his family, Yi said casually. I put in quite some effort to make him obedient. Despicable. Great deeds require no petty scruples. Yi wasted no more words. His flexible sword darted out like a serpent's tongue, striking at Chen Xiao again. This time his moves were even more bizarre and unpredictable, each thrust aimed at Chen Xiao's vital points. Chen Xiao swung his long saber in desperate defense. Clang, clang, clang. The ringing of metal filled the air. Both moved at blinding speed, locked in a life-and-death struggle within the cramped tent. System activate, rage potion enhanced. Chen Xiao roared in his mind. A surge of heat flooded his body, his strength skyrocketing. He cleaved Yi's flexible sword aside with one powerful stroke, then swept his saber horizontally. Yi was forced back, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. You still have such secret arts. There's more to come. Chen Xiao bellowed, pressing forward. For Zhao Si, for the Xinjiang camp, he had to take down this Yi today. Inside the command tent, blades flashed, and killing intent hung heavy in the air. After consuming the frenzy potion, Chen Xiao's strength and speed had been pushed to their limits, every slash of his weapon carrying the force of rolling thunder. Yet Yi's movements were utterly supernatural, as if boneless, twisting and dodging from angles that defied comprehension. The flexible sword in her hand struck like a venomous serpent, aiming mercilessly for Chen Xiao's throat and eyes. Ring. The flexible sword pierced Chen Xiao's shoulder armor, punching straight through the forged iron pauldron and drawing a thin line of blood. What bizarre swordsmanship! Startled, Chen Xiao countered with a powerful kick. Yi was struck in the chest and sent flying backward, crashing into one of the tent's support pillars. Thud! Yi let out a muffled groan, a streak of blood seeping from beneath her mask. System scan the target's condition. Scan complete. Targeting Yi. Remaining vitality 40%. Status internal injuries poisoned, paralysis. Chen Xiao's eyes flashed with sharp realization. Poisoned. The blood-sealing venom he had smeared on his broad blade had actually taken effect on Yi as well. Yi seemed to sense the anomaly within her own body, her movements beginning to grow sluggish. It's over. Chen Xiao held nothing back, channeling the swallow returns technique to its absolute peak. His figure blazed like lightning, closing the distance to Yi in an instant. The broad blade rose high, its cold gleam piercing the dim light. Halt! At that moment the tent flap was violently thrown open. Tainyo charged in with over a dozen die-hard warriors from the trap formation, and upon seeing the scene, within their faces drained of color. Commander! This! Chen Xiao paid no mind to Tainyo. His broad blade hovered inches above Yi's head, a hair's breadth from death. Why? Chen Xiao locked eyes with Yi's icy gaze and asked in a deep voice, Who exactly are you? Why did you try to kill me? Yi said nothing, merely gazing back at him coldly. No fear in her eyes, only a profound, aching sorrow. Suddenly, she bit down hard on the poison capsule hidden between her teeth. Trying to die. Chen Xiao reacted with astonishing speed, grabbing her jaw and squeezing with ruthless force. Crack! Yi's jaw dislocated, and the poison capsule fell from her mouth. Bind her! Chen Xiao barked at Tainyo. Only then did Tainyo snap back to attention, hastily signaling his men to seize Yi and bind her tightly with specially crafted bull sinew ropes. Search her! Chen Xiao ordered. A die-hard warrior stepped forward and roughly tore the mask from Yi's face. The moment it fell away, everyone in the tent was frozen in stunned silence. Beneath the mask lay a face of breathtaking beauty, marred only by smears of blood and grime. Yet even disfigured, her peerless elegance shone through. Her face, however, was covered with a web of crisscrossing scars, giving her a grotesque and terrifying appearance. This! Tainyo's eyes bulged. It's a woman. Chen Xiao himself was paralyzed with shock. He had imagined Yi could be an old acquaintance, a bitter enemy. But never once did he conceive that the leader of the shadow killers who had been relentlessly hunting his life could be a woman. And furthermore, that face. Chen Xiao's heart lurched violently. Though her face was covered in scars, the contours between her brows and the shape of her features bore a striking resemblance to the phantom of the mysterious woman he had glimpsed within the system space. That woman was a character card gifted with the system's starter package, lying dormant in his inventory ever since. There was no description, only a single line: important NPC, awakening conditions not yet met. Could it be? Chen Xiao took a deep breath, walked over to Yi and crouched before her. What is your name? He made every effort to keep his voice gentle. Yi looked at him coldly, refusing to speak. Close her mouth. Chen Xiao instructed Tainyo. Tainyo hurried forward and carefully reset her dislocated jaw. Chen Xiao, kill me if you dare. Yi said, her voice regaining its usual chill, yet laced with grim resolve. Having fallen into your hands, I have nothing left to say. I will not kill you, Chen Xiao replied, shaking his head. But I need to know why you sought my life. And those scars on your face, what happened? Ing Yi sneered. What? Does Commander Chen harbor pity now? Don't forget, I was the one who came to kill you. I Chen Xiao never slaughter the innocent, Chen Xiao retorted, rising to his feet with burning intensity. If you have your reasons, I can help. But the condition is that you tell me the truth. Ing Yi gazed at Chen Xiao, a complex emotion flickering deep within her eyes. Just then, urgent hoofbeats echoed from beyond the tent. Report. A courier leaped from his horse and burst into the tent. Commander Chen, urgent dispatch from the front. The Zhao army is launching a massive assault. General Meng orders you to lead the trap formation to reinforce immediately. Chen Xiao's brows furrowed. The Zhao army chooses this very moment to attack. He turned to look at Ing Yi only to catch a faint mocking smile playing across her eyes. What? Too afraid to go, she chuckled lightly. Or perhaps you plan to bring along a burden like me to the battlefield. A glint flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. Take her with us. Take her. Tainyo blinked in disbelief. Commander, she's an assassin. I said take her. Chen Xiao barked sharply. Change her into a soldier's garb and blend her into the ranks. If she so much as twitches, kill her on sight. Tainyo dared not question further. He hastily organized his men to dress Ing Yi in a tattered set of Qin army armor and smudge soot across her face, making her appear like some frail, inexperienced recruit. Half an hour later, 70 elite warriors of the trap formation quietly slipped away from the main camp, escorting an unremarkable supply cart toward the front lines. Inside the cart, Ing Yi peered through a gap in the curtain, watching Chen Xiao's tall, resolute silhouette. An unreadable light flickered in her eyes. Chen Xiao, just what kind of person are you? She murmured softly to herself. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao urged his horse at a full gallop, his mind consumed by another matter. System open inventory. Opening. Use character card, mysterious woman. Warning. The target character has already materialized. The character card cannot be used. Chen Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Materialized. He spun around and glared at the supply cart. Could it be that this Ing Yi who had been relentlessly trying to take his life was actually the companion the system had originally designated for him? This plot was unraveling in ways he never anticipated. On the front lines, the clamor of battle shook the heavens. The Zhao army's assault was clearly well prepared, tens of thousands of soldiers surging forward like a black tide, violently crashing against the Qin army's defenses. Before the Zhao army's formation, dozens of never-before-seen giant war machines slowly advanced. On their massive crossbow arms, instead of ordinary arrows, were thick pitch-black, iron fire thunder, projectiles each as thick as a child's arm. Boom! A deafening explosion. An iron fire thunder streaked across the sky, smashing heavily into the Qin army's forward positions. It burst instantly, flames and black smoke engulfing dozens of Qin soldiers. It's the fire thunder crossbow. Meng Yan stood on a high slope, his face ashen. The Zhao army actually managed to build such a thing. When Chen Xiao arrived with the Xinjiang camp, this was the gruesome scene that greeted him. Captain S, should we charge? Tainyo's voice trembled as he looked at the blazing sky. Chen Xiao did not answer. His gaze was fixed on those fire thunder crossbows. System activate tactical simulation. In his field of vision, the battle situation instantly transformed into countless data streams. Red dots Zhao army and blue dots Qin army collided fiercely, simulating the success rates of various tactics. Success rate below 10. Chen Xiao frowned deeply. A frontal charge would be nothing short of suicide. Just then he suddenly sensed an unusual aura from behind. He whirled around, staring at the supply wagon. The curtain was lifted a crack, revealing the scarred face of Ing Yi. She stared at the distant fire thunder crossbows, a profound fear and hatred flashing in her eyes. That's hellfire from the divine workshop. Ing Yi's voice trembled. They actually deployed such a thing on the battlefield. You know what it is, eh? Chen Xiao asked in a low voice. Ing Yi clenched her teeth, pain in her eyes. That's an iron fire thunder, made from blazing oil and thunder mercury. Its power is immense. Oh, once it explodes, nothing grows within 10 zhang. And, she paused, hesitating. And what? Chen Xiao pressed. And this, iron fire thunder, has a fatal weakness. Ing Yi raised her head, looking at Chen Xiao. Its fuse is extremely short, its loading speed is slow, and it's afraid of water. Afraid of water. A glint of sharp light flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. Yes, afraid of water. Thunder mercury becomes ineffective when wet, and can even detonate prematurely. Ing Yi looked at Chen Xiao. If you want to break it, there's only one way. What way? Use fire. Chen Xiao was stunned. Use fire. That would play right into their hands, wouldn't it? No. Ing Yi shook her head, a resolute look in her eyes. You need to use fire to burn their fuse handlers. Once their fuse handlers are in chaos, those iron fire thunders become useless. And, she pointed to the supply wagons behind the Zhao army. Their blazing oil and thunder mercury are hidden in those wagons. As long as you burn those wagons, their fire thunder crossbows won't be able to fire a second round. Chen Xiao looked at Ing Yi, a complex emotion surging within him. This woman who had always wanted his life was now giving him advice. Why are you helping me? He asked. Ing Yi was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, I don't want to see more people die under this hellfire. I used to make these things. Chen Xiao's heart jolted. So that was it. All right, I trust you. Chen Xiao turned and shouted to Tai Niu and the death warriors of the Xinjiang camp brothers. Listen up. Sir, Tai Niu, take 20 men and gather dry grass and branches from the area. The more the better. Yes. Zhao Si. No, the rest of you follow me. We're going to deliver a big gift to the Zhao army. A ruthless gleam flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. Since you use fire, then I'll use fire to burn down your nest. A quarter of an hour later, before the Zhao army's formation, the fire thunder crossbows once again roared with deadly menace. But this time a squad of death warriors clad in drenched cotton armor suddenly burst out from the Qin army's positions. Each of them held a huge torch soaked in oil. Are those Qin's soldiers mad? Guokai, the Zhao army's commander, sneered as he watched. Fighting iron fire thunder with torches. Courting death. But the next moment his smile froze on his face. Those Qin death warriors did not charge toward the Zhao main force. Instead, they raced in a bizarre zigzag pattern, madly dashing for the supply wagons behind the Zhao army. No, they want to burn the supplies. Guokai roared in fury and alarm. Quick, stop them. The fire thunder crossbows swiveled to aim. Just then Chen Xiao pulled a signal flare from his chest and fired it into the sky. Bang! The red flare exploded in the air. The Qin archers, already lying in ambush on both sides, released their bowstrings simultaneously. Countless flaming arrows like a meteor shower rained down precisely on the fuse handlers of the fire thunder crossbows. Boom, boom, boom. The torches in the hands of the fuse handlers were ignited by the flaming arrows, triggering a chain explosion. The iron fire thunders detonated prematurely before the Zhao army, a pillar of flame soaring into the sky, shattering the Zhao formation into chaos. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao, leading the death warriors of the Xinjiang camp, had already reached the supply wagons. Light them up. Chen Xiao roared, hurling his torch onto the mountain of supplies. Whoosh! The fire engulfed everything in an instant. The blazing oil caught fire, immediately forming a massive wall of flame that completely cut off the Zhao army's retreat. Retreat! Chen Xiao shouted, leading the death warriors of the Xinjiang camp back to the Qin army's positions amid the enemy's chaos. The battlefield was ablaze with fire, and the clamor of battle rose all around. The Zhao army's fire thunder crossbows had become their own nightmare, while the Qin army seized the opportunity to counterattack, routing the Zhao main force. After the battle, Meng Yun personally came to the Xinjiang camp's encampment and bowed deeply to Chen Xiao. Captain Chen, this great victory is all thanks to your brilliant strategy. You have rendered another major service. Chen Xiao quickly helped Meng Yun up. General, you flatter me. This victory owes much to. He turned to look at the supply wagon. The curtain was lifted again, revealing Ying Yi's scarred face. She looked at Chen Xiao no longer with murderous intent, but with a complex emotion in her eyes. Chen Xiao walked up to the wagon and looked at her. Thank you, he said softly. Ying Yi was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, my name is Hong Lian. Chen Xiao's heart trembled. Hong Lian. That name. From today on you are no longer Ying. Chen Xiao looked at her seriously. You are my comrade. Hong Lian looked at Chen Xiao, a glint of tears in her eyes. She nodded. Sunset bled red, dyeing the Qin army's grand camp with a somber, majestic gold. Great victory! Meng Yun hosts a celebratory banquet in the central tent, the lamps blazing, the fragrance of wine filling the air. Yet Chen Xiao was unmoved by the glory. He sat at the lower seat, his fingers unconsciously stroking the wine cup at his waist, his gaze occasionally wandering toward the outside of the tent. Hong Lian was placed in a separate tent not far from the main camp, nominally to recover, but in truth under house arrest. Yet Chen Xiao knew her heart longed for freedom more than a caged bird. Captain Chen Xiao, if it hadn't been for your ambush behind enemy lines, and for burning Zhao's incendiary oil, our army might not have secured victory. Meng Yun raised his cup and rose, his voice loud and his eyes shining with approval. Today he was in exceptionally good spirits, his face flushed bright red. The generals nodded in agreement, and the eyes turned toward Chen Xiao with both admiration and envy. Captain Chen Xiao, he began, bowing, your praise is too much. This victory rests on the soldiers' obedience. Oh, I merely benefited from a fortunate stroke of luck. Humility is a virtue, but merit and fault must be clearly delineated, for that is the way to govern. Meng Yun waved his hand, drew a token from his breast, and threw it to Chen Xiao. This is half of the tiger token. From today you are the formal commander of the Xinjiang camp, commanding 500 elite soldiers. Chen Xiao's heart tightened. If he revealed Hong Lian's identity, how would Meng Yun deal with her? A woman who had once been an enemy assassin and who wielded dangerous arts might well face imprisonment or even death. Who might this person be? If there is merit, I will not stint the reward. The tent fell silent at once. All eyes fixed on Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao's heart tightened. If he revealed Hong Lian's identity, how would Meng Yun deal with her? A woman who had once been an enemy assassin and who wielded dangerous arts might well face imprisonment or even death. General Chen Xiao spoke in a low tone. That person was merely a fugitive I happened to rescue who knows some unorthodox arts. That person is of capricious temperament and unwilling to be bound by military regulations. After the war she left, and I do not know her whereabouts. Meng Yun frowned slightly, evidently unsatisfied, but did not press further. If she is a fugitive, then so be it. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao, you must remember, trust those you employ, doubt those you do not. If such talents appear again, they shall serve the great Qin. Understood. The banquet went on, but Chen Xiao's thoughts were no longer on the dishes. He found an excuse and left the tent. Exiting, the night wind met him with a touch of chill. He walked straight toward Hong Lian's camp. Outside the camp, 2 guards stood drowsing. Chen Xiao waved his hand, signaling them to withdraw. He pushed the curtain aside and entered. Hong Lian sat on the couch, fingering a short dagger she had drawn from her person. When Chen Xiao entered, she did not look up, but spoke softly, "You're here." Chen Xiao walked to sit opposite her. "Why not let me reveal your identity? You could have earned a title and a secure future from this. Stable. Chen Xiao, you are too naive. The sins I bear cannot be washed away by a mere token of merit. Moreover," she paused, a cold gleam flashing in her eyes, "Shengong Fong is a highly secretive organization of Zhao state dedicated to researching forbidden weapons. Behind them lies support from the Qin state's upper echelons." Shengong Fong. Chen Xiao frowned. "The organization that manufactures the Fire Thunder crossbow." "Not merely the Fire Thunder crossbow. Shengong Fong is a very secretive institution of Zhao state devoted to researching various forbidden weapons. Behind them lurks support from the Qin state's upper echelons." Qin state's upper echelons. Chen Xiao's heart leapt. "Are you saying?" "Yes." Hong Lian looked at Chen Xiao, each word deliberate. "The true master behind Shengong Fong is the Qin state's Zhongfu, Lu Buwei." Chen Xiao sprang to his feet, eyes wide with astonishment. "Lu Buwei? How could this be? Lu Buwei, the prime minister of Qin, wielding power at court. Why would he fund an enemy nation to manufacture weapons? What evidence do you have?" Chen Xiao asked gravely. "Evidence?" Hong Lian let out a bitter laugh. "My father was once Shengong Fong's chief craftsman. He was silenced after uncovering this secret. I too barely escaped and was saved by the Yingsha, but the price was that I became their killer." She drew a torn token from her bosom and tossed it to Chen Xiao. "This is the token I stole from Shengong Fong. It bears Lu Buwei's private seal." Chen Xiao took the token, inspecting it by the lamplight. Sure enough, on the token's reverse was carved a tiny Wei character, the stroke bold and heavy, identical to the Lu Buwei seal he had seen on official documents. "This?" Chen Xiao felt his palm grow hot. "This is not merely a token, it is a bomb capable of detonating the entire Qin court." "What will you do?" Hong Lian asked, meeting his gaze. "Kill me and present this token to Lu Buwei to claim reward. Or—" "Shut up, Chen Xiao," she began, but he cut her off with a surge of anger in his eyes. "I am but a warrior, yet I know right from wrong. Lu Buwei is treacherous and deserves death." He drew a deep breath and stowed the token away. "This token I will safeguard with care. As for you," he looked at Hong Lian, his gaze softening. "From today you are no longer In, nor are you simply Hong Lian. You are my personal guard, codenamed Arua. I will give you a new identity and a new future." Hong Lian regarded Chen Xiao, complex emotions flashing in her eyes. There was warmth, surprise, and a hint of something else, an attachment she herself had not realized. "Why?" as she asked softly. "Aren't you afraid I will drag you down as well?" "Because I believe," Chen Xiao said, meeting her gaze with earnestness, "you are not a bad person." Hong Lian lowered her head, a teardrop sliding down to stain her sleeve. "Chen Xiao," she whispered, "thank you." Just then, urgent footsteps sounded beyond the tent. "Report." A scout horseman exclaimed in alarm, "Commander Chen, it is not good. Zhao army has sent beast troops. They're charging toward our grand camp." "Beast troops?" Chen Xiao and Hong Lian exchanged a glance, a sense of foreboding rose within them. "Moved." Chen Xiao seized the saber on the table and strode toward the doors. "Go and see what exactly these beast troops are." The late-night military camp was awakened by a dull, thunderous trampling sound, the earth seeming to tremble. Chen Xiao rushed out of his tent and saw a massive swarm of strange shadows breaking through the darkness, charging straight toward the Qin army's main camp. They were not ordinary soldiers, but dozens of rhinos clad in heavy iron armor, their eyes dyed blood-red, white vapor spraying from their nostrils as they charged madly against the Qin army's anti-cavalry stakes. "It's the iron-armored rhinos. Retreat." The frontline Qin soldiers screamed in terror as the defense line collapsed instantly. These rhinos weren't merely armored in thick bronze plates. They carried small crossbow turrets mounted on their backs, each heavy step striking the earth like a warhammer. System activate weakness analysis. Data flooded Chen Xiao's vision in an instant. Red warning markers scattered across the rhinos' bodies, but between the gaps in their thick iron armor, faint yellow points flickered, their eyes and joint connections. Iron Bull. Assemble the penetration formation. Target enemy beast troops. Chen Xiao roared, gripping his broad blade tightly, his gaze burning with intensity. "Commander, this thing is impervious to swords and spears." Iron Bull led dozens of death volunteers charging forward, his legs trembling as he watched the rhinos advance like living mountains. "Nothing is invincible," Chen Xiao said firmly. "Listen to my orders. Half of you use hook sickle spears. Aim for their leg tendons. The other half follow me. He turned to look at Hong Lian beside him. No. Hong Lian shook her head, a trace of determination flashing in her eyes. I know how to deal with them. The Divine Workshop installed proximity bombs on them. They detonate when anything draws near. Your men charging in would be walking into certain death. She pulled a small bamboo tube from her bosom containing a purple powder. This is sound-disturbing powder. It can interfere with their hearing. Rhinos fear piercing sounds most of all. You have someone blow the horns, and I'll scatter the powder. Chen Xiao looked at her, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Good. Follow her orders. The battlefield remained in chaos. An iron-armored rhino knocked several Qin soldiers aside with its charge, preparing to trample an injured soldier lying on the ground. At that critical moment, Chen Xiao surged forward like lightning, his broad blade striking fiercely at the rhino's knee joint. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, and the blade actually bounced back, leaving only a shallow scratch on the iron armor. What a hard shell! Chen Xiao was startled, but rolled with the momentum, dodging the rhino's furious charge. Blow the horn. Hong Lian stood on the high slope and waved her arm forcefully. Woo! The mournful horn sound instantly echoed through the night sky. Those frenzied rhinos suddenly halted upon hearing the piercing noise, a trace of confusion and pain flashing in their eyes. Now, Hong Lian abruptly pulled the stopper from the bamboo tube, and the purple powder scattered on the wind, instantly enveloping that rhino. The rhino emitted a mournful scream, its legs giving way as it crashed heavily to the ground. Good opportunity. Chen Xiao shouted loudly, his body light as a swallow, as he leaped onto the rhino's back, driving his blade precisely into its eye, the only vulnerable point beneath the iron armor. Puffed. Blood gushed out. The rhino rolled frantically before finally going still. Well done. Chen Xiao jumped down from the rhino and looked toward Hong Lian. A pale smile appeared on Hong Lian's face, but it quickly faded as her expression turned deathly white. Careful! She suddenly screamed. On the back of the dead rhino, the small crossbow turret suddenly glowed with a red light. That's a self-destruct mechanism. Hong Lian's voice was filled with terror. Retreat. Quick retreat. Chen Xiao reacted, instantly pouncing toward Hong Lian and pressing her beneath him. Boom. A massive explosion rang out beside them, the shockwave sending both flying several meters away. When Chen Xiao opened his eyes again, dawn had broken. The air was filled with the chaotic sounds of rescue efforts and the groans of wounded soldiers. He struggled to sit up, his whole body throbbing with pain, his ears ringing. Commander, you're awake. Iron Bull's large face appeared before him, full of surprise. Where's Hong Lian? Chen Xiao's first words were asking about her. She's right over there, suffered some concussion injuries, nothing serious. Iron Bull pointed to the side. Chen Xiao turned to look and saw Hong Lian lying on a stretcher, her face pale, but her breathing steady. He breathed a sigh of relief. Have the Zhao army retreated? Yes, they have. Iron Bull said excitedly. Thanks to you and that young lady, we destroyed half of their iron-armored rhinos. The rest were thrown into disarray and driven back by General Meng's forces. Just then Meng Yun walked over with a team of personal guards. Chen Xiao, you've earned another merit. Although Meng Yun wore a smile, his eyes held a trace of complexity. General. Chen Xiao struggled to get up. No need for such formality. Meng Yun waved his hand, his gaze falling on the unconscious Hong Lian. Is this the refugee you mentioned? Yes. Chen Xiao's heart tightened. Her name is Arua, and she knows some mechanical arts. Meng Yun nodded without saying more. Take her down for proper medical treatment. Also, he pulled a letter from his bosom and handed it to Chen Xiao. What is this? This was found on a dead rhino. Meng Yun said solemnly. It bears the private seal of Lu Buwei. Chen Xiao's heart gave a violent shock. Meng Yun looked at him meaningfully and said, there are certain matters I know you're investigating as well. But now is not yet the time. Take this letter for now. When the moment is ripe, it will become a sharp sword. Chen Xiao took the letter, feeling its weight. Thank you, General. Meng Yun patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Chen Xiao looked at the letter in his hand, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Lu Buwei, your doom is not far off. Just then Hong Lian slowly opened her eyes. Chen Xiao, she called weakly. I'm here. Chen Xiao held her hand. I seem to have had a dream. Hong Lian looked at him, her eyes full of confusion. I dreamed of my father, he said. The Divine Workshop hides an even greater secret. What secret? A secret that can change the entire landscape of the world. Hong Lian's voice grew softer and softer until she fell into a deep sleep. Chen Xiao looked at her, an ominous feeling rising in his heart. A greater secret. It seems this war has only just begun. The night was as dark as ink, impenetrable and thick. 100 li beyond the Qin army's camp lay a secluded mountain valley, its sheer cliffs rising on all sides, with only a winding path leading inward. This was the true core of the Shungong Fong, the secret that Hong Lian had spoken of, capable of reshaping the fate of the world. Chen Xiao and Hong Lian crouched behind a jagged outcrop, their bodies wrapped head to toe in black night attire, only their eyes exposed. Ahead lies Ghost Wailing Gorge, the only passage into the Divine Workshop. Hong Lian lowered her voice, whispering softly into Chen Xiao's ear, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. Archers guard both sides of the gorge, and the sentries rotate every hour. That is our window. Chen Xiao gave a slight nod and activated Eagle Eye Wolf Glance. Through his enhanced vision, faint crimson lights flickered along the dark cliff walls on either side of the gorge, likely embers from the guards' breathing or the dying coals of their torches. The shift is changing, Chen Xiao murmured and moved like a leopard sliding along the rock face. Hong Lian followed close behind her, movements as light and silent as a cat. Seizing the brief moment of the guard rotation, the two slipped through the gorge like phantoms. As they entered the valley, the scene opened up dramatically. A colossal underground workshop lay hidden within the mountain's belly, brightly lit. Giant water-powered trip hammers rose and fell, their muffled impacts masking the sound of their footsteps. That is the furnace district where weapons are forged. Hong Lian pointed toward a distant blaze of fire. We must go to the mechanism pavilion at the very heart of the workshop. All the blueprints and account ledgers are kept there. The two wove past bustling craftsmen and patrolling guards, moving deeper into the facility. However, just as they were about to reach the mechanism pavilion, a strange, buzzing sound suddenly rose in their ears. Careful! Iron bees! Hong Lian's expression turned grave. Chen Xiao looked up and saw dozens of fist-sized metallic beetles darting out from the shadows, their compound eyes gleaming with eerie red light as they charged straight at them. System activate swallow return technique. Chen Xiao retreated explosively, his large blades sweeping into a protective net. Clang, clang, clang. The relentless sound of metal clashing filled the air. The iron bees were astonishingly hard. His blade left only white scratches upon impact. They fear water, Hong Lian shouted. Their power core relies on a mercury mechanism. It will short-circuit on contact with water. Hearing this, Chen Xiao abandoned brute force and drew the water skin at his waist, flinging its contents toward the swarm of iron bees. Splash! Clean water rained down. True to her words, the iron bees froze like figures caught in a paralysis spell, their wings locking mid-beat before they plummeted to the ground, wisps of green smoke curling from their ruined forms. Well done! Seizing the opportunity, the two dashed into the mechanism pavilion. Inside, row upon row of bookshelves were packed with bamboo slips and parchment scrolls. Quick! Find the red scroll. Hong Lian frantically searched through the stacks. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed behind them. Hong Lian, you did bring someone after all. Chen Xiao spun around to see an elderly man in a green robe emerging from the shadows. His face was gaunt and withered, and one eye was a mechanical prosthetic that glowed with a faint blue light. Master! Hong Lian's face drained of color, her body trembling slightly. Who is he? Chen Xiao stepped in front of Hong Lian, his blade pointed directly at the old man. Who am I? The old man sneered. I am the mad Taoist driven to desperation by your so-called righteous path. I am also the master of this divine workshop. He raised his hand, and a crimson beam shot from his mechanical eye straight at Chen Xiao's forehead. System dodged. Chen Xiao instinctively twisted sideways. The red light grazed his cheek and pierced the bookshelf behind him, obliterating it in an instant. Not bad. A flicker of surprise crossed the mad Taoist's eyes, and in the next moment, he swept both hands forward, sending dozens of flying knives hurtling toward them like a torrential downpour. Take cover. Chen Xiao grabbed Hong Lian and pulled her behind a massive bookshelf. Boom, boom, boom. The flying knives shredded the shelves, leaving them riddled with holes. You keep searching. I'll hold him off. Chen Xiao barked, refusing to retreat. He burst from behind the shelf, his large blade cleaving through the air with devastating force, striking directly at the mad Taoist. Seeking death. The mad Taoist snorted coldly, a bizarrely shaped short sword appearing in his hand as he met Chen Xiao's attack. Clang! A thunderous crash rang out. Chen Xiao felt his palms go numb, and he was driven back several steps. You actually consumed the Berserker potion. The mad Taoist's eyes narrowed with greed. Truly a fine thing. If I could turn you into a human puppet, the secrets of that potion would be mine. Before he finished speaking, his figure blurred into an afterimage, charging at Chen Xiao once more. At that moment, Hong Lian suddenly burst from behind the shelf, clutching a red scroll in her hand. Master! Stop! She cried out. I know you've been searching for the Heavenly Craftsman's secret record, but I've already destroyed it. Give up your delusions. The mad Taoist froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. What did you say? I said your ambitions end today. Hong Lian replied fiercely, hurling the scroll toward Chen Xiao. Catch. This is all the evidence of Lu Buwei's collusion with the enemy. Chen Xiao caught the scroll, his heart sinking. System scan the scroll's contents. Scan complete. Confirmed as secret correspondence and account ledgers proving Lu Buwei's treasonous dealings with the state of Zhao. Reward 500 points. Hong Lian, you cursed woman. Enraged beyond measure, the mad Taoist swung his short sword into a storm of steel, enveloping Hong Lian completely. Watch out! Chen Xiao roared, the Berserker potion's power surging through him once more. He charged blindly into the sword storm, placing his body between Hong Lian and the killing blows. Thwack! The short sword pierced Chen Xiao's shoulder, blood instantly soaking through his garment. Chen Xiao! Hong Lian gasped, tears welling in her eyes. I'm fine. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth and seized the mad Taoist's wrist, twisting with all his strength. Snap! The old man's wrist was brutally broken. Oh! The mad Taoist let out a deafening scream and stumbled backward. Let's go. Chen Xiao grabbed Hong Lian, and they fled toward the exit of the mechanism pavilion. Behind them, the mad Taoist's furious roars mingled with the sounds of exploding mechanisms. The two burst out of the divine workshop, mounted their prepared steeds, and galloped hard toward the Qin army camp. The night wind bit sharp against Chen Xiao's face, carrying a trace of blood. He glanced back at the receding valley, a look of resolve flashing in his eyes. Liu Buwei, your reckoning is truly at hand. The night was as dark as iron, and the cold wind cut like a knife. Within the Qin army's main camp, the lights burned as bright as day, yet the atmosphere was shrouded in a chilling, oppressive solemnity. Days of grueling war of attrition had left the soldiers utterly exhausted and their morale in decline. Inside Meng Yun's command, an anxious tension hung thick in the air. That old scoundrel Liu Buwei. Meng Yun slammed his palm heavily onto the desk, sending the teacups rattling. He actually dared to withhold our provisions and fabricate military intelligence, claiming the Zhao army has divine weapons, aiding them all to shake our army's morale. The generals beneath his command looked at one another in silence, filled with indignation, yet utterly helpless. Just then the tent curtain was abruptly flung open, and a gust of icy wind laced with the scent of blood swept inside. General Chen Xiao strode in. Though the wound on his shoulder had been hastily bandaged, blood still seeped through, blooming into a startling dark red flower against his black night suit. Behind him, Hong Lian held the red scroll with a solemn expression. Chen Xiao? You? Meng Yun gasped in shock, quickly stepping forward to support Chen Xiao's faltering body. What happened to you? The Shingong workshop. I have infiltrated the Shingong workshop. The evidence of Liu Buwei's collusion with the enemy is right here. Chen Xiao handed the scroll to Hong Lian, gesturing for her to present it to Meng Yun before gritting his teeth and saying, General, I have a way to defeat the enemy, but I need you to mobilize the finest craftsmen and blacksmiths in the entire army to follow my command. Meng Yun unfurled the scroll. With just a single glance, his eyes erupted with a mixture of wild ecstasy and fury. He snapped the scroll shut and nodded heavily. Good. Splendid. Chen Xiao, whatever you need, I shall grant it. Every craftsman in the army is at your disposal. My deepest thanks, General. Chen Xiao inhaled deeply, enduring the agonizing pain in his shoulder, while a fervent light gleamed in his eyes. System opened the attribute panel. Host Chen Xiao. Current status: minor injury, bleeding. Reward points 500. Shingong workshop mission settled. Skills: Eagle Vision and Wolf's Glare. Swallow return technique: Frenzy Potion. 1 use remaining. Master Butcher beginner. System: I want to exchange for the Mechanical Master skill, beginner level. Exchange successful. Points consumed 300. Remaining points 200. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge regarding mechanical structures, gear meshing, power transmission, and materials science flooded into Chen Xiao's mind. The intricate mechanisms he had previously witnessed in the Shingong workshop were no longer mysterious divine arts in his eyes, but precise apparatuses assembled from simple mechanical principles. General, take me to the supply depot. Supported by Hong Lian, Chen Xiao arrived at the camp where old chariots were stored. The place was piled high with abandoned chariots discarded due to years of neglect or battle damage. Their wheels were broken, shafts fractured, and all were covered in a thick layer of dust. Dismantle all of these chariots. Chen Xiao pointed at the scrap metal, his voice weak, yet remarkably firm. I will use them to give the Zhao army a surprise. Though Meng Yun was perplexed, he issued the order immediately. Hundreds of craftsmen and soldiers were assembled, and under Chen Xiao's direction, they began to dismantle, categorize, and polish the materials. Ignoring his injuries, Chen Xiao worked alongside them. Armed with a specialized carving tool, he swiftly etched the grooves of gears onto a piece of refined iron. General, these chariots are far too ancient. Even if we repair them, they won't withstand a charge from the Zhao cavalry. An old craftsman muttered, staring at the blueprints in Chen Xiao's hands with a face full of doubt. Who said we are going to repair them? A cold smirk played on the corner of Chen Xiao's lips. What we are going to do is grant them rebirth. He pointed to a massive silhouette on the blueprint, clad in heavy iron armor. What we are building is not a mere chariot, but a mobile fortress. An armored cavalry. For the next 3 days and nights, Chen Xiao barely consumed a drop of water, sustaining himself entirely on the frenzy potion and sheer willpower. He replaced the wooden structures of the chariots with a special alloy obtained from the Shingong workshop, heavy yet incredibly resilient. Utilizing the principles of hydraulic forging hammers, he modified the wheels to travel smoothly over rugged terrain. He also designed a complex gear transmission system, allowing the vehicles to be propelled by human or animal power, unleashing astonishing momentum. Most crucially, he installed retractable battering rams at the front of the vehicles and carved out arrow slits on the sides, allowing spearmen and crossbowmen to fight in coordination. Finally, at dawn on the 4th day, the first armored chariot was born. Pitch black all over and clad in heavy iron plating, it gleamed with a spine-chilling cold light in the morning sun. The massive battering ram resembled the fangs of a wild beast, and the wheels were bristling with sharp, wicked barbs. Standing atop the armored chariot, Chen Xiao felt a dull ache from his shoulder wound, yet his gaze was brighter than ever before. General, let us test the vehicle. Meng Yun personally selected 10 robust soldiers to drive this armored chariot toward the drilling ground. Charge at full speed. At Chen Xiao's command, the 10 soldiers exerted their strength, simultaneously driving the armored chariot forward in a wild dash. Rumble. The heavy iron wheels crushed the ground, letting out a deep, thunderous roar as if the very earth were trembling. Ahead of the armored chariot, a specially constructed dirt wall stood prominently in sight. Ram it! Boom! A colossal crash echoed as dust billowed into the air. When the dust settled, the 3-foot-thick dirt wall had been smashed to pieces, yet the armored chariot remained completely unscathed, its front slightly raised, as if displaying its might to the world. Excellent. Magnificent. Superb. Meng Yun was so moved that old tears welled in his eyes. With this creation, the Zhao cavalry will be nothing more than clay dogs and straw chickens. On the drilling ground, all the Qin soldiers watched in sheer awe before erupting into earth-shattering cheers. Armored chariots. Invincible. 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 Standing atop the armored chariot, against the rising sun, Chen Xiao felt the cold wind brush past his face. He knew that the scales of this war had already begun to tilt because of him. System mission updated. Mission name: Iron Steeds and Frozen Rivers. Mission description: in the upcoming battle, lead the armored chariots to crush the main force of the Zhao army and capture or slay the Zhao commander-in-chief. Mission reward: 1,000 points. Special reward. The corner of Chen Xiao's mouth curled slightly as he muttered to himself. Zhao army, are you ready to welcome your nightmare? In the distance from the direction of the Zhao army's camp, the faint sound of horns echoed. The great battle was on the verge of breaking out. The morning mist had not yet dispersed, and a grim chill permeated the air. Before the Zhao army's encampment, banners snapped in the wind, while drumbeats shook the heavens. Li Mu stood upon the elevated command platform, his gaze sharp as he watched the movements of the Qin forces in the distance. Clad in silver armor, his cape whipping violently in the wind, yet his face betrayed no hint of underestimating the enemy. Issue the order. The entire army on full alert. Crossbowmen form the front line, spearmen hold the center, and cavalry flank both wings to provide support. Li Mu declared in a grave voice. The Qin forces have been suffering from low morale these past days, yet they dare to launch an offensive today. There must be treachery afoot. Just then the central command flag of the Qin army camp flapped violently, and war horns blared long and loud. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy war drums erupted suddenly, no longer the frantic rhythm of before, but a suffocating, oppressive rumble, as if rising from the very depths of the earth. What? What is that sound? A deputy general among the Zhao ranks frowned, tilting his head to listen. Why does it feel so heavy? Li Mu's pupils contracted sharply. He could feel the ground beneath his feet trembling faintly in response to those drumbeats. Rumble. Through the distant mist, a row of black silhouettes began to emerge. They moved unlike the agile cavalry, nor were they as light as ordinary war chariots. Rather, they resembled rolling mountains of iron advancing slowly, yet with an irresistible, crushing momentum toward the Zhao formation. What? Are those war chariots? Li Mu was startled. He had never encountered such bizarre chariots in his life. They were pitch black throughout, sheathed in thick iron armor that gleamed with cold light in the morning sun. Their wheels were enormous, studded all over with razor-sharp barbs. At the front of each chariot, massive ramming spires protruded like the fangs of ferocious beasts, horrifying and savage to behold. Loose arrows! Loose arrows! The vanguard commander of the Zhao army shouted at the top of his lungs. Whoosh! 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 A dense rain of arrows spiraled skyward, whistling sharply as it arced toward those black iron mountains. Clang! 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 The arrows struck the iron armor, sparking in showers, then bounced off uselessly and fell to the ground, as though tickling the iron mountains. What a chaos erupted among the Zhao troops. Their finest reinforced bows and heavy crossbows could not even pierce the enemy's defenses. Full charge. Charge at full speed. Chen Xiao stood atop the command tower of the lead heavy iron cavalry unit. The wound on his shoulder throbbed with each violent jolt, yet he paid it no mind. He raised his broadsword high, his voice hoarse, yet filled with fanatic fervor, for great Qin. For victory. Charge. Roar. 50 heavy iron cavalry units accelerated simultaneously, like 50 awakened steel behemoths, unleashing a deafening roar. They crushed across the ground, sending soil flying and snapping vegetation in all directions. Those heavy iron wheels obliterated every obstacle, even pulverizing stones on the ground to dust in an instant. Hold the line. Hold. Spearmen. Spearmen. The Zhao commander bellowed until his voice cracked. The frontline soldiers trembled as they raised their spears, attempting to halt that torrent of black. Bang, bang, bang. The ramming spires at the front of the iron cavalry struck the Zhao defense line with ruthless force. Those resilient spears snapped like dry twigs, and the soldiers wielding them were sent flying by the colossal impact, spouting blood, their fate left uncertain between life and death. Ah! Screams of agony, the sound of shattering bones, and the collision of iron armor merged into one terrifying symphony. The Zhao army's front line before this tide of steel proved as fragile as paper torn open in an instant to reveal a gaping wound. Push in. Kill them all. Chen Xiao stood upon the command tower, his broadsword flashing like swirling wind. From the firing ports on both sides of the chariot, elite Qin crossbowmen and spearmen unleashed devastation simultaneously. Crossbow bolts descended like swarms of locusts, spears rose like a forest harvesting the lives of Zhao soldiers. Those 50 iron cavalry units were like 50 razor-sharp scalpels, precisely and ruthlessly slicing through the heart of the Zhao formation. Wherever they passed, the enemy collapsed into disarray, and their battle formations shattered completely. General, the Qin army. They wield sorcery. Their chariots. They're forged from iron. A Zhao courier charged onto the command platform, his face twisted in sheer terror, his voice cracking with fear. Li Mu's expression turned ashen, his hands gripping the railings so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He watched as that black torrent like harbingers of hell swept through his ranks with unstoppable fury. His once proud infantry phalanx before this overwhelming force proved utterly incapable of mounting any meaningful resistance. Retreat. Order the entire army to fall back, 10 Li. Reform your lines. Li Mu gritted his teeth and forced those words through clenched jaws. He knew well that if he did not retreat now, his main force would be completely annihilated by those 50 iron cavalry units. Woo woo, the Zhao horns sounded shrill and urgent, the signal for retreat. Think you can escape? Not so easily. Chen Xiao watched the Zhao army beginning to scatter, a cruel gleam flashing in his eyes. System activate berserk mode. Target, the Zhao army commander Li Mu. A wave of heat surged through Chen Xiao's body instantly. His wounds seemed temporarily numbed, replaced by an unprecedented surge of power. Brothers, follow me into the charge. Bring Li Mu in alive. Heavy iron cavalry. Invincible. 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 The Qin soldiers erupted into deafening cheers, their morale reaching its zenith. They drove their steel behemoths in hot pursuit, herding the Zhao forces like sheep, reducing them to disgraceful disarray. Across the battlefield, dust choked the sky and lamentations rang out everywhere. Those 50 black iron cavalry units became an indelible nightmare etched into the minds of every Zhao soldier. This battle marked the moment Chen Xiao and his heavy iron cavalry rose to legendary fame. The setting sun crimson like blood dyed the Qin army camp in a solemn golden red. Inside the central command tent, the atmosphere was colder than the chilling wind outside. Chen Xiao, do you plead guilty? At the head of the tent sat a civil official clad in crimson robes. Wang Wan, the army supervisor dispatched by Lu Buwei. Clutching a scroll of bamboo slips, he bore an arrogant expression, yet his gaze was as sinister and calculating as a serpent's. Still covered in the grime of battle, Chen Xiao stood in the center of the tent. The wound on his shoulder, exacerbated by days of relentless combat, seeped blood through his bandages. Yet his expression remained tranquil save for his eyes, which gleamed colder than the long sword in his hand. This general does not know of any crime, Chen Xiao replied. His voice was quiet, yet every word resonated with absolute clarity. Insolent. Wang Wan slammed his hand onto the desk, sending the bamboo slips rattling. You dared to divert military resources without authorization to forge those demonic weapons that defy the laws of nature. You have left the battlefield strewn with corpses and drenched in rivers of blood. This is an act of utter cruelty and betrayal. Furthermore, witnesses have testified that you colluded with the state of Zhao, deliberately letting Li Mu escape. What is your true intention? A clamor erupted among the generals assembled in the tent. Some wore expressions of indignation, some looked evasive, while others sneered in secret. What utter nonsense! Meng Yun surged to his feet, his beard and hair bristling with rage as he glared at Wang Wan. Lord Supervisor Chen Xiao's achievements in this battle are monumental. With a mere 50 iron cavalry, he shattered a hostile force of 30,000, decapitating over 10,000 and capturing countless spoils. To punish rather than reward such meritorious service, would this not break the spirit of our entire army? General Meng, you are mistaken, Wang Wan replied with a hollow smile. Merit is merit and transgressions are transgressions. His heavy armored cavalry cost an exorbitant fortune, and their bizarre design violates the natural order. Rumors are already circulating in the imperial court that this creation is born of sorcery. If we do not punish him severely, we risk divine retribution. As for letting Li Mu escape, the evidence is ironclad. Eyewitnesses saw Chen Xiao deliberately slow his pace during the pursuit. Bullshit! Meng Yun roared in fury. During that pursuit, Chen Xiao was at the vanguard of the charge. His shoulder wound reopened, and he nearly collapsed from exhaustion. How could he have slowed down intentionally? Those witnesses of yours, are they not merely the retainers of a certain individual? General Meng, watch your tongue. Wang Wan's face darkened. I have come under the direct orders of the Chancellor to investigate this matter. If General Meng insists on shielding him, do not blame me if I impeach you along with him. You? Meng Yun trembled with rage, momentarily at a loss for words. He knew that Lu Buwei's influence in the imperial court was deeply entrenched. If the Chancellor chose to seize this opportunity to strike, even a veteran border general like himself would find it difficult to withstand the onslaught. The atmosphere inside the tent grew tense like a bowstring drawn to its breaking point. The personal guards brought by Wang Wan had quietly closed and waiting only for the command to seize Chen Xiao. At that moment Chen Xiao suddenly laughed. His laughter was soft, yet it carried an indescribable tone of mockery. Lord Supervisor, Chen Xiao began slowly. You accuse me of forging demonic weapons in secret. Yet every single nail and iron plate of that heavy armored cavalry was salvaged from abandoned chariots and crafted in our own military smithies. Not a single coin of military funding was embezzled. The accounts are meticulously clear. You are welcome to inspect them, General. Wang Wan let out a cold snort. The accounts may be correct, but where did the blueprints and crafting techniques for your iron cavalry originate? Did you simply conjure them out of thin air? The blueprints and techniques. A sharp glint flashed across Chen Xiao's eyes. Were bestowed upon me in a dream by a divine being. Upon waking, I merely replicated them. If you do not believe me, Lord Supervisor, you are welcome to seek out that divine being and ask him yourself. You? Wang Wan choked on his words. He naturally did not believe such an absurd explanation, yet he found himself utterly unable to refute it. As for the accusation of colluding with the enemy, Chen Xiao's tone shifted, his gaze sharp as lightning as it swept toward a corner of the tent. Li Mu is a renowned general of Zhao. Had I not deliberately stayed my hand and allowed him to escape back to Handan with his remnants, how could the Chancellor's grand strategy have been carried out so smoothly? A collective gasp echoed through the tent at his words. Wang Wan froze in shock, his face instantly turning pale. You? What nonsense are you spouting? A faint smirk played on Chen Xiao's lips. Reaching into his robes, he produced a black medallion engraved with the character Lu, one of the crucial pieces of evidence he had intercepted at the Divine Workshop. Surely, Lord Supervisor, you are not unfamiliar with this medallion. Chen Xiao's voice was not loud, yet it struck Wang Wan's ears like a sudden clap of thunder. And this secret letter penned by the Chancellor himself to a certain high official of Zhao. Its contents are quite intriguing. Wang Wan's face drained of all color instantly, his lips trembling as he stood speechless. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Chen Xiao to possess such lethal leverage. You are slandering him. Wang Wan tried to maintain his composure, but he could not conceal the terror in his eyes. Hand it over. That is a forgery. Whether it is a forgery or not, a simple inspection will reveal the truth. Chen Xiao tossed the medallion and the secret letter to Meng Yun. General, please take a look. Receiving the items, Meng Yun's expression grew solemn. Though a military man, Meng Yun was no fool. He instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Wang Wan, Meng Yun said in a low, heavy voice, this matter is of grave consequence. If you drop this now, I can act as though none of this ever happened. Otherwise, cold sweat beaded on Wang Wan's forehead. He realized he had struck an immovable object. The evidence in Chen Xiao's hands was enough to ruin Lu Buwei, and a minor pawn like himself would be utterly crushed without a trace. This. Wang Wan stammered, his face flushing and paling in turns. At that moment, the rapid sound of approaching footsteps echoed from outside the tent. Report. A messenger rushed inside, dropping to one knee. Reporting to the general. An envoy from the palace has arrived with an imperial decree from His Majesty. Everyone in the tent was taken aback. How could the emperor's decree have arrived so swiftly? Receive the decree. Meng Yun adjusted his armor and spoke solemnly. An eunuch clad in yellow robes flanked by several imperial guards strode into the tent with an air of authority. He held a scroll of bright yellow imperial decree in his hands. His gaze swept over the crowd before finally resting on Chen Xiao, a subtle glint of admiration flashing briefly in his eyes. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Chen Xiao, general of Qin, is highly commended for his loyalty and valor. In the Battle of Chongping, he shattered the enemy through brilliant strategy, securing the future of Great Qin. He is hereby bestowed the title of General who guards the state, granted 1,000 taels of gold, 10,000 mu of fertile land, and summoned to court for an audience. Respect this. As the reading of the imperial decree concluded, a deathly silence fell over the tent. Wang Wan was struck as if by lightning, collapsing limply to the ground. The emperor's decree had directly appointed Chen Xiao as the general who guards the state, an extraordinary honor that even Meng Yun had never received. This meant Chen Xiao had officially entered the emperor's sights, becoming a true disciple of the Son of Heaven. Chen Xiao received the decree. The eunuch smiled as he handed the imperial decree to Chen Xiao. His Majesty has spoken. Your iron cavalry is a blessing to Great Qin. Whosoever dares to utter a single word of dissent shall be deemed an enemy of Great Qin. Chen Xiao accepted the imperial decree, yet his heart felt little joy. He knew that this decree was both a supreme honor and a heavy shackle. From this moment on, he was officially drawn into the vortex of Qin's power struggle, and his battle with Lu Buwei had only just begun. This General Chen Xiao accepts the decree and offers his gratitude to His Majesty. He bowed deeply. Though his movements were somewhat stiff, they carried an undeniable air of resolve. The residual glow of the setting sun filtered through the tent curtain, bathing Chen Xiao in light and making his blood-stained armor gleam with a golden luster. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the tint entrance toward the distant city of Xianyang. There lay the pinnacle of power, as well as endless conspiracies. And Chen Xiao was ready. System mission complete. Mission reward 1000 points. Special reward Tiger Tally capable of mobilizing 5,000 elite troops. A faint smile played on Chen Xiao's lips. With this Tiger Tally, he would finally secure a genuine foothold in the state of Qin. Supervisor Wang Wan, Chen Xiao said calmly, turning to look at the man collapsed on the ground. His Majesty's decree has been delivered. Your investigation may now come to an end. As for those witnesses, I believe they would also be very eager to meet His Majesty. Wang Wan shuddered violently, collapsing completely to the ground, his face as pale as ash. Meng Yun looked at Chen Xiao, his eyes filled with immense gratification and emotion. He knew that this young man was no longer the youth who once required his protection. He was an eagle poised to soar into the high heavens, and the sky of Qin would only grow wider because of him. Chen Xiao, Meng Yun stepped forward, patting him on the shoulder. Well done. Chen Xiao returned a smile, one carrying a trace of exhaustion, but far more of unyielding resolve. General, this is only the beginning. Night fell, and the Qin army camp was brilliantly illuminated by torches. The horns of celebration drowned out the churning undercurrents. And Chen Xiao stood at a new beginning, prepared to face the even greater storms ahead. At dawn in Xianyang, a thin mist enshrouded the towering city walls, and the gray-blue bricks glinted with a cold, austere quality in the pale light. The city gate opened slowly, Chen Xiao riding a plain war horse, followed by 50 armored riders, elite heavy cavalry, bearing specially crafted cavalry lances and repeating crossbows rather than Qin State's standard halberds as they entered toward the empire's heart. Inside Xianyang, unlike the frontier's grimness, the city bustled with carriages and merchants, a scene of vibrant prosperity. Yet as Chen Xiao and his escort passed, passers-by looked on with curiosity and appraisal, some edged with a barely perceptible hostility. They were too unconventional. 50 soldiers, each clad in heavy iron armor, even the horses wrapped in half armor, and their weapons were not Qin military spears, but specially made cavalry lances and repeating crossbows. Their faces bore wind and frost, their eyes as sharp as hawks, a stark contrast to the pampered guards of Xianyang. Look, those are the country bumpkins returning from the frontier. They say they built an iron monster that scared the Zhao army. While it's only brute force, in Xianyang they still must follow the rules. Whispers like needles prickled the ears. Chen Xiao remained calm, lightly tightening the reins as he led the column through the bustling streets toward the Emperor's Grant, the Zhangguo general's mansion. At the end of the street stood a grand mansion. Crimson gates, sweeping eaves, and a plaque gleaming gold with the words Zhangguo general's mansion. But in sharp contrast to this imposing facade was the quiet forecourt. The gates were desolate, not a servant in sight, 2 doors ajar, as if silent mockery of the master. Chen Xiao sprang from his horse and pushed open the gates. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, evidently long neglected, with no greeting or sweeping for the new master. General, one of the guards could not help but say, this is unacceptable. We earned great credit. Chen Xiao smiled, a touch of coldness in his smile. Not yet. He turned and pointed toward a distant, brightly lit mansion. This was the Chancellor Lu Buwei's Xianghua mansion. Look there. They looked on. In front of Xianghua mansion, carriages and banners crowded the gates. There were officials in official robes, merchants in brilliant dress, and many envoys in exotic attire lining up to pay homage to the Chancellor. In contrast, their own so-called Zhangguo general's mansion appeared like a deserted island. This is Xianyang. Here merit is of little value, power is what matters. Lu Buwei's power is so great that even the Emperor's edict can be forgotten. He strode into the mansion, his voice echoing through the empty courtyard. Issue orders. Have everyone disarm and rest. Tell the brothers to sharpen their eyes and whet their blades. In Xianyang, our enemies are tougher than the Zhao army. Yes, 50 elites replied in unison. They may be crude, but they understood that this silent marginalization was more suffocating than any battle. Chen Xiao walked alone into the study. On the desk lay the Tiger Tally, the emblem of power, and an invitation letter that had just arrived. The invitation had come from the Xianghua mansion, inviting him to tonight's welcoming banquet. Welcoming banquet? Chen Xiao sneered. Probably a Hunmin banquet. He tossed the invitation aside and opened the system panel. Host Chen Xiao. Current status lightly injured, not yet healed. Reward points 1000. Skills Eagle Eye Swallow, Return Technique, Berserker Potion, 1 use remaining, Butcher's Knife Technique, Beginner Master of Machinery, Beginner, Special Item Tiger Tally. System 1000 points. I want to exchange for something that can anchor me in Xianyang. Detected host request. Recommended exchanges: Emperor's Mind, Art Beginner 500 points, Peerless Dancer Special Talent 500 points, Elite Soldier Camp, Beginner 1000 points. Emperor's Mind Art. Is too illusory, Peerless Dancer too distant, Elite Soldier Camp good, but of no use here. Are there any? About intelligence, assassination, or public opinion. Detected special skill Shadow of Espionage Beginner. Effect can establish and manage a junior intelligence network adept at covert infiltration, espionage, and rumor-mongering. Cost 800 points. Yes, that's it. Exchange successful. Remaining points 200. In an instant, a flood of knowledge on intelligence gathering, code-breaking, and covert operations filled his mind. Chen Xiao felt his awareness expand. He could clearly hear the passing by of idle people outside the mansion probing for anything within, deliberately or not. So that's how it is, Chen Xiao said with a slight smile. Lu Buwei, you intend to isolate me, to make me blind and deaf, don't you? He moved to the window, gazing at the withered plum tree outside. Come here. A sentry pushed the door open. General, go dig up that tree and replace it with a new one. The biggest, the most conspicuous. The guard froze, then went to carry out the orders. Evening at Xianghua Mansion. Lights blaze, music and dancers fill the halls. Lu Buwei sits at the head, smiling, receiving the welcomes of all. Chancellor, will Chen Xiao really come here? A confidant whispered. He will come, Lu Buwei answered, touching his wine gently. The young man is hot-blooded and cannot be stirred too easily. If he does not come, it will be disobedience. I will have my say. If he comes, I will show him who rules Xianyang. Just then the housekeeper hurried in, whispering a few words to Lu Buwei. His expression shifted slightly, then settled, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Oh, he is quite interesting. He set down his wine and declared loudly, ladies and gentlemen, our protagonist has arrived. The crowd turned their heads. Chen Xiao appeared in full military dress, a long sword at his waist, striding into the hall with a commanding presence, though no entourage trailed behind him. I am Chen Xiao, greetings to the Chancellor. Chen Xiao bowed slightly, not kneeling. Lu Buwei, amused, replied, Chen General, I have long heard of you. Your frontier deeds are thunderous, Lu Buwei praised. Chancellor, your praise knows no bounds, Chen Xiao replied calmly. I merely carry out orders and dare not claim credit. Humility, humility. Lu Buwei gestured to a seat and said, Chen General, please sit. This seat has been reserved especially for you. Chen Xiao looked up. The seat was not at the main table, but in a corner beside a cluster of minor officials. This was naked humiliation. The hall people shifted their gazes, some gloating, others sighing. Chen Xiao, as if oblivious, walked forward and sat calmly. Thank you, Chancellor. Lu Buwei's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. He had hoped Chen Xiao would fly into a rage and storm out, which would give him grounds to accuse him of rebellion. Chen General, an official approached with a wine cup, smiling thinly. I hear you forged an iron monster at the frontier. Could you show us? In Xianyang, it's been ages since we've seen such a novelty. This mocked his wild ways and lack of etiquette. Chen Xiao raised the cup and drained it. Lord Zhang, you jest. That iron monster is for killing enemies, not for monkey tricks. If Lord Zhang wishes to see it at the frontier, I can write a letter of recommendation. The official's face sank, embarrassed, and he left in a huff. Lu Buwei watched the scene, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Chen General, Lu Buwei suddenly spoke, soft but overpowering the din. You seem to have some misunderstanding of me at the frontier. Chen Xiao looked up, meeting Lu Buwei's eyes. Chancellor, what do you mean? I hear you hold some evidence. Lu Buwei smiled faintly. Whether it's true or not, I cannot tell. Chen Xiao's heart tightened. Lu Buwei's information network is indeed formidable. But he remained calm. Chancellor, when you refer to evidence, do you mean the Zhao weapon designs seized at Shungong workshop that have already been laid before His Majesty? Those have already been presented to the Emperor. Lu Buwei narrowed his eyes. Chen Xiao, you are clever. But clever people rarely live long. Thank you for your concern, Chancellor. Chen Xiao stood bowed. I have matters to attend to. I will take my leave. He turned and walked away, his silhouette resolute. The hall fell silent. Lu Buwei watched Chen Xiao's back, crushing the wine cup in his hand. What a Chen Xiao! Chen Xiao stepped out of Xianghua Mansion. The night wind brushed his face, sharpening his resolve. System mission update. Mission name Xianyang undercurrent. Mission description under Lu Buwei's marginalization and pressure. Build your own intelligence network and obtain substantive evidence of Lu Buwei's collusion with the enemy. System reward points 1500. Special reward counter-espionage. Chen Xiao glances back at the brilliantly lit Xianghua Mansion, a cold smile crossing his lips. Lu Buwei, you think this is the end? The real show has only just begun. He mounted and rode toward his own residence. In front of his residence, the withered plum tree had been dug up, replaced by a towering lush pine. In the night, the pine stood tall, a silent proclamation. Chen Xiao dismounted, stroked the pine's rough bark, and whispered, from today, the Zhangui General's mansion will no longer be a lonely outpost. It will be a dagger planted in Xianyang's heart. And the first step of that dagger is... He looked up toward a dark corner with eyes like lightning. Come out. A shadow stepped from the wall. Shadow, the soldier he had sent to test the terrain after learning the skill Shadow of espionage. General, have you found anything? Return to General, we have. The back gate of Xianghua Mansion. Every night at the third watch, a nondescript carriage comes and goes. The carriage seems to carry something. Chen Xiao's eyes gleamed. Good. Very good. Tonight we won't sleep. Go summon the brothers. We will go to welcome them. Night deepens. The gates of Zhangui General's mansion close once more, as if nothing had happened. Yet beneath the ostensibly peaceful Xianyang, the undercurrents had already begun to surge. At the third watch, the hustle and bustle of Xianying had long fallen silent. Only a cold moon hung high in the sky, casting down a frost-like silver glow. In the back alley of the Chancellor's manor, a narrow and deep passage remained deserted as usual. Clad in black with a dark veil masking his face, Chen Xiao revealed only a pair of eyes that gleamed brightly in the night. Behind him followed 10 personal guards dressed in the exact same attire. These guards were elite warriors selected from the heavy armored cavalry, exceptionally agile and fiercely loyal. "General, this is the place," whispered one of the guards, pointing toward the depths of the alley. "Every night at this hour that carriage always appears." Chen Xiao nodded, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings like a hawk. As his spy shadow skill activated, his hearing and vision were instantly magnified to an infinite degree. He could hear the distant footsteps of patrolling soldiers and discern the faint scent carried by the wind, the distinct metallic tang of newly forged ironware. "Prepare." The men quickly dispersed, vanishing into the shadows. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the dull rumble of wheels rolling over the cobblestone pavement echoed from afar. A dilapidated, dust-covered cargo carriage slowly entered the mouth of the alley. The driver was a middle-aged man who looked extremely tense, constantly glancing over his shoulder. Behind the carriage followed 2 guards who, despite their servant-like attire, walked with steady and heavy steps. Their waistlines bulged, clearly concealing weapons. "Halt!" The driver reined in the carriage and looked around, seemingly confirming their safety. Right at that moment, a dark figure leaped down from the top of the wall, like a phantom, landing noiselessly right behind the driver. Immediately after, several dark figures flanked them from both sides, instantly subduing the 2 guards. "Who is there?" The driver gasped in terror. Just as he was about to cry out, a freezing dagger was already pressed against his throat. "If you want to live, shut your mouth." Chen Xiao's voice was as cold as ice. Trembling all over, the driver nodded frantically. "Open the carriage," Chen Xiao commanded. One of the guards stepped forward and lifted the thick tarpaulin covering the carriage. Under the moonlight, the contents inside were laid bare. Instead of ordinary cargo, hundreds of brand new spears were neatly stacked inside, their sharp tips gleaming with a cold light. Nestled in the gaps between the spears were several sealed wooden chests. Chen Xiao leaped onto the carriage, pulled out a spear, and examined it closely. "Are these standard issue spears of the state of Zhao?" one of the guards whispered in astonishment. Chen Xiao remained silent. His gaze fell upon an inconspicuous engraving at the end of the shaft. It was the character Zhao alongside a unique insignia, the mark of the Handan arsenal of the state of Zhao. "Not only are they Zhao standard issue," Chen Xiao said in a low voice, "but they were also recently forged. The quenching technique on the spearheads is even more refined than that of the Qin army." He set the spear down and turned toward the wooden chests. "Open them." The chests were pried open, revealing not gold, silver, or treasures, but rolls of bamboo slips and silk scrolls. Chen Xiao picked up the topmost scroll and unfurled it. It was a detailed map of the Qin military's defensive deployments, marking every fortress, troop deployment, and grain depot from Xianying all the way to the border passes. Beside the map lay a letter. The letter was written in a secret cipher unique to the state of Zhao. "General, what is this?" the guard asked, bewildered. "A secret letter," Chen Xiao sneered. "It seems Lu Buwei is not only smuggling military weapons to the state of Zhao, but is also gathering intelligence from them. This chest is filled with the top secrets of the Qin military." He quickly flipped through the bamboo slips, when suddenly the signature on one of the letters caught his eye. "From the King of Zhao to Chancellor Lu." A sharp light flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. What audacity! The King of Zhao actually dared to write directly to Lu Buwei, addressing him as Zhongfu and promising to cede 3 cities once their plot succeeds. This was blatant, outright treason. "General, what do we do now?" The guards looked at one another, deeply feeling the gravity of the situation. "What do we do?" A cold smile played on the corner of Chen Xiao's lips. "Since Chancellor Lu is so fond of doing business, we might as well help him expand his enterprise." Stashing the letters and the defense map away, he ordered the guards, "Replace all these spears in the carriage with the discarded parts from our heavy armored cavalry. And let's leave a little souvenir for the Chancellor." The guards went to work immediately. They emptied the carriage of the spears and replaced them with a pile of rusty, worthless scrap iron. At the bottom of the carriage, they cleverly planted several inconspicuous beacons, makeshift gadgets Chen Xiao had crafted on the spot by combining his master mechanic skill with his knowledge of spy shadow. These beacons would continuously emit a faint signal for him to track. Once everything was in order, Chen Xiao used the Qin military's standard cipher to add a line of small characters onto the King of Zhao's secret letter. "Goods received. Excellent. Second shipment in 3 days at the usual place. Zhao." Then he placed the letter back in its original spot and secured the tarpaulin. "Withdraw." Just as quickly as they had arrived, the men vanished into the night. Half an hour later, at the back gate of the Chancellor's manor, trembling with fear, the driver drove the carriage through the guards' inspection. The guards merely lifted the tarpaulin for a casual glance. Seeing that the carriage was still fully loaded with cargo, they waved it through. The carriage drove deep into the Chancellor's manor, coming to a halt in front of a secluded storehouse. The driver hopped down and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, preparing to knock on the door. Suddenly the storehouse door swung open. Dressed in plain attire, Lu Buwei stepped out in person accompanied by several of his trusted confidants. Chancellor. The driver bowed hastily. Lu Buwei waved his hand, his eyes burning as he stared intently at the carriage. Where is the shipment? The King of Zhao said this batch is extremely important and wanted me to inspect it personally. It's right in the carriage. The driver's voice trembled. Lu Buwei stepped forward and personally lifted the tarpaulin. Under the glow of the lantern, he saw the cargo inside the carriage clearly. It was not sharp spears, nor was it valuable intelligence. It was a pile of broken copper and scrap iron. What is this? Lu Buwei's voice suddenly spiked, filled with unbelievable rage. Terrified, the driver fell to his knees with a thud. This lowly servant does not know. I guarded it with utmost care. Along the way there was absolutely no mishap. Lu Buwei's face turned livid instantly. He fiercely drew the dagger from the driver's waist and stabbed it violently into the pile of scrap metal. With a metallic clang, sparks flew. The dagger did not pierce the scrap iron, but was bounced back instead. Under the lantern light, Lu Buwei discovered a line of small characters carved into the metal. Chancellor, the night is late. Sleep early. Chen Xiao. Lu Buwei froze on the spot, as if struck by lightning. Chen Xiao. The name slithered into his mind like a venomous serpent. Men. Lu Buwei roared furiously. Seal the Chancellor's manor. Search. Search everywhere. However, even after turning the entire manor upside down, they found nothing except the carriage of scrap metal and the tampered secret letter. Lu Buwei slumped into his grand armchair, crushing the secret letter in his hand into powder. Well played, Chen Xiao. He never expected that this greenhorn, who had just entered Xianyang, would possess such audacity and cunning. Infiltrating the Chancellor's manor at night, as if entering an empty field, he had not only intercepted absolute proof of treason, but had also turned around and made a fool out of him. Chancellor, one of his trusted aides asked tremulously about that letter. What of the King of Zhao? Lu Buwei closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying his best to calm the raging storm in his heart. Reply to him. Lu Buwei's voice was hoarse and freezing. Tell the King of Zhao that the goods have been received. In 3 days at the usual place we will hand over the second batch. He opened his eyes, which gleamed with frenzied, killing intent. Chen Xiao, do you honestly think you can bring me down with this? How naive. Since you have presented me with such a grand gift, it is only fitting that I return the favor with a generous present of my own. Pass down the order, mobilize the Shadow Guard, and have them watch the Defender General's manor. The moment he makes even the slightest move, report to me immediately. Understood. The night grew deeper, and the Chancellor's manor was thrown into utter chaos. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao was sitting in the study of the Defender General's manor, idly playing with a small receiver in his hand. On the receiver, a red dot blinked steadily. It was the signal emitted by the beacon he had left on the carriage. Chancellor, Chen Xiao murmured, looking at the red, as a playful smirk curved his lips. I have taken note of your usual place. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the green pine tree standing proudly outside. System mission completed. Mission reward 1500 points. Special reward Sao Discord Scheme. Chen Xiao took a deep breath, feeling the power surging within his body. 1500 points plus the previous 200 makes a total of 1700 points. He opened the system mall. System, I want to redeem the Special Forces Camp Elementary. Redemption successful. Consumed points 1000. Remaining points 700. In an instant, a massive torrent of information flooded his mind. The Elementary Special Forces Camp allowed him to recruit and train 100 Special Forces soldiers skilled in stealth, infiltration, assassination, and demolition. These soldiers would become his sharpest hidden blades in Xianyang. Still not enough, Chen Xiao muttered to himself. System redeem, basic close quarters combat, and basic firearms manufacturing as well. Redemption successful. Consumed points 500. Remaining points 200. The combat techniques would render him invincible in close quarters brawls, while firearms manufacturing was a preparation for the future. In this era of cold weapons, the power of gunpowder was enough to overturn everything. General, the guard's voice called out from outside the door. What is it? News has just leaked from the Chancellor's manor. They say there was a minor issue with tonight's cargo exchange. The Chancellor was absolutely furious and has heavily reinforced their security. Chen Xiao laughed. A minor issue. He probably wants to tear down the entire Chancellor's manor. He turned around, his eyes burning like torches. Tell the brothers they worked hard tonight. Let them get some good rest. Tomorrow there will be even more interesting things to come. Yes, sir. Chen Xiao sat back down at his desk, unfurled a blank sheet of paper, and picked up his brush to write down several names. Lu Buwei, Wang Wan, Shadow Guard. The game has only just begun, he murmured to himself. The sky over Xianyang is about to change. Outside the window, the green pine tree swayed gently in the night wind, as if responding to his resolve. From the direction of the Chancellor's manor, the faint sound of hurried hooves could be heard galloping toward the palace gates. Chen Xiao put down his brush, his lips curving upward. Go on, run, and file your complaint. I'd like to see how you'll wrap up this show. The night was as dark as ink, and the city of Xianyang was still immersed in its dreams. Yet beneath this seemingly calm facade, a storm powerful enough to overturn the empire's power structure was already quietly brewing. The following morning, the great hall of Xianyang Palace, Yingzheng, king of Qin, sat on the dragon throne, wearing a white jade belt at the waist, his expression grave as he gazed over the ministers gathered before him. Inside the hall, civil and military officials lined the sides, the atmosphere so solemn that one could almost squeeze water from it. If there is business, present it; if not, withdraw. Court, the eunuch's sharp voice cut through. One man stepped out from the crowd, striding into the hall. It was Chancellor Lu Buwei. His face was ashen, eyes veined with blood, evidently had not slept. Your servant Lu Buwei presents a memorial. Yingzheng slightly raised a hand. Chancellor, please speak. Lu Buwei drew a breath, his voice rising sharply with a cold, searing edge. I impeach the newly minted Zhengguo General Chen Xiao. This man pays no heed to the king, is arrogant and unruly. Last night, he reportedly forced his way into the chancellor's residence, stealing arms with treacherous intent. With this, the hall erupted in an uproar. It was Chen Xiao. He wore armor, a sword at his waist, not rattled by the impeachment, instead lifting his head, meeting Lu Buwei's gaze with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Voices rose. Lu Buwei's faction seized the moment, echoing, accusing Chen Xiao of arrogance and lawlessness. Yingzheng's brow furrowed, his gaze turning toward the hall's entrance. Chen Xiao, where is he? As soon as the words fell, a tall figure strode into the hall. It was Chen Xiao. He wore armor, a sword at his waist, not rattled by the impeachment, instead lifting his head, meeting Lu Buwei's gaze with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. I, Chen Xiao, greet my king. Chen Xiao saluted, his voice loud. Chen Xiao, Yingzheng said solemnly, the chancellor impeaches you for breaking into the chancellor's residence and stealing arms. Is this true? Lu Buwei snorted coldly, cutting in. Chen Xiao, caught red-handed, what defense do you have? Last night you sent men to intercept a wagon at the back gate of the chancellor's residence, and inside were iron ore urgently needed by the court. You are stealing state material, a crime unpardonable. He hedged the accusation, recasting the trafficking of arms as iron ore, attempting to cover up the truth. Chen Xiao, unfazed, drew from his chest a small bamboo tube and held it high. It seemed to hold something inside. Great king, Chen Xiao declared, Lu Xianghua says I stole the arms and I cannot admit it. But last night I did intercept a wagon, and what was inside was certainly not iron ore. He opened the bamboo tube, pouring out a roll of silk and a copper badge bearing a strange mark. What is this? Yingzheng's eyes flashed with a glint. This is a secret letter from the Zhao king to Lu Xianghua and the emblem of Zhao's armory. Chen Zhao's voice thundered through the hall. What I intercepted last night were arms and intelligence bound for Qin from Zhao. And the one to receive these arms and intelligence is none other than Lu Xianghua. A gasp rose up. Treason against the state is a crime that could wipe out 9 clans. Lu Buwei's face changed. He roared, Chen Xiao, you smear with lies. What evidence do you have? Evidence? Chen Xiao sneered. Let the king verify the handwriting on this secret letter. This insignia can also be checked by the Ministry of Works. As for more direct evidence, he unsheathed a palm-sized bronze disc from his waist, its needle quivering, pointing toward a direction outside the hall. This is the beacon I found on that wagon. It can guide us to the final hiding place of that batch of arms. The underground chamber beneath the Chancellor Lu's residence. Ridiculous. Lu Buwei roared. The beacon is nothing but some occult trickery. Your Majesty, Chen Xiao is trying to mislead the people. If it is sorcery, we'll know by trying. Chen Xiao stepped forward, bowing deeply to Yingzheng. Your Majesty, if what I say is false, I am willing to die. If Chancellor Lu is truly treacherous, please examine impartially. Yingzheng's gaze lingered on the beacon in Chen Xiao's hand for a moment, a hint of complexity in his eyes. Though young, he was not foolish. A fear of Lu Buwei's power had long dwelt in him. Wang Jian. Yingzheng suddenly spoke. I am Wang Jian. A broad-shouldered general stepped through the crowd. Take a detachment of the guards with Chen Xiao, follow this beacon to search the underground chamber. Yingzheng's voice was cold and inexorable. I obey. Wang Jian bowed, his eyes bright as he looked at Chen Xiao. Lu Buwei's face turned deathly white. He had not expected Yingzheng to trust Chen Xiao so utterly, nor had he imagined that this seemingly absurd beacon would win the king's approval. Your Majesty. Lu Buwei hurried to his knees. The Chancellor's residence is my private home. How can outsiders search it? This is not proper. Proper. Yingzheng sneered. Treason and betrayal are the greatest breach of propriety. Chancellor, if you have nothing to hide, why fear a search? Lu Buwei opened his mouth, but could not respond. He had indeed disposed of the wagon's scrap iron, but the tampered secret letter and the beacon's traces might not be entirely erased. Half an hour later, Wang Jian strode back into the great hall, kneeled, his voice strong. Your Majesty. Following the beacon's guidance, I have found in the Chancellor Lu's garden behind the rockery a secret chamber containing 300 Zhao standard spears and a copy of this secret letter. He held a bamboo slip in both hands, raised high. The hall fell into a deathly silence. Lu Buwei slumped to the ground, pale as ash. Yingzheng took the bamboo slip, opened it, and after a quick glance fury erupted in his eyes. Lu Buwei. He slammed the bamboo slip down in front of Lu Buwei. What else do you have to say? On the slip clearly written the Zhao King promised after success to said E3 cities and to exalt Lu Buwei as Zhongfu. This is naked treason. Lu Buwei trembled, cold sweat pouring. He knew it was all over. He had hoped to trap Chen Xiao with the charge of stealing arms, but Chen Xiao had caught the ironclad evidence of treason. I. Lu Buwei stammered, trying to argue. This is Chen Xiao framing me. This is framing. Chen Xiao sneered. Was the beacon you planted yourself? Was the secret letter you wrote? Chancellor Lu, with witness and physical evidence before you, what more do you have to say? Come forth. Ing Zheng rose, dragon robe fluttering. Remove Lu Buwei from office and cast him into the heavenly prison. His faction also thoroughly investigated. Yes. The Imperial Guards surged toward the hall, lifting the paralyzed Lu Buwei and dragging him away. Lu Buwei's faction, seeing the tide, knelt on the ground trembling. In the great hall above, the ministers were as silent as if chilled to the bone. No one dared to utter a sound. Ing Zheng's gaze swept across the ministers, finally resting on Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, I am the general. Though you acted rashly, trespassed into the chancellor's residence, you uncovered rebels and did a service to the realm. This merit and demerit for now balance out. Ing Zheng's voice softened somewhat. I order you to assist Wang Jian thoroughly purge the remnants of Lu's faction and ensure the court is cleansed. I obey. I shall not fail the king's trust. Chen Xiao's heart tightened. This was not merely an order, but a test. Ing Zheng's intent was to hand him the mess of Lu's faction and to give him a chance to cultivate his own power. Withdraw from the court. With a cry from the eunuch, the morning session ended. The ministers dispersed. Chen Xiao walked out of the hall. The sun was blinding. He narrowed his eyes and gazed at the towering palace walls in the distance. System: the mission is complete. Mission rewards points 2000. Special reward: Emperor's Wrath, a one-time skill that can greatly boost one's presence for a short time, intimidating enemies. Chen Xiao felt the surge of power within. The corner of his mouth lifted. 2,000 points plus the previous 200, total 2,200 points. He opened the system store, eyes blazing. The day in Xianyang will finally change. Meanwhile, deep in the prison, Lu Buwei was locked in a dark, damp cell. He leaned against the cold wall, hatred flickering in his eyes. Chen Xiao. Ing Zheng. He drew from his bosom a dull black talisman clenched tightly in his hand. Do you think this ends here? My pieces are not only on the surface. He whispered, the voice like a venomous snake spitting out a line. The game has only just begun. The sunlit Xianyang city seemed peaceful, yet beneath this calm surface new currents of intrigue already surged. Xianyang under the sun seemed placid, but beneath this surface a new undercurrent was already rising. The night was as dark as ink, thick and impenetrable. The Xianyang imperial prison was damp and freezing, the air thick with the stench of decay and blood. This was the darkest corner of the empire, housing the most heinous criminals and burying countless unspeakable secrets. Clad in black with a long sword at his waist, Chen Xiao evaded layers of guards. Enhanced by his overlapping shadows skill, he slipped into the deepest depths of the prison like a phantom. This was the death row reserved for high-profile prisoners where Lu Buwei was held. In front of the cell door, 2 guards had already fallen into a deep slumber. Chen Xiao gently pushed the cell door open, eliciting a grating, ear-piercing creak. Inside, Lu Buwei sat cross-legged on a straw mat, leaning against the wall. Though his face was pale, he showed no signs of despair. Instead, he appeared extraordinarily calm, wearing a faint, eerie smile. You have come. Lu Buwei's voice was hoarse, yet clearly audible. Chen Xiao stopped in his tracks, his gaze sharp as a torch as he stared at him. You knew I would come. If you hadn't, I would have been disappointed. Lu Buwei slowly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with a light Chen Xiao could not decipher. Chen Xiao, you are intelligent, smarter than anyone I have ever met. What a pity. You chose the wrong side. Cut the chatter. Chen Xiao took a step forward, his long sword unsheathed by half an inch. Hand over the list of your accomplices. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind letting you taste the pain of having your tongue ripped out. Lu Buwei smiled, a look of sheer contempt on his face. A list of accomplices? Do you truly believe those people can decide anything? Chen Xiao, you are too naive. Do you think that by bringing me down you have won? He slowly drew a medallion from his robes. It was a black medallion of unknown material, neither metal nor wood. Engraved upon it was a strange symbol, surrounded by intricate and complex patterns. What is this? Chen Xiao's pupils contracted sharply. The moment he laid eyes on the medallion, the system that had long been dormant in his mind suddenly blared a shrill alarm. Warning. High-dimensional energy fluctuations detected. Warning. Unknown threat detected. The system's voice was unprecedentedly grave, carrying even a trace of fear. This is a power beyond your imagination, Lu Buwei murmured, caressing the medallion as if it were the cheek of a lover. Chen Xiao, did you honestly believe you could change everything with your superficial tricks? You are wrong. Everything you have done is nothing more than dancing on someone else's chessboard. What chessboard? Who is behind this? A surge of intense unease welled up in Chen Xiao's heart. Do you want to know? Lu Buwei's smile grew increasingly ferocious. Then ask in hell. Suddenly, he violently shoved the medallion into his mouth and bit down hard. With a sharp crack, the medallion shattered. Immediately after, Lu Buwei's body trembled violently, as if countless insects were writhing beneath his skin. Black blood began to seep from his 7 orifices. His eyes bulged wide, staring fixedly at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, the game has only just begun. His voice sounded as if it came from the depths of the 9 nether underworld, dripping with endless malice and mockery. With a thud, Lu Buwei collapsed to the ground. After a few convulsions, he ceased to move. His eyes remained wide open, with that eerie, cold smile still lingering on his lips. Chen Xiao stood frozen. He had never expected Lu Buwei to commit suicide in such a manner. He quickly stepped forward, knelt down, and examined Lu Buwei's corpse. The body was still warm, but all signs of life had completely vanished. The black medallion had been crushed and swallowed by Lu Buwei, leaving only a few fragments at the corner of his mouth. System analyzed the condition of the corpse. Analyzing. Unknown toxin detected within the deceased. The toxin is highly corrosive and capable of instantly destroying biological tissue. Toxin source. Unresolvable. Chen Xiao furrowed his brows. An unknown toxin, unresolvable. This indicated that the technological level or civilization grade of this toxin far exceeded the system's scope of cognition. A high-dimensional threat. What on earth is it? He stood up and scanned his surroundings. The cell was empty save for Lu Buwei's corpse and that sickening stench. Suddenly, he noticed Lu Buwei's fingers. Lu Buwei's right hand was tightly clenched as if he had been holding something before he died. Chen Xiao knelt down and pried open Lu Buwei's fingers with force. In his palm was a crumpled slip of paper. On the paper there was only a single address, Handan Gigu. Gigu. Chen Xiao's heart stirred. Gigu, the legendary and most mysterious school of the Warring States period, had produced political strategists and military minds like Su Qinzhang, Yi Sun Bin, and Pang Wan. Yet the Gigu faction had vanished without a trace for many years. Could it be that the force behind Lu Buwei was actually Gigu? System analyze information on Gigu. Analyzing. Records regarding Gigu in the database are extremely scarce and mostly legendary. Unable to confirm its existence or whether it is related to the current threat, Chen Xiao put away the slip of paper, his gaze turning deep. Lu Buwei is dead, but the power behind him remains. That Gigu might just be the key. He glanced at Lu Buwei's corpse, a trace of complex emotion flashing through his eyes. You won, Lu Buwei. With your death you have left me an even greater mystery. System update quest. Quest name: The Enigma of Gigu. Quest description: travel to Handan in the state of Zhao, investigate the whereabouts of Gigu, and uncover the true power behind Lu Buwei. Quest reward 3000 points. Special reward. Chen Xiao took a deep breath, turned, and walked out of the cell. Outside the prison the night grew even deeper. He looked up at the starry sky, where the star representing the state of Zhao seemed to flicker with an ominous light. Handan, Gigu, he muttered under his breath. Since you want to play, I will play with you to the very end. I would like to see just how high this so-called high-dimensional threat truly is. Taking large strides, he vanished into the night. Behind him in the shadows of the prison, a dark figure quietly materialized. The shadow watched the direction of Chen Xiao's departure, idly playing with a black medallion identical to the one Lu Buwei had held. Chen Xiao, you have finally taken the bait. The shadow's voice was low and raspy, as if coming from another world. The gates of Gigu have opened for you. The game has officially begun. The night wind howled, sweeping up fallen leaves, as if playing a prelude to the impending storm. The night in Xianyang remained quiet. But beneath that calm facade, a new conspiracy was already brewing in the shadows of Handan. Chen Xiao had no idea that he was about to step into a massive chessboard spanning thousands of years. And he was both the chess piece and the player. A contest of destiny, power, and the unknown had thus begun. The carriage jolted along the official road leading to Handan, stirring up a trail of yellow dust. Chen Xiao sat on the driver's seat, clad in coarse linen, with a common iron blade strapped to his waist, appearing every bit a merchant caravan guard. He squinted, seemingly dozing, yet his spy shadow skill was fully activated, sensing every rustle and shift in the surroundings. On the system panel, the light that representing the mission target flickered in the direction of Handan City. General, ahead lies Handan. Old Zhang, the driver, wiped his sweat and murmured, I hear Zhao is unsettled these days. Will we be able to sell our goods smoothly? Rest assured, Chen Xiao said flatly. As long as the goods are here, there will be buyers. The caravan slowly entered Handan. Unlike Xianyang's majestic grandeur, Handan exuded a somber, oppressive air. The buildings lining the streets, though tall, appeared somewhat dilapidated. Passers-by hurried with furtive glances, and a stifling tension hung in the air. Chen Xiao keenly noticed that the guards at the city gate, though dressed in Zhao military attire, had vacant eyes and stiff movements, more like marionettes. The waters in Zhao run deeper than I imagined. The caravan stopped at an inn west of the city. After settling Old Zhang, Chen Xiao ventured alone into the streets. Guided by the system, he arrived at a tavern called Drunken Immortal Retreat. The tavern buzzed with noise, thick with smoke. Chen Xiao found a corner seat, ordered a pot of cheap wine and a few dishes, and casually surveyed the room. The patrons included merchants, wanderers, and many Zhao officials in formal attire. But Chen Xiao noticed that when these officials conversed, they would involuntarily glance toward a private room on the second floor, their eyes mixed with reverence and fear. So the target is up there. Chen Xiao raised his cup about to take a sip when a faint fragrance drifted over. Sir, drinking alone. Don't you feel lonely? Chen Xiao looked up to see a woman in red standing by the table. Her features were delicate, her eyes sparkling, and she held a folding fan in her hand. Though she appeared as a courtesan, her gaze was deep as the ocean, carrying a weariness that belied her age. Lonely. Chen Xiao laughed. 1,000 cups are too few when drinking with a soulmate, but half a word is too much when talking to a bore. If you have nothing to do, miss, please go your way. The woman covered her mouth with a light laugh and sat directly across from him. Sir, your words are rather interesting. But she suddenly leaned in, her eyes fixed on Chen Xiao, as if trying to pierce his soul. But sir, this skin you're wearing, doesn't it feel a bit uncomfortable, eh? A Qin man's bones are hard, but they also chafe. Chen Xiao's heart tightened. His spy shadow skill hadn't even detected her approach, and she had seen through his identity at a glance. What do you mean by that, miss? Chen Xiao asked impassively, but his hand had already quietly rested on the hilt of his blade. The woman gently fanned herself, a playful smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Don't be nervous. If I wanted to expose you, you'd already be lying in the mass grave outside the city. She lowered her voice, speaking only for the two of them to hear. The Ghost Valley people have noses sharper than hounds. The fresh blood scent on you is too strong. Chen Xiao's pupils contracted sharply. Ghost Valley? Who exactly are you? He demanded in a low voice. Me, eh? The woman laughed softly. Just a spectator. But I'd say this play of yours might be hard to pull off. She rose, took a black token from her bosom, and placed it gently on the table. The token was engraved with a twisted symbol. This is the Ghost Valley's guide talisman. Take it, or it might help you avoid some detours. The woman turned to leave but paused and looked back at Chen Xiao, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Beware the man in white. He is not human. With that, she vanished into the crowd as if she had never existed. Chen Xiao stared at the token on the table, his mind churning. The system alarm blared again. High-dimensional energy fluctuation detected. Source unknown. Warning level high. He picked up the token. It was icy cold, and a strange energy flowed through his fingertips into his body, invigorating him. Ghost Valley. Truly not a legend. He looked up at the private room on the second floor, a cold glint in his eyes. Since I'm here, let's see what secrets you're hiding. Just then the door of the private room opened. A man in white stepped out. His face was pale, bloodless, his eyes hollow, like a walking corpse. He stood by the railing, his gaze slowly sweeping across the hall, and finally, with pinpoint accuracy, landed on Chen Xiao. Found you. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping. Chen Xiao's heart sank. Spy shadow blared a frantic warning. System exchange for basic combat technique. Exchange successful. Points consumed 500. Remaining points 1700. In an instant, Chen Xiao's body seemed infused with new vitality, muscle memory awakening. Take him. At the white-clad man's command, several seemingly ordinary patrons in the tavern suddenly sprang into action, blades flashing as they lunged at Chen Xiao. Looking for death. Chen Xiao snorted, his body erupting into motion. Basic combat technique combined flawlessly with swallow return art, his form darting like lightning through the crowd. Take him. At the white-clad man's command, several seemingly ordinary patrons in the tavern suddenly sprang into action, blades flashing as they lunged at Chen Xiao. The white-clad man's eyes flickered with surprise, then he sneered, interesting. But you won't escape. He raised his hand, revealing a strange device, a small copper tube. System alert. High-energy reaction detected. Chen Xiao's internal alarm screamed. Boom. A blinding beam shot from the copper tube, hurtling straight toward Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao tried to dodge, but the beam seemed locked onto him. No matter how he moved, he couldn't shake it. System. Exchange for Special Forces skill. Exchange successful. Points consumed 1000. Remaining points 700. The Special Forces skill activated instantly, flooding Chen Xiao's mind with countless tactical maneuvers. Without a second thought, he grabbed the wine jug from the table and hurled it at the beam. Bang! The jug vaporized instantly in the light, but the beam's trajectory was slightly deflected, grazing Chen Xiao's shoulder and striking the wall behind him. With a deafening crash, a charred, bottomless hole appeared in the wall. Chen Xiao gasped. This was no weapon from this era. System analyzed the principle of that copper tube. Analyzing. The device uses high-density energy focusing to generate instantaneous extreme heat. Principle. Cannot be parsed. Suggest host evacuate immediately. Chen Xiao didn't hesitate. He grabbed the guide talisman from the table and turned to flee. Running. The white-clad man snorted, his form flickering as he gave chase at an inhuman speed. Chen Xiao burst out of the tavern only to find countless gray-clad figures pouring from the streets and alleys surrounding him. System exchange for Master Mechanic skill. Exchange successful. Points consumed 300. Remaining points 400. Chen Xiao's gaze swept across the buildings lining the street, instantly identifying the optimal escape route. He dashed into a blacksmith shop, grabbed a hammer and several iron nails, and using the master mechanic skill quickly attached simple grappling hooks to the soles of his shoes. Open up. He leaped using the wall for leverage and vaulted onto the rooftop. What a... The pursuers were stunned. The white-clad man's face twisted in shock. Impossible. Chen Xiao sprinted across the rooftops, swift as a swallow vanishing into the night in moments. System mission update. Mission name: Escape from Handan. Mission description: Evade the Ghost Valley's pursuit, find the woman in red, and uncover Ghost Valley's true purpose. Mission reward points 2,000. Special reward: Basic firearm manufacturing blueprint. Chen Xiao raced over the rooftops, his mind eerily calm. Ghost Valley. Indeed, no ordinary underground organization. He touched the guide talisman. In his bosom, a determined glint in his eyes. Whatever you are, I will drag you out. The night deepened, and in the shadows of Handan, countless eyes watched him. A game of cat and mouse had officially begun. The night in Handan was besieged by a torrential downpour. Raindrops as large as beans pelted the bluestone pavement, splashing into countless watery blossoms, as if the entire city were shrouded in a hazy, misty veil. The streets were completely deserted save for the occasional flash of lightning that illuminated the gloomy sky. Chen Xiao huddled beneath the eaves of a roof, drenched to the bone, his breath coming in rapid, shallow gasps. Although the earth-shattering strike in the tavern just now had allowed him to escape successfully, it had also completely alerted Gigu. Now the entire city of Handan was likely under lockdown, waiting for him to walk right into their trap. System: Locate that woman in red. Locating. Target signal is weak. Last known location west of the city: the abandoned swordsmithing workshop. The swordsmithing workshop. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes. He recalled that upon entering Handan he had passed by a desolate area piled high, with rusted ironware and abandoned furnaces. It was once the glorious weapon manufacturing district of the state of Zhao, but now it stood entirely empty and deserted. To track someone in this torrential rain, one would have to be an immortal. A cold smirk played at the corner of Chen Xiao's mouth. But he was no immortal, he was a transmigrator equipped with a system. System exchange for the advanced stealth skill. Exchange successful. Points consumed 500. Remaining points 0. In an instant, Chen Xiao's body seemed to merge with the surrounding darkness. He no longer evaded the rain, utilizing its cover instead, as his figure flitted across the rooftops like a phantom. However, the torrential rain washed away everything. Any traces on the ground had long since vanished. Trying to find someone in such weather was truly like searching for a needle in the ocean. System: Enhance hearing and sense of smell. Enhancement successful. Points consumed 200. Insufficient points. Chen Xiao gave a bitter laugh. His points had hit rock bottom. Just then he suddenly remembered something. The pathfinding talisman, left behind by the woman in red. He pulled out the black token, and under the flash of lightning it actually glimmered with a faint blue light. This is no ordinary token. Chen Xiao examined it closely and discovered a line of minuscule characters engraved on the back of the token. When the water recedes and the stones appear, Gigu shall reveal itself. When the water recedes and the stones appear. Chen Xiao muttered to himself. He looked around. The rain poured relentlessly and the water on the streets had already risen past his ankles. Could it be? He squatted down and held the token close to the water's surface. Suddenly the blue light on the token flared brilliantly, and a faint line of glowing characters actually materialized on the water's surface. Go with the flow, descend 3 feet into the earth. Go with the flow. A thought stirred in Chen Xiao's mind. He stood up and gazed in the direction of the water's flow. The terrain of Handan was high in the west and low in the east, so all the rainwater flowed toward the moat in the east of the city. But if it meant to descend 3 feet into the earth, then the entrance had to be underground. System: Analyze the underground structure of Handan. Analyzing. Large-scale artificial excavation detected underground, suspected to be a sewer system. However, the flow of one branch is abnormal, running upstream. Running upstream. A sharp glint flashed across Chen Xiao's eyes. This is the entrance to Gigu. He immediately activated his Master of Mechanics skill, sensing the vibrations beneath his feet. Here. He stopped beside a manhole cover. This manhole cover appeared ordinary, but the surrounding water did not drain into it. Instead, it was pushed away by an invisible force. System: Exchange for the blueprints of a simple explosive device. Exchange successful. Points consumed 100. Insufficient points. Damn it. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth. He pulled out a few fire starters from his robes, tore off a piece of his lapel, and mixed gunpowder with iron nails to fashion a makeshift explosive pack. Time to risk it all. He placed the explosive pack on the edge of the manhole cover and lit the fuse. Boom. With a muffled blast, a gap was blown open in the cover. Chen Xiao leaped down, traveling upstream against the current. The underground passage was pitch black, with only the sound of rushing water echoing in his ears. He walked along the passage for about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, when a faint glimmer of light suddenly appeared ahead. Someone is there. Chen Xiao instantly concealed his aura and crept forward against the wall. The light emanated from a massive stone door. Carved upon the stone door was a giant character for ghost, surrounded by countless intricate gears and runes. Is this the underground base of Gigu? Chen Xiao was deeply shocked. This was far from some ancient mechanism. It was clearly a modernized underground fortress. Just then he heard voices coming from inside the stone door. The plan has changed. The Qin people have discovered our traces. No matter. Although Lu Buwei is dead, his pawns remain. As long as the king of Zhao is in our hands, Han Dan is ours. That Chen Xiao seems far from simple. No matter how extraordinary he is still but a mere mortal. Once the divine weapon is forged, the entire world will bow beneath our feet. Chen Xiao held his breath. The king of Zhao was in their hands. A divine weapon. Just then he suddenly spotted a familiar red figure flashing past the gap beneath the stone door. It was the woman in red. She seemed to sense something and glanced back. Her gaze actually pierced through the stone door with pinpoint accuracy, locking eyes with Chen Xiao in midair. She offered a faint smile, mouthed the words "come in," and then turned to vanish behind the door. System quest updated. Quest name Gigu Core. Quest description: infiltrate the Gigu underground base, uncover their true objective, and rescue the king of Zhao. Quest rewards 5000 points. Special reward: Ultimate Master of Mechanics. Chen Xiao took a deep breath, tightening his grip on the longsword in his hand. Since I'm already here, I might as well investigate. Utilizing his Master of Mechanics skill, he located the mechanism of the stone door. With a sharp click, the stone door slowly ground open. A gust of cold wind rushed over him, carrying the scent of machine oil and blood. As Chen Xiao stepped inside, the stone door slammed shut behind him with a resounding boom. Inside, the underground base lights blazed as bright as day. Countless researchers clad in white coats were busily at work with various bizarre instruments laid out before them. Some were even dissecting human-like organisms. Who goes there? One of the white-clad figures spotted Chen Xiao and cried out in alarm. Action! No longer hiding himself, Chen Xiao charged into the crowd like a bolt of lightning. System exchange for the enhanced version of basic combat arts. Exchange successful. Points consumed 500. Points overdrawn. A surge of immense power flooded his body, though every punch and kick from Chen Xiao carried the momentum of thunder. Bang, bang, bang. Before several of the white-clad figures could even react, they were sent flying backward. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Alarms blared loudly. Chen Xiao sprinted through the corridors with countless pursuers hot on his heels. System tracked that woman in red. Tracking. The target is 300 meters ahead. Up ahead, the silhouette of the woman in red appeared once more. Over here. She beckoned, opening a hidden door. Chen Xiao dashed through the secret passage, and the woman swiftly shut the mechanism. Who are you? Chen Xiao stared at her, his eyes filled with vigilance. The woman chuckled softly. My name is Honglian. Ah, traitor of Gigu. A traitor. Indeed. A flash of grief and indignation crossed Honglian's eyes. Under the guise of the king of Zhao, they are conducting human experimentation to manufacture divine weapons. I was originally a princess of the state of Zhao, but they placed me under house arrest until I finally found an opportunity. Where is the king of Zhao? Follow me. Honglian led Chen Xiao through a secret passage to a colossal underground dungeon. In the center of the cell, the king of Zhao was shackled to a metal chair connected to countless tubes. His face was deathly pale, and he was on the verge of death. Father! Honglian rushed forward, attempting to break the chains, only to find they were carved with intricate runes that resisted destruction. These are Gigu's magic-suppressing locks. Only Gigu's key can open them. Where is the key? In the hands of Gigu's leader, Mr. Gue. Just then a sinister laugh echoed from outside the cell. Honglian, you have indeed betrayed me after all. A figure clad in a black robe slowly approached. His face was concealed beneath a hood, revealing only a pair of eyes glowing with a crimson light. Mr. Gue. Honglian's expression changed dramatically. Run quickly. He is not someone you and I can contend with. Run. Mr. Gue sneered. Since you have come, you might as well stay forever. He raised his hand, and a bizarre device resembling a black sphere materialized in his palm. System warning. High-dimensional energy fluctuations detected. Warning level extremely dangerous. Chen Xiao's heart sank. System exchange for Ultimate Master of Mechanics. Exchange successful. Points consumed 5000. Points overdrawn. In an instant, boundless knowledge of mechanics, energy, and materials flooded his mind. Chen Xiao's gaze swept over the metal chair in the cell, instantly identifying its flaw. Honglian, hold him off for me. Have you gone mad? Trust me. Honglian gritted her teeth, drew the soft sword from her waist, and charged at Mr. Gue. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao dashed toward the metal chair, his hands swiftly dismantling and reassembling it. What are you doing? Seeing this, Mr. Gue's face contorted with shock. He wanted to stop him, but was relentlessly held back by Honglian. Open. For me. Chen Xiao roared, slamming his fist violently into the core of the chair. With a sharp crack, the magic-suppressing lock shattered open. The king of Zhao went limp and collapsed. Father! Honglian cried out. System exchange for Berserk Elixir. Chen Xiao pulled out a vial of elixir and poured it down the king of Zhao's throat. The king of Zhao snapped his eyes open, a sharp light flashing within them. Mr. Gue, how dare you? He struggled to his feet, and a powerful aura unexpectedly erupted from his body. What a... Mr. Gue paled with shock. You actually broke the magic-suppressing lock. System quest completed. Quest rewards have been distributed. Chen Xiao looked at Mr. Gue, a cold smirk playing on his lips. The game is over. System exchange for ultimate skill Deus Ex Machina. Exchange successful. Points consumed 10000. Points overdrawn. Chen Xiao's body seemed to transform into a high-precision war machine with every inch of muscle and every single bone brimming with raw power. Who on earth are you? Mr. Gue retreated in terror. I am your worst nightmare. In a flash, Chen Xiao materialized right in front of Mr. Gue. Bang! With a single punch, Mr. Gue's body was sent flying backward, slamming into the wall as blood spewed from his mouth. This is impossible. How could you possibly possess such power? He struggled to crawl back up only to find that Chen Xiao was already standing right before him. System analyzed Mr. Gue's identity. Analyzing. The target is an observer deployed by a high-dimensional civilization possessing technology and knowledge far beyond this era. It is recommended that the host eliminate the target. A cold gleam flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. Since you came here, don't bother going back. He raised his foot and stomped down fiercely. No. Mr. Gue's blood-curdling shriek cut off abruptly. Looking at the corpse sprawled on the ground, Chen Xiao felt not a single shred of joy. System quest updated. Quest name: the Grand Trend of the World. Quest description: the King of Zhao has been rescued and Gigu has been annihilated. However, Lu Buwei's faction remains, and the crisis of the state of Qin is not yet resolved. Return to Xianyang, suppress the internal rebellion, and unify the world. Quest rewards 10000 points. Special reward: Imperial Chariot Blueprints. Chen Xiao turned around looking at Honglian and the King of Zhao. Next, it is time to return to Xianyang. Honglian looked at him, a complex mix of emotions flashing in her eyes. You are returning to the state of Qin? Yes. Then, will you ever return? Chen Xiao fell silent for a brief moment, then replied, once peace reigns across the land, I shall return. He turned and walked out of the cell, his silhouette vanishing into the darkness. The rain in Handan continued to pour. Yet Chen Xiao knew that this rain could never wash away the storm that was on the horizon. Xianyang, I have returned. The carriage sped along the official road at the border of Zhao and Qin, its wheels grinding over gravel with a harsh screech. Chen Xiao sat on the driver's seat, his black robes billowing in the night wind. His face was stern, and in his hand, he gripped the long sword brought from Ghost Valley, its blade still shimmering with the faint luster of high-dimensional alloy. Inside the carriage, the King of Zhao appeared listless, clearly not yet recovered from the torment of the mana suppression lock. Honglian sat beside him, a short blade in hand, watching the surroundings warily. We're only 30 li away from Qin territory. Old Zhang, the caravan driver, was lashing the whip with all his might. He had no idea that the carriage carried the King of Zhao. He merely thought this was a lucrative job, escorting a noble. System scan the surroundings. Scanning. Detected high energy reaction. Direction directly ahead, 3 li away. Energy level high. Chen Xiao's eye sharpened. Stop the carriage. Old Zhang pulled the reins, and the carriage screeched to a halt. What's wrong, General? Old Zhang looked bewildered. There's killing intent, Hong, Lian said, poking her head out of the carriage, her brow furrowed. The air around here, it's too quiet. Even the chirping of insects had ceased. System analyzed the energy source. Analyzing. Detected a large number of thermal weapon energy reactions. Warning. The enemy possesses heavy firepower. Chen Xiao's pupils contracted sharply. Thermal weapons. In this era of cold steel, who could have thermal weapons? Unless remnants of Lu Buwei or the stragglers of Ghost Valley. He quickly jumped off the carriage and whispered to Hong Lian, protect the King of Zhao. Don't get out. With that, his figure flickered and vanished into the darkness. 3 li away behind an abandoned beacon tower, dozens of assassins clad in black were lying in ambush. In their hands, they held modified firelocks and crossbow cannons. The target will soon enter firing range, said a one-eyed leader staring coldly at the distant road. The Grand Chancellor has ordered the King of Zhao must die. That Chen Xiao, capture him alive if possible, if not kill him on the spot. Boss, are these modified Qin crossbow firearms reliable? A subordinate rubbed his hands nervously. I heard that Chen Xiao knows some kind of sorcery. Sorcery? The one-eyed leader sneered. No matter how powerful his sorcery, he'll be a dead man before these iron bullets. Just then footsteps suddenly echoed. Who? The assassins whipped around only to see Chen Xiao standing behind them, arms crossed, a mocking smile on his lips. Were you looking for me? Enemy attack. Open fire. The one-eyed leader reacted instantly, and with a command, dozens of firelocks spat tongues of flame. Bang, bang, bang. The firelight illuminated Chen Xiao's icy face. System activate basic combat technique enhanced version. Activation successful. Chen Xiao's body seemed to turn into a blur, weaving through the dense hail of bullets. Using the mechanical master skill, he precisely calculated the trajectory of each bullet, his movements ghostly as he dodged. What? The assassins were stunned. Was this even human? My turn, Chen Xiao said with a cold laugh, his body blurring as he charged into the crowd. Bang! One punch. An assassin's firelock was shattered, and the man flew backward coughing blood. Crack. One kick. Another assassin's ribs broke and the crossbow cannon in his hands clattered to the ground. System exchange for simple smoke bomb. Exchange successful. Points consumed 200. Chen Xiao produced several black spheres from his robe and hurled them to the ground. Boom. Thick smoke instantly billowed, blinding the assassins. Oh, my eyes. Don't panic. He's on the left. In the chaos, Chen Xiao reaped lives like the Grim Reaper. Damn it. How does this brat have such things? The one-eyed leader gnashed his teeth, pulled out a flare gun, and fired it into the sky. Bang. A red flare burst in the night sky like a bizarre blood blossom. System alert. Detected an even stronger energy reaction. Direction behind. Chen Xiao's heart sank. Behind. That was the direction of the king of Zhao, Hong Lian. He abandoned the assassins before him and sprinted toward the carriage. At that moment, by the carriage, hundreds of assassins in various garbs were surging from all directions. Some wore Zhao attire, some Qi attire, and there were even assassins from Yin and Chu. 6 kingdoms assassins. Hong Lian stood before the carriage, her long sword drawn, her face pale. Hand over the king of Zhao, and we'll spare your life, said a leader in a purple robe coldly. Otherwise no mercy. You want the king of Zhao? Hong Lian sneered. Over my dead body. Attack. The purple robe leader gave the order and hundreds of assassins charged at once. System exchange for special forces barrack skill. Exchange successful. Points consumed 500. While sprinting, countless tactical schemes flashed through Chen Xiao's mind. Hong Lian. Fall back to the carriage. Use the wheels for cover. He bellowed, his figure like lightning as he plunged into the assassin horde. Bang. 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 Using the combat techniques learned from Ghost Valley, every strike hit a vital point with precision. At the same time, with the mechanical master skill, he dismantled the assassins' weapons, turning them into scrap metal. Damn it. It's Chen Xiao. The purple-robed leader's face changed drastically. Concentrate fire. Kill him. Dozens of assassins fired crossbow bolts at Chen Xiao simultaneously. System exchange for simple shield. Exchange successful. Points consumed 100. Chen Xiao picked up a shield from the ground and blocked the incoming bolts. Hong Lian, get the king into the carriage. We're breaking out. Yes. Hong Lian helped the king of Zhao into the carriage. Old Zhang. Drive. Chen Xiao roared, cracking the whip, and the carriage surged forward. Stop them. The purple-robed leader shouted in fury. The assassins hurled themselves at the carriage. System exchange for simple explosive device. Exchange successful. Points consumed 300. Chen Xiao produced several packs of explosives from his robe and hurled them behind the carriage. Boom. 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 Huge explosions roared, flames leaping into the sky, and dozens of assassins were blown to pieces. Charge. Chen Xiao drove the carriage using the explosions as cover to break through the encirclement. Chase. Don't let them escape. The purple-robed leader gnashed his teeth and led the remaining assassins in hot pursuit. In the carriage, the king of Zhao, pale-faced, stared at Chen Xiao's back, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Chen Xiao, who exactly are you? Chen Xiao did not answer. He just gripped the reins tightly, his eyes fixed ahead. System mission update. Mission named The Bloody Return. Mission description: break through the blockade of the 6 Kingdoms assassins and Lu Buwei's remnants and safely escort the king of Zhao into Qin territory. Mission reward 3,000 points. Special reward: improved Qin crossbow blueprint. 10 more Li. Chen Xiao clenched his teeth. System exchange for rage potion. Exchange successful. Points consumed 500. Insufficient points. He gave a bitter smile, his points were exhausted. Looks like I'll have to rely on myself. Just then an army appeared ahead. Black banners fluttered in the night wind. Is that the Qin army? Old Zhang shouted excitedly. Chen Xiao squinted. Those were indeed Qin banners, but something's wrong. He saw that the commander of that army was wearing the armor of Lu Buwei's trusted subordinate, Wang Jian's deputy Meng Tian. Meng Tian, what is he doing here? System scan the army ahead. Scanning. Detected hostile energy reaction. Target Meng Tian controlled state. Warning. The enemy possesses a heavy infantry phalanx. Chen Xiao's heart sank. Meng Tian was controlled. That meant Lu Buwei's influence had already infiltrated the high ranks of the Qin army. Chen Xiao, what do we do? Hong Lian tightened her grip on her sword. Chen Xiao took a deep breath, a resolute gleam in his eyes. Since there are wolves ahead and tigers behind, then we'll carve a bloody path. He abruptly pulled the reins, halting the carriage. Hong Lian, protect the king. Old Zhang, take the carriage and flee into the woods to the left. I'll hold them off. What about you? Me? The corner of Chen Xiao's mouth curled into a cold smile. I'll go and greet that Meng Tian. With that, he jumped off the carriage, his figure flickering away into the darkness. Ahead, Meng Tian led the heavy infantry phalanx, slowly advancing. Chen Xiao, hand over the king of Zhao, or die without mercy. Meng Tian's voice was icy, devoid of emotion. Chen Xiao stood in the middle of the official road, his long sword drawn, its point aimed at Meng Tian. Meng Tian, wake up. You're being controlled by Lu Buwei. Meng Tian did not reply, he merely waved his hand. All troops charge. The heavy infantry phalanx surged forward like a black tide toward Chen Xiao. System exchange for ultimate mechanical master. Exchange successful. Points consumed 5,000. Points overdrawn. Chen Xiao's gaze swept the environment, instantly spotting a weakness. He dashed toward a massive boulder by the roadside, and using the mechanical master skill quickly installed several simple detonators on the rock. Open up. He slammed his fist into the boulder. Boom. The boulder shattered and countless fragments flew, like cannonballs, into the heavy infantry phalanx. Oh! Cries of agony rang out as dozens of heavy infantrymen were struck by the debris and collapsed. System exchange for basic firearm manufacturing blueprint. Exchange successful. Points consumed 1,000. Points overdrawn. Chen Xiao pulled out a few iron pipes and gunpowder from his robe, and quickly assembled a crude firelock. Meng Tian, forgive me. He raised the firelock, aiming at Meng Tian's mouth. Bang! The firelock spat fire, and Meng Tian's horse crumpled to the ground. Meng Tian fell from his horse unconscious. General, the Qin soldiers panicked. Chen Xiao seized the chance to charge into the crowd using combat technique and yin return technique to carve a bloody path through the Qin army. System mission complete. Mission rewards have been issued. By then Hong Lian had already brought the king of Zhao and old Zhang safely into Qin territory. Chen Xiao gazed at the fallen Meng Tian, but there was no joy in his heart. Lu Buwei, how many aces do you still have up your sleeve? He turned and vanished into the darkness. The night at the Zhaoqin border was still fraught with danger. But Chen Xiao knew that this war had only just begun. Following the successful exchange, Chen Xiao prepared his next move, the system's prompt echoing in his mind. The battle had taken its toll, but the mission was accomplished. Yet the shadow of Lu Buwei loomed ever larger. Chen Xiao's resolve hardened. He would uncover the truth and protect those he had sworn to guard. The night wind carried the scent of blood and smoke, a prelude to the storm that was yet to come. At the foot of Mount Lishan in the territory of Qin, Chen Xiao reined in his horse, his gaze sweeping across the rolling hills to lock onto the towering black city in the distance. Xianyang. On ordinary days, this capital of the Great Qin was always bathed in a faint golden glow, symbolizing the majesty and order of the empire. But today what met his eyes was a deathly silence. Upon the city walls, the black dragon banners that once fluttered proudly had been taken down at some unknown moment, replaced by a flag embroidered with a golden character Lu. The city gates were tightly shut, the drawbridge hoisted high. The official highway, usually bustling with activity, was completely deserted save for a few crows perched on withered trees, letting out harsh, piercing cries. The winds of change have swept over Xianyang. Hong Lian pulled back the carriage curtain, her face pale. The king of Zhao, whom she cradled in her arms, had fallen into a deep slumber after the bumpy journey, yet his brow was tightly furrowed, as if he were still suffering torment even in his dreams. Systems scanned the energy signatures within Xianyang. Scanning. A massive amount of high-energy signatures detected. Lu Buwei's private army, the Tiger Guards, is stationed inside the city. Energy level high. Warning. No vital signs detected for Ying Zheng, the king of Qin. Chen Xiao's pupils contracted sharply. No signs detected. Of Ying Zheng. What did this imply? Was Ying Zheng dead? Or had he been imprisoned? Impossible. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth. Ying Zheng is the child of destiny. How could he fall so easily? Just then a squad of black armored cavalry surged out from the woods beside the official highway, surrounding Chen Xiao and his companions. The leading captain sneered, pointing his spear directly at Chen Xiao. Who goes there? How dare you trespass into the restricted territory of Xianyang? Chen Xiao's gaze was ice cold as he scanned the soldiers. Though they wore the armor of the Qin army, the inner lining of their armor was embroidered with the secret patterns of the Lu clan. I am Chen Xiao, General of State Protection, Chen Xiao said in a deep voice. I demand to see the Chancellor. General of State Protection. The captain was taken aback for a moment before bursting into a raucous laugh. So you are that foolhardy Chen Xiao? The Chancellor has decreed that anyone who spots Chen Xiao is to execute him on sight. Do it. At the captain's command, dozens of cavalrymen simultaneously raised their Qin crossbows. System exchange for the improved Qin crossbow blueprint. Exchange successful. Points consumed 1,000. The blueprint instantly flooded into his mind. A cold sneer curled at the corner of Chen Xiao's lips. Since you seek death, do not blame me for being ruthless. He abruptly pulled several black spheres from his robes and hurled them violently onto the ground. Boom. Thick smoke billowed out, instantly shrouding the cavalryman's field of vision. What is going on? Watch out. He is over there. Amidst the chaos, Chen Xiao's figure moved like lightning, charging into the midst of the cavalry. System exchange for the enhanced version of basic combat techniques. Activation successful. Utilizing his Master of Mechanics skill, he precisely calculated the trajectory of every incoming bolt, dodging with ghostly agility. Bang! With a single punch, the captain's Qin crossbow was smashed to pieces, and his body went flying backward, coughing up blood. Crack! With a single kick, another cavalryman's ribs shattered, and the spear slipped from his grasp. Hong Lian, get the king of Zhao onto a horse. We are breaking through. Yes. Hong Lian supported the king of Zhao, quickly mounting a warhorse. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao seized the captain's spear, spinning it into an impenetrable shield to deflect the incoming bolts one by one. System analyzed the structure of the Qin crossbow. Analyzing. Structural defects detected in the Qin crossbow. Recommended modification: increase the elasticity of the bow limbs and optimize the trigger mechanism. Chen Xiao's gaze swept over the broken arrows and discarded crossbows on the ground, and the modified blueprint instantly materialized in his mind. Break open. For me. He thrust the spear fiercely into the ground, using the leverage to leap high into the air and land onto a chariot. System exchange for simple explosive devices. Exchange successful. Points consumed 300. He pulled several explosive packs from his robes and hurled them violently toward the cavalry. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions erupted as flames soared into the sky, sending dozens of cavalrymen flying off their horses in utter disarray. Charge. Driving the chariot, Chen Xiao broke through the encirclement under the cover of the explosions. Pursue them. Do not let them escape. Gritting his teeth in fury, the captain led the surviving cavalrymen in hot pursuit. As Chen Xiao drove the chariot, he utilized his master of mechanics skill to rapidly dismantle the Qin crossbow in his hands. He replaced the bow limbs with more elastic bamboo strips and reassembled the trigger mechanism. System exchange for the Special Forces camp skill. Exchange successful. Points consumed 500. Countless tactical plans instantly flooded his mind. Honglian, take the king of Zhao and head into the woods on the left. I will cover the rear. But what about you? I am going to pay a visit to this Lu Bu Wei. With that, he abruptly pulled the reins, bringing the chariot to a halt. System quest updated. Quest name: Crimson Xianyang. Quest description: break through the blockade of Lu Bu Wei's faction, locate Yingzheng the king of Qin, and suppress the rebellion. Quest reward: 5000 points. Special reward: Imperial Chariot Blueprint. Chen Xiao gazed at Xianyang in the distance, a flash of absolute resolve in his eyes. Since you want to play, I shall play along to the very end. He pulled out the improved Qin crossbow blueprint from his robes and quickly mounted several simple detonators onto the chariot. Break open. For me. He slammed his fist violently against the chariot. Boom. The chariot shattered apart, and countless modified Qin crossbows flew like artillery shells toward the pursuing cavalry. Wails of agony rang out as dozens of cavalrymen were shot down. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chen Xiao plunged into the forest, vanishing into the darkness of the night. Inside Xianyang, at the chancellor's residence, Lu Bu Wei sat high upon his throne, idly playing with a black token in his hand. Chen Xiao, you indeed did not die. Beside him, a man clad in black robes whispered, My lord Chen Xiao has already entered Xianyang. He seems to be plotting something. Plotting? Lu Bu Wei sneered. On my territory, he cannot stir up any significant waves. But he seems to have obtained the key of Gigu. A cold glint flashed in Lu Bu Wei's eyes. The key. He stood up abruptly, a trace of greed flickering in his gaze. If he truly obtained the key, then that is perfect. It saves me a trip to the state of Zhao. Pass down my order, seal off the entire city. Capture Chen Xiao alive no matter the cost. Yes. The black-robed man withdrew. Lu Bu Wei stared out at the night sky through the window, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Chen Xiao, the game has only just begun. Chen Xiao hid inside an abandoned residence, utilizing his shadowy intrigue skill to sense his surroundings. System scan the area. Scanning. A massive amount of high-energy signatures detected. Direction: directly ahead, 5 miles away. Energy level high. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes. 5 miles away. That is the direction of the Qin Palace. Yingzheng, where on earth are you? He took a deep breath and pulled out the improved Qin crossbow blueprint from his robes. Since you want to play, I will defeat you using your own rules. Utilizing his master of mechanics skill, he quickly set up a simple workbench inside the residence. System exchange for the basic firearms manufacturing blueprint. Exchange successful. Points consumed 1000. Blueprints of countless components instantly flashed across his mind. Break open. For me. He slammed his fist violently onto the workbench. Boom. The workbench shattered apart, scattering countless parts across the floor. Chen Xiao rapidly assembled the parts, and simple firearms were born in his hands one after another. System exchange for the Special Forces camp skill. Exchange successful. Points consumed 500. Countless tactical plans instantly flooded his mind. Honglian, get the king of Zhao onto a horse. We are breaking through. Yes. Honglian supported the king of Zhao, quickly mounting a warhorse. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao gripped a firearm, his gaze locked onto the distant Qin palace. Lu Bu Wei, are you ready to face your nightmare? He abruptly pulled the trigger. Bang! The firearm spat fire, and the gates of the distant Qin palace swung open in response. Charge! Chen Xiao spurred his horse forward, charging toward the Qin palace under the cover of gunfire. The night in Xianyang remained filled with murderous intent. But Chen Xiao knew that this war had only just begun. Taiji Hall of Xianyang Palace. On a dark and windy night, dark clouds obscured the stars. Chen Xiao, like a black leopard, scaled the eaves of the hall and infiltrated silently. He activated the phantom espionage ability, sensing every movement around him. 50 meters ahead, patrol team. 12 soldiers. Equipped with Qin crossbows and halberds. His figure flickered, and he vanished into a shadow. A dozen armored tiger guards marched past beneath him, their torchlight reflecting off their cold iron masks. Did you hear? Chen Xiao has already entered the city. Humph. So what if he did? The Chancellor has spread his net wide. He won't escape with wings on his back. Cut the chatter. Stay alert. If an assassin slips through our ranks, we'll all lose our heads. The soldiers marched away. Chen Xiao emerged from the shadows, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Tiger guards. LV Buwei's personal forces. He continued forward, moving stealthily. Behind the Taiji Hall stood a massive artificial rockery. Beneath it, hidden from view, was an unremarkable stone door. System scan the stone door. Scanning. High energy signature detected. A subterranean passage lies beyond the door. Energy level high. Chen Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. As I suspected. Utilizing the mechanical master ability, he swiftly deciphered the stone door's mechanism. Click. The door slowly creaked open. A wave of cold, damp air rushed to meet him. Chen Xiao stepped into the underground passage. Torches lined the corridor, and countless nightshine pearls embedded in the walls cast an eerie, ghostly glow. Energy signature ahead, 100 meters. Level extremely high. Chen Xiao quickened his pace. At the passage's end lay a vast stone chamber. Suspended above the chamber's center was a colossal crystal coffin. Within it lay a single figure, King Zheng of Qin. But he was not sleeping. Countless hair-thin metallic filaments connected to his body. System analyzed Zheng's condition. Analyzing. An foreign object detected within Zheng's body. Designation puppet heart chip. Function cognitive control life force extraction. Chen Xiao's pupils contracted sharply. The puppet heart chip. The Giga's handiwork. He lunged toward the crystal coffin, attempting to pry open the lid. Warning. Defensive mechanism activated. Boom. An energy barrier erupted around the coffin, hurling Chen Xiao backward. Chen Xiao spat blood and crashed heavily to the ground. Damn it. He forced himself to his feet, staring at the energy barrier. System analyzed the energy barrier. Analyzing. The barrier is powered by the puppet heart chip. Neutralization method: destroy the chip. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth. Destroy the chip. That meant killing Zheng. No. He took a deep breath, and countless strategies flashed through his mind. System redeemed. Beginner hacking. Redemption successful. Points deducted 1,000. Code cascaded through his consciousness. Open. Now. He charged at the barrier and pressed his hands against its surface. Invasion initiated. Streams of data flashed before his eyes. Warning. Intrusion detected. Self-destruct sequence initiated. 10, 9, 8. Zheng's eyes snapped open within the coffin, pain flashing across his face. Chen Xiao. His voice was faint but thick with despair. Fear not. I have come. Chen Xiao clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. System redeem ultimate mechanical master. Redemption successful. Points deducted 5,000. Using his mechanical master ability, he rapidly analyzed the barrier's structural composition. Shatter. He punched the barrier with all his strength. Boom. The energy barrier cracked and exploded into countless fragments. The coffin lid slowly opened. Zheng sat up, the metallic filaments connecting to his body, snapping one by one. 2. He coughed up a mouthful of dark blood, his face ashen. Chen Xiao. He looked at Chen Xiao, complex emotions flashing in his eyes. Why have you come? To take you away. Chen Xiao supported Zheng and activated his scanning. System analyzed Zheng's injuries. Analyzing. The puppet heart chip within Zheng's body is damaged, but not yet destroyed. It must be removed immediately. Chen Xiao's brows drew together. Remove the chip. That required surgery. Right now? System redeem basic surgical tools. Redemption successful. Points deducted 500. He retrieved a set of rudimentary surgical instruments from his robe. Zheng, bear with this. He raised the scalpel and swiftly made an incision into Zheng's chest. GHK. Zheng let out a muffled groan, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Chen Xiao used his hacking ability to rapidly locate the chip. Found it. With forceps, he clamped the black chip and yanked it free. A jet of black blood sprayed outward. The chip was extracted. System analyzed the chip. Analyzing. The chip contains extensive data. Contents: Qinzhao border fortification maps, Qin military deployments, Zheng's cognitive control programs. Chen Zhao's eyes flashed with cold light. LV Buwei. You have indeed betrayed the Qin state. He stowed the chip and helped Zheng to his feet. Let us go. Just then footsteps echoed outside the chamber. System scanned the surroundings. Scanning. Multiple high-energy signatures detected. Bearing due north 50 meters. Energy level extremely high. Chen Zhao's expression darkened. So they've finally come. He supported Zheng and retreated to a corner of the chamber. The stone door was hurled open. Dozens of robed Giga Death warriors stormed in. At their head stood the purple-robed leader Chen Xiao had encountered at the Zhao border. Chen Xiao? Surrender Zheng or die. The purple-robed leader spoke coldly. Chen Xiao sneered and pulled Zheng behind him. You want Zheng? Go through me first. He flung several explosive packs into the midst of the death warriors. Boom, boom, boom. Enormous explosions erupted, flames towering skyward. Dozens of death warriors were blown to pieces. System redeemed Special Forces Tactics. Redemption successful. Points deducted 500. Tactical scenarios flooded his mind. Zheng, stay close to me. Yes. Though weak, Zheng's eyes blazed with determination. Chen Xiao burst from the chamber, using the explosion's cover to race toward the underground palace exit. After them. Don't let them escape. The purple-robed leader gnashed his teeth and led the remaining warriors in pursuit. At the exit, Hong Lian waited anxiously. Seeing Chen Xiao and Zheng emerge, she exhaled in relief. Quick, mount up. The three hastily rode their horses. System update mission. Mission name: Escape from Xianyang. Mission description: break through the blockade formed by LV Buwei's faction and Giga Death warriors. Safely escort Zheng out of Xianyang. Mission reward: 5,000 points. Special reward: Imperial War Chariot Blueprint. Chen Xiao glanced back at Xianyang, resolve hardening in his eyes. LV Buwei, your reckoning has come. He whipped his horse fiercely. The steed neighed and bolted toward the city gates. Inside Xianyang at the Chancellor's mansion, LV Buwei shot to his feet, hurling his wine cup to the ground where it shattered. What a... Zheng has escaped. Beside him, a black-robed man whispered, My lord, Chen Xiao has breached the underground palace's defenses and extracted Zheng from the imperial grounds. Chen Xiao. A killing intent flashed in LV Buwei's eyes. He truly obtained the Gigu's key. My lord, what are your orders? LV Buwei drew a deep breath, a sinister smile curling his lips. Let them flee then. Issue the order. Activate the heaven's net. I want them to never return. Yes. The black-robed man retreated. LV Buwei gazed at the night sky through the window, his smile growing crueler. Chen Xiao, the game has barely begun. Chen Xiao and his companions galloped along the official road. Behind them, countless torches streamed like a fiery dragon in pursuit. System scan the area. Scanning. Multiple high-energy signatures detected. Bearing directly ahead, 3 Li. Energy level extremely high. Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed. Ambush ahead. He reined in his horse. Zheng, Hong Lian, go on ahead. I'll cover your retreat. But... Zheng hesitated. No but. Chen Xiao's voice was heavy with authority. You are the king of Qin. Your life is worth more than any other. Zheng met Chen Xiao's gaze, complexity flashing within. Take care of yourself. Turning his horse, he rode off with Hong Lian in the opposite direction. Watching them disappear into the darkness, Chen Xiao took a deep breath. System redeem Ultimate Mechanical Master. Redemption successful. Points deducted 5,000. Using his Mechanical Master ability, he quickly rigged a simple trap along the road. Deploy. He slammed his fist into the ground. Boom. The earth split as harp wooden stakes erupted from the soil, impaling the pursuing horde. Oh! Screams echoed as dozens of pursuers were pierced through. System redeem Beginner Firearms Blueprint. Redemption successful. Points deducted 1,000. Blueprints flooded his mind. Construct. He struck the ground again. Boom. A workstation shattered, parts scattering everywhere. Chen Xiao rapidly assembled the components, simple muskets taking shape in his hands. System redeemed Special Forces Tactics. Redemption successful. Points deducted 500. Tactical knowledge flooded his consciousness. LV Buwei, are you prepared for your nightmare? He pulled the trigger. Bang. The musket barked flames and pursuers in the distance toppled like wheat. Charge. Riding his horse, Chen Xiao pushed forward under the cover of gunfire, breaking toward the gates of Xianyang. The night over Xianyang bristled with danger still. But Chen Xiao knew this war was only beginning. Hanggu Pass stood towering and imposing like a black iron gate, barring the vital throat leading to the lands east of the pass. The night was as dark as ink, yet the torches atop the fortress blazed brightly, illuminating the walls as if it were daylight. Yet at this moment, Hanggu Pass exuded an oppressive aura of deathly stillness. Halt! Chen Xiao reined in his horse, gazing at the familiar, yet foreign mighty fortress before him. Behind him, the warhorses of Yingzheng and Hong Lian snorted uneasily. Meng Tian. Chen Xiao's eyes were fixed on the familiar figure standing atop the city wall. Meng Tian, clad in heavy armor and holding a long spear, stood expressionless behind the battlements. His eyes were vacant like a soulless puppet. System scan Meng Tian's status. Scanning. Detecting a faint, puppet heart chip signal within Meng Tian. Control level low. Can be neutralized by external strong electromagnetic interference. Chen Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Meng Tian was still alive, merely under control. Meng Tian. I am Chen Xiao. Open the gates. Chen Xiao shouted loudly. Meng Tian atop the wall showed no reaction, only slowly raising his long spear. Release arrows. At his command, countless Qin crossbows fired simultaneously from the walls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A rain of arrows like a plague of locusts descended upon Chen Xiao and his companions. Damn it. Chen Xiao quickly pulled several shields from his bosom, shielding Yingzheng and Hong Lian. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows struck the shields with crisp sounds. System exchange for simple electromagnetic pulse device. Exchange successful. Cost 1,000 points. In an instant, the blueprint of a simple device materialized in Chen Xiao's mind. He swiftly retrieved some parts from his bosom and began assembling. Yingzheng, Hong Lian, find a place to hide. What are you going to do? Ing Zheng asked. I'm going to awaken my brother. A resolute glint flashed in Chen Xiao's eyes. Clutching the simple device, he charged toward the gates of Hanga Pass. System exchange for basic combat technique enhanced edition. Exchange successful. Cost 500 points. His movements were like lightning. Utilizing the mechanical master skill, he precisely calculated the trajectory of each crossbow bolt, evading like a phantom. Bang! A single punch sent a guard who tried to block him flying. Crack! A single kick shattered another guard's long spear. Chen Xiao charged all the way to the city gates. The gates were sealed tight, a heavy crossbar lying across them. System exchange for Special Forces camp skill. Exchange successful. Cost 500 points. Countless tactical strategies flooded his mind. Open. Now. He pressed the simple device against the gate and hit the switch. A powerful electromagnetic pulse radiated outward instantly. On the city wall, Meng Tian's body gave a violent shudder. PFF. He spat out a mouthful of black blood, a flicker of clarity returning to his eyes. What happened? He looked at the spear in his hand, confusion clouding his gaze. Meng Tian. Chen Xiao shouted, I am Chen Xiao. You were controlled by Lu Buwei. Wake up. Meng Tian jerked his head up, looking down at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao. Pain flickered in his eyes. Lu Buwei. That bastard. He slammed his fist against the battlement. Order the gates opened. But General. The adjutant beside him hesitated. Open the gates. Meng Tian roared. The adjutant, trembling, quickly issued the order. Creak. The heavy gates of Hanggu Pass slowly swung open. Chen Xiao rushed into the pass, watching Meng Tian descend from the wall. Are you all right? Meng Tian shook his head, his face pale. I'm fine. But, he looked at Chen Xiao, guilt clouding his eyes. I'm sorry. I almost got you all killed. It's okay, it's not your fault. Chen Xiao patted his shoulder. System update mission. Mission name Bloody Battle at Hanggu Pass. Mission description: break through Hanggu Pass and escort Ing Zheng safely out of Qin. Mission reward 5,000 points. Special reward Imperial War Chariot blueprint. Just then a thunderous roar of battle cries erupted from outside Hanggu Pass. System scan the surroundings. Scanning. Detecting numerous high-energy reactions. Location directly ahead, 1 li away. Energy level extremely high. Chen Xiao's eye sharpened. What must come has finally come. He gazed at the distant area outside Hanggu Pass, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Lu Buwei, you truly won't give up. Outside Hanggu Pass, a black iron cavalry surged like a tidal wave. Leading them was Lu Buwei's trusted General Huan Yi. Chen Xiao, hand over Ing Zheng or die without mercy. Huan Yi bellowed. Chen Xiao sneered, drawing the long sword at his waist. You want Ing Zheng? First get past me. He charged at Huan Yi. System exchange for Ultimate Mechanical Master. Exchange successful. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, surprise flickering in his eyes. Chen Xiao, how are you this strong? Chen Xiao sneered and swung his sword again. He thrust his sword at Huan Yi. Huan Yi raised his spear to parry. Clang. Sparks flew from the clash of metal. Huan Yi felt a tremendous force numbing his hands. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, surprise flickering in his eyes. Chen Xiao, how are you this strong? Chen Xiao sneered and swung his sword again. System exchange for Special Forces camp skill. Exchange successful. Cost 500 points. Countless tactical strategies filled his mind. Meng Tian, take Ing Zheng and go first. I'll hold them off. But, Meng Tian hesitated. No buts. Go. Chen Xiao roared. Meng Tian clenched his teeth, turned, and supported Ing Zheng as they rushed out of Hanggu Pass. Seeing this, Huan Yi tried to pursue. Trying to leave. Not so easy. Chen Xiao pulled out several explosive packs from his bosom and hurled them at Huan Yi. Boom. 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 A massive explosion roared, flames soaring into the sky, blasting dozens of iron cavalry into pieces. Damn it. Huan Yi gnashed his teeth, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. Chen Xiao, you're asking for death. He thrust his spear violently at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao sneered, his figure flickering, dodging the spear. System exchange for Basic Firearm Manufacturing Blueprint. Exchange successful. Cost 1,000 points. The blueprint of countless parts emerged in his mind. Open. Now. He slammed his fist into the ground. Boom. The earth cracked, scattering countless parts. Chen Xiao swiftly assembled the parts, and simple hand cannons were born in his hands. System exchange for Special Forces camp skill. Exchange successful. Cost 500 points. Countless tactical strategies flooded his mind. Lu Buwei, are you ready for your nightmare? He pulled the trigger. Bang! The hand cannon spat fire, and Huan Yi in the distance fell to the ground. Charge! Chen Xiao spurred his warhorse under the cover of the hand cannons and rushed out of Hanggu Pass. The night at Hanggu Pass was still fraught with danger. But Chen Xiao knew that this war had only just begun. The setting sun, crimson like blood, dyed the wilderness outside Hanggu Pass. Cough, cough, cough. Ing Zheng slumped over his horse's back, his violent coughing fits racking his body. Every shudder aggravated the wounds within him that had yet to fully heal. Hong Lian followed closely by his side, one hand pulling the reins while the other warily gripped the short sword at her waist, her gaze sweeping the surroundings like a hawk. Your Highness, hold on. Hong Lian whispered, her voice carrying a trace of trembling that was barely perceptible. No matter. Ing Zheng raised his head, a look of sheer determination on his pale face. I have not lost yet. At the front of the convoy, Chen Xiao pulled his horse to a halt, his brow furrowed in a tight knot. System report status. Beep. Warning. Warning. Host remaining energy points 50. The system malfunction is about to be locked. Skill duration is coming to an end. What? Chen Xiao's heart sank. 50 points. This was practically driving him into a dead end. System analyzed the surroundings. Scanning. 20 li directly ahead, there is an abandoned courier station. Directly behind the pursuing Qin armies, Iron Eagle Elite, distance 5 li. Estimated time of arrival 15 minutes. Chen Xiao glanced back at the billowing dust behind him, a glint of absolute resolve flashing in his eyes. Meng Tian. Present, General. Meng Tian galloped forward, his face covered in dust and bloodstains. Taking Zheng and Hong Lian to hide in the courier station ahead first. I will cover the rear, Chen Xiao said in a deep voice. But General. Meng Tian hesitated. No buts. Chen Xiao abruptly drew the long sword from his waist, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Go now. Meng Tian gritted his teeth and tugged the reins. Hiya. The three of them galloped toward the courier station ahead. Chen Xiao watched their retreating figures and took a deep breath. System exchange for the enhanced version of the Special Forces camp skill. Exchange successful. Points consumed 50. Warning. Hosts remaining energy points 0. System malfunction locked. Skill duration 10 minutes. A bitter smile played on the corner of Chen Xiao's mouth. 10 minutes. That was enough. He fiercely slapped the horse's back, and with a loud neigh the steed charged in the opposite direction. The vanguard of the Qin armies, Iron Eagle Elite, had already arrived. The leading general was none other than Lu Buwei's confidant Wang Jian's son Wang Ben. Chen Xiao, hand over Ing Zheng or face summary execution. Wang Ben bellowed. Chen Xiao sneered, suddenly pulling several smoke grenades from his vest and hurling them to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. White smoke billowed out, instantly obscuring the Qin soldier's vision. System exchange for the enhanced version of basic combat art. Exchange successful. Points consumed 0. Warning. Host's energy points are insufficient. Skill duration 5 minutes. Chen Xiao moved like lightning, weaving through the smoke. Bang. One punch. An Iron Eagle Elite was sent flying. Crack. One kick. Another Iron Eagle Elite spear was snapped in half. Chen Xiao charged through their ranks like a tiger among sheep. Damn it. Wang Ben gritted his teeth, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Fire. Fire the arrows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A rain of arrows fell like locusts, blotting out the sky as they flew toward Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao swiftly pulled a shield from his vest, holding it before him. Clang, clang, clang. The arrows struck the shield, producing crisp metallic sounds. System exchange for the enhanced version of the Master Mechanic skill. Exchange successful. Points consumed 0. Warning. Host's energy points are insufficient. Skill duration 3 minutes. Chen Xiao rapidly analyzed the Qin army's formation using the Master Mechanic skill. Break for me. He slammed a fist violently onto the ground. Boom. The earth split open and countless sharp wooden stakes burst through the soil, piercing toward the Qin soldiers. Screams erupted as dozens of Qin soldiers were impaled by the stakes. Damn it. A flicker of terror crossed Wang Ben's eyes. Chen Xiao, just what kind of monster are you? Chen Xiao sneered, swinging his fist once more. System exchange for the basic firearms manufacturing blueprint. Exchange successful. Points consumed 0. Warning. Host's energy points are insufficient. Skill duration 1 minute. Blueprints of countless mechanical components instantly flashed in Chen Xiao's mind. He rapidly assembled the parts, and simple hand cannons were forged in his hands one after another. System exchange for the enhanced version of the Special Forces camp skill. Exchange successful. Points consumed 0. Warning. Host's energy points are insufficient. Skill duration 30 seconds. Chen Xiao abruptly pulled the trigger. Bang. The hand cannon spewed a tongue of flame, and Wang Ben fell to the ground in the distance. Charge. Riding his warhorse, Chen Xiao dashed toward the courier station under the cover of the hand cannons. Inside the abandoned station, Ing Zheng leaned against the corner of the wall, his face as pale as paper. Hong Lian and Meng Tian guarded his side, warily scanning the surroundings. Chen Xiao, will he make it back? Hong Lian asked softly. He will return. Ing Zheng closed his eyes, his voice faint. He is my sharpest blade. Just then the sudden rapid sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside the courier station. System quest updated. Quest name Survival and Despair. Quest description: safely escort Ing Zheng out of the state of Qin before energy points are completely depleted. Quest reward points 0. Special reward system reboot to be activated. Chen Xiao burst into the courier station and abruptly pulled the reins. Go quick, he shouted. Meng Tian and Hong Lian helped Ing Zheng up, quickly mounting their horses. System exchange for the Imperial Chariot blueprint. Exchange failed. Host's energy points are insufficient. Chen Xiao gritted his teeth. System exchange for simple carriage. Exchange successful. Points consumed 0. A simple carriage materialized out of thin air. Getting quick, Chen Xiao helped Zheng into the carriage. Hiya. The carriage sped away. The pursuing Qin soldiers had already reached the courier station. Pursue them. Do not let them escape. Wang Bin scrambled up from the ground, a look of venomous malice flashing in his eyes. Chen Xiao, you cannot escape. Chen Xiao drove the carriage hurtling across the wilderness. Behind them, the pursuing Qin soldiers trailed like a black dragon, relentless in their chase. System, scan the surroundings. Scanning. 10 li ahead there is a canyon. There is an ambush inside the canyon. Chen Xiao's gaze sharpened. Damn it. He yanked hard on the reins. The carriage came to a halt. System, exchange for the enhanced version of the master mechanic skill. Exchange successful. Points consumed 0. Warning. Host's energy points are insufficient. Skill duration 10 seconds. Utilizing the master mechanic skill, Chen Xiao rapidly modified the carriage. Transform for me. He slammed a fist violently onto the carriage. Boom. The carriage deformed, transforming into a simple war chariot. System, exchange for the enhanced version of the Special Forces camp skill. Exchange successful. Points consumed 0. Warning. Host's energy points are insufficient. Skill duration 5 seconds. Chen Xiao abruptly pulled the reins. Hiya. The chariot charged toward the canyon. Inside the canyon, a barrage of arrows rained down. System, exchange for the enhanced version of basic combat art. Exchange successful. Points consumed 0. Warning. Host's energy points are insufficient. Skill duration 3 seconds. Chen Xiao brandished his long sword, deflecting the rain of arrows. System, exchange for the enhanced version of the master mechanic skill. Exchange successful. Points consumed 0. Warning. Host's energy points are insufficient. Skill duration 1 second. Chen Xiao slammed his fist violently onto the canyon's rock face. Boom. The rock face collapsed and massive boulders tumbled down, blocking the entrance to the canyon. System quest completed. Quest reward points 0. Special reward system reboot activated. Beep. System rebooting. Reboot progress 1. 2. Chen Xiao looked at the collapsing canyon before him, a bitter smile playing on the corner of his lips. It seems I can only rely on myself now. He abruptly pulled the reins. Hiya. The chariot charged out of the canyon, rushing toward the distant wilderness. The pursuing Qin soldiers were blocked by the giant boulders, left with no choice but to watch them fade into the distance. Chen Xiao drove the chariot hurtling across the wilderness. Behind him, the setting sun was like blood painting the horizon red. Ahead lay an expanse of unknown darkness. But he knew that this war had only just begun, and he no longer had the protection of the system. He could only rely on himself to forge ahead. The night was as dark as ink, thick and impenetrable. On the wasteland outside the abandoned courier station, the cold wind howled, whipping up withered grass and sand from the ground, making a wailing sound like the weeping of ghosts. The carriage bumped along the rugged dirt road, letting out creaking groans. Chen Xiao held the reins tight, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. His temples throbbed violently as an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped his heart. That once omnipresent sense of security that he could summon at any moment had vanished, replaced by a stark, biting chill of staring directly into the abyss. The system panel was pitch black, with only a faint progress bar slowly crawling in the corner. System reboot 3. Jia? He barked a low command, attempting to quicken the pace. Right at that moment, pairs of cold, eerie eyes lit up in the darkness. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless pitch-black feathered arrows pierced through the air, precisely targeting the carriage's wheels and reins rather than vital spots. This was to capture them alive, or to destroy them. Chen Xiao's pupils contracted as his body reacted instinctively. He yanked the reins hard and rolled to the side, narrowly evading several sharp arrows aimed at his throat. Ding! An arrow struck the wooden board of the carriage, its fletching still trembling. Who goes there? Meng Tian roared, drawing the long sword from his waist to shield the front of the carriage. However, his answer was dozens of black shadows. They were clad in pitch-black, tight-fitting attire, their faces covered by expressionless masks, holding short blades gleaming with a cold light. They surged silently from all directions like ghosts, instantly surrounding the carriage. The state of Zhao. Black Eye's platform. Hong Lian's pupils contracted sharply, her voice carrying a trace of imperceptible trembling. The Black Eye's platform, the most terrifying secret service of the state of Zhao, answered only to the king of Zhao. They were highly trained and ruthless, true killing machines. Kill. At the command of the leading black-clad man, dozens of Black Eye's platform death soldiers launched their attacks simultaneously. Meng Tian brandished his long sword, engaging the rushing death soldiers in fierce combat. However, the enemies were numerous and coordinated seamlessly. Despite Meng Tian's valor, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Chen Xiao flipped and landed on the ground, blocking the front of the carriage. A death soldier launched a sneak attack from behind, thrusting a short blade directly toward his heart. Without turning around, Chen Xiao's ears twitched slightly. He sidestepped to the left and delivered a backhanded chop, with his palm precisely striking the opponent's wrist. Crack! The sound of fracturing bone rang out. The death soldier let out a muffled groan as the short blade dropped to the ground. Chen Xiao kicked out with the momentum, striking the opponent squarely in the chest and sending him flying. Yet this was only the beginning. More death soldiers swarmed forward. Chen Xiao took a deep breath, casting aside all distracting thoughts. No system, no skills. Only physical instinct and the experience accumulated from countless life and death battles. He turned his palms into blades and his fists into hammers, each strike landing precisely on the opponent's vital points. Ribs, throat, temples. Blood splattered, staining his clothes red. But he dared not stop, nor could he. For inside the carriage sat the future of Great Qin. Puff! A death soldier's short blade slashed his arm, and blood flowed freely. Chen Xiao did not even knit his brows. He grabbed the opponent's wrist with a backhand, twisted it forcefully to seize the blade, and instantly hurled it back. The short blade flew like lightning, piercing through the throat of another death soldier. General! A cry of pain came from Meng Tian's direction. A deep, bone-deep wound had been slashed across his shoulder, causing him to stagger backward. Taking advantage of the opening, two death soldiers bypassed Meng Tian and dashed straight for the carriage. Get lost! Chen Xiao roared, his figure moving like lightning as he instantly intercepted them. Holding a seized short blade in each hand, he was like two streaks of black lightning instantly slicing across the throats of the two men. Blood sprayed. Clutching their throats, the two fell to the ground, convulsing a few times before lying still. However, at that very moment the carriage curtain was lifted by a pale hand. Yingzheng stepped out. His face remained pale, and his figure swayed, as if a gust of wind could knock him over. Yet his eyes were terrifyingly bright, like flames burning within an abyss. We have not yet perished. His voice was very soft, yet it carried an unquestionable majesty. A flash of killing intent flickered in the eyes behind the mask of the leading black-clad man. Kill! He ordered once more. Two of the strongest death soldiers at the rank of Black Ice Platform Centurions lunged toward Yingzheng simultaneously. Chen Xiao wanted to rush to his aid, but he was tightly entangled by three death soldiers and could not break free. Your Highness! Watch out! Hong Lian cried out in alarm, drawing her short sword to block, only to be stopped by another death soldier. Standing on the carriage, Yingzheng looked at the two death soldiers lunging at him, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You? Mere mortals. He slowly raised his right hand. System. High concentration energy response detected. Warning. Warning. Child of Destiny, passive skill trigger detected. A dazzling golden light suddenly flashed across the originally pitch-black system panel. From Yingzheng's palm, a visible surge of purple chi suddenly erupted. The airflow, like a roaring dragon, instantly slammed into the two death soldiers. Bang! There were no fancy techniques, only the crushing weight of pure power. Before the two death soldiers could even let out a scream, their bodies flew backward like broken kites, crashing heavily against the distant rocks and instantly disintegrating into a mist of blood. A dead silence fell over the entire field. The remaining Black Ice Platform death soldiers, including the leading chief, froze in their tracks, the eyes behind their masks filled with unbelievable terror. What was that? Was that something humanly achievable? Yingzheng's body swayed, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Forcibly channeling the remaining power of Destiny's chi within him had placed an immense burden on his body. Yet he still stood with his spine perfectly straight like an unbending spear. Begone! He spat out the word coldly. The leading black-clad man's body shuddered violently, a flash of determination crossing his eyes. Retreat! He barked in a low voice, waving his hand sharply. All the Black Ice Platform death soldiers withdrew like a receding tide, vanishing into the darkness in an instant, as if they had never existed. Once again a deathly silence returned to the wasteland. Only the corpses on the ground and the pervasive scent of blood proved everything that had just occurred. Leaning on his short blade, Chen Xiao panted heavily. He looked at Yingzheng, who was swaying on the carriage, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Child of Destiny. It turned out that the real cheat code was on Yingzheng. System. Reboot progress 15. The numbers on the panel flickered. Chen Xiao let out a bitter laugh, sheathed his short blade, and walked over to the carriage. Your Highness. Yingzheng looked at him, the light in his eyes gradually dimming as his body went limp and fell forward. We only borrowed a bit of luck, he murmured to himself before falling unconscious. Chen Xiao caught his body, feeling his faint breathing. Meng Tian, Hong Lian, we must leave this place quickly, Chen Xiao said in a deep voice. The commotion just now was too loud, it will soon draw more trouble. He looked up, gazing at the star-studded sky. Child of Destiny. Is it a? He curled his lips into a playful smile. It seems this muddy water is even deeper than I imagined. The carriage started up again, moving slowly through the night. The road ahead remained dark and unknown. But Chen Xiao knew that some things had already changed. The carriage jolted along the rugged mountain path, Yingzheng's pale countenance appearing exceptionally fragile within the dim cabin. Chen Xiao gripped the reins tightly, his gaze locked forward. The Sherman Pass on the border of the state of Zhao was already in sight. It was a colossal, naturally formed stone archway flanked by sheer cliffs that resembled cleaved blades, serving as a vital choke point between the states of Qin and Zhao. Halt! Chen Xiao commanded abruptly, pulling back the reins. A strange, chilling aura of slaughter drifted through the wind. What is it? Hong Lian asked in a hushed voice, lifting the curtain while cradling the unconscious Ying Zheng in her arms. Something is wrong. Chen Xiao leapt down from the carriage, his ears twitching slightly. The surroundings were unnaturally silent. Even the chirping of insects and birds had vanished, leaving only the mountain wind howling through the Sherman Pass. Meng Tian galloped up from behind, his expression grave. General, the scouts sent ahead have not returned. Before his voice could fade, a sudden anomaly erupted. A thunderous rumble shook the air. On both sides of the colossal Shiman, countless torches ignited in an instant, turning the dark night into day. Elite suicide soldiers of the Zhao border army, clad in dark red armor, emerged from behind the rocks, their long halberds standing like a dense forest gleaming with a freezing light. At the very front of the vanguard, mounted upon a pitch-black warhorse, sat a great general clad in purple-gold armor. His face was cold and stern, his gaze sharp as lightning, and he wielded a bronze halberd over 2 meters long. Merely sitting there, he exuded an overwhelming pressure as immense as Mount Tai pressing down. Li Mu. Meng Tian gasped. The foremost general of the state of Zhao. How could he be here? Chen Xiao gripped the short blade at his waist, alarm bells ringing wildly in his mind. Li Mu, one of the 4 legendary generals of the Warring States period, was not only a miraculous strategist, but also possessed unfathomable martial cultivation. At this moment, the system had not yet rebooted. Progress 45. Ying Zheng was unconscious, and both Hong Lian and Meng Tian were severely injured. This was nothing short of a desperate dead end. Hand over the king of Qin, and I shall grant you a path to live. Li Mu's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly across the valley, carrying an unquestionable authority. Impossible, Chen Xiao replied, coldly, crouching slightly into a combat stance. Li Mu's eyes went cold as he swept his halberd forward. Kill. Fire. Countless flaming arrows rained down like a deluge, blocking all routes of retreat. Meng Tian. Protect the carriage. Hong Lian, taking Zheng, and break through. Chen Xiao roared, his figure flashing like lightning as he charged into the enemy ranks. Without system skills, he had to rely solely on instinct. Every punch and kick carried a desperate, lethal ferocity, targeting the enemy's throats and joints. Blood dyed his robes crimson, though it was impossible to tell whether it was his enemy's or his own. Yet the Zhao soldiers were simply too numerous. Just as Chen Xiao was entangled by several top experts, Li Mu made his move. He spurred his horse forward, breaking through the defensive line and heading straight for the carriage. In your dreams. Meng Tian roared, raising his sword to intercept. Begone. With a sweep of Li Mu's halberd, an overwhelming force surged forward. Meng Tian, along with his sword, was sent flying. Vomiting blood, he fell unconscious. Reining in his horse before the carriage, Li Mu reached out to seize Ying Zheng from inside. At that very moment, another anomaly occurred. Within Ying Zheng's embrace, the black token obtained from Lu Buwei suddenly emitted a cold, eerie glow, resonating with a certain power deep within the Sherman. A thunderous boom shook the entire valley violently. The seemingly natural Sherman actually cracked open, revealing a fissure. The ground collapsed as countless boulders tumbled down. The carriage lost its balance, plunging into the collapsing earth along with Li Mu and Ying Zheng inside. Ying Zheng. Chen Xiao's eyes nearly split from rage. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he threw out his final grappling hook, anchoring it into the rock, and leapt boldly into the dark abyss. With a splash, Chen Xiao plunged into a freezing underground river. He swam vigorously and scrambled onto the shore. The surroundings were pitch black, with only a faint glimmer of light filtering down from above. Ying Zheng. Hong Lian, he shouted loudly, his voice echoing through the vast cavern. There was no response. Chen Xiao groped his way forward in the dark, his short blade scraping against the cavern walls, producing a grating sound. After walking for about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, a strange light suddenly appeared ahead. It was not firelight, but a ghostly blue glow that seemed almost alive. Chen Xiao quickened his pace. Turning a corner, the sight before him left him utterly stunned. In the center of the massive underground cavern stood a colossal bronze gate rising 10 zhang high. The gate was densely carved with ancient runes. These runes were not inanimate. They flowed slowly, radiating a palpitation-inducing primordial aura. On the altar before the giant gate, Ying Zheng lay still, his chest rising and falling slightly. Your Highness. Chen Xiao rushed over to check on Ying Zheng's condition. Fortunately, he was merely unconscious and sustained no serious harm. He stood up, gazing up at the colossal bronze gate. Why did those runes look so familiar? Chen Xiao's heart suddenly raced. He reached out and touched one of the runes. A sharp electric sting shot through him. In an instant, countless fragmented images flashed across his mind: falling stars, roaring behemoths, and people in bizarre attire operating glowing machinery. Warning! Warning! High-dimensional civilization ruins detected. System reboot accelerating. The once sluggish progress bar suddenly surged frantically. System reboot 90. 95. 100. Ding. System reboot complete. Detected host contact with source code ruins. Unlocked new function runic analysis. Automatically analyzing bronze gate inscriptions. Assisted by the system, Chen Xiao watched as the characters before him lit up one by one, translating into information he could comprehend. This gate is the spatio-temporal anchor, sealing the observer that spans dimensions. To open it, royal blood and the beacon are required. Chen Xiao looked down at the unconscious Ying Zheng, then at the black token in his own hand. Royal blood. Beacon. Could all of this be predestined? Just then Ying Zheng's finger twitched slightly. In the icy cavern, an eerie blue light cast a glow upon Ying Zheng's pallid face. He slowly opened his eyes, and those orbs, once deep and reserved, now shimmered with a strange radiance that seemed to penetrate the ages. Your Highness, you're awake. Chen Xiao rushed forward, helping Ying Zheng to his feet. Ying Zheng waved his hand, his gaze fixed beyond Chen Xiao, staring intently at the massive bronze door. His body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from a tremor that originated deep within his bloodline. It is calling me. Your Highness, this door. I know. Ying Zheng interrupted Chen Xiao, slowly rising to his feet. His frame was still frail, but the aura he now exuded sent a chill through Chen Xiao's heart. System prompt: detected anomaly in child of fortune status. Scanning. Scan failed. Target is in a state of high-dimensional resonance. Chen Xiao's heart leaped as he watched Ying Zheng stride toward the bronze giant door. My blood is the key. As the words fell, Ying Zheng bit his fingertip and flicked a drop of crimson blood toward the groove at the center of the door. The moment the blood touched the bronze, it was like water droplets hitting boiling oil. The entire cavern trembled violently. The runes on the bronze door, like awakened blood vessels, instantly turned blood red. Those flowing lines began to spin wildly, emitting a harsh grinding sound of metal. System warning. Energy reaction exceeds threshold. Analyzing rune logic at full capacity. Analysis progress 10:30. Chen Xiao wasted no time, immediately activating the system's rune analysis function. Countless semi-transparent data streams flashed before his eyes, transforming into lines of prompt messages. Energy node A detected. Reverse pulse injection required. Logic lock detected. Frequency adjustment to 432 Hz required. Chen Xiao, aid me. Ying Zheng bellowed, pressing his hands against the massive door, the mysterious power of fortune within him surging forth, turning into a purple beam of light that poured into the door. Understood. Chen Xiao took a deep breath, and leveraging the data provided by the system, he rapidly tapped in the air, simulating a series of complex operating commands. Node A pulse injected. Frequency adjustment complete. Frequency adjustment complete. Rumble. With the last command from Chen Xiao, the runes at the center of the bronze door suddenly stopped spinning, then contracted inward, forming a massive vortex. A blinding white light shot out from the crack of the door, illuminating the entire cavern. It's opening. Chen Xiao squinted, watching the giant door slowly swing open. Beyond the door, instead of the expected tomb or treasure, was a space completely beyond comprehension. It was a vast circular hall, the walls embedded with countless luminous crystals twinkling like stars. In the center of the hall, a massive holographic star map hovered, bearing the topography of the entire 7 warring states and even more distant lands. Around the hall, various bizarre instruments were placed. Some emitted blue electric arcs, others flowed with red liquid, and still others displayed complex code on screens that Chen Xiao could not understand at all. Where's this? Chen Xiao murmured. Welcome to the abode of the observer. A hoarse mechanical voice suddenly echoed through the hall. Chen Xiao instantly drew his short blade, shielding Ying Zheng. Who goes there? The star map in the center of the hall twisted, coalescing into a translucent human figure. It was an old man in a gray robe with a gaunt face, a long white beard, and eyes deep as the sea. He looked at Ying Zheng and Chen Xiao, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Giguzi. Chen Xiao's pupils contracted sharply. Though he had never seen him before, the iconic image and the danger level warning from the system instantly confirmed his identity. No, to be precise, it's Giguzi's high-dimensional projection, the old man said with a faint smile. Or rather, I am the administrator of this anchor of time and space. Ying Zheng stared at him coldly. You are the mastermind. Mastermind. The old man laughed heartily. We are merely observers, recorders. Your history, your civilization are nothing but a set of data on our experimental bench. Experiment. Chen Xiao's anger flared. You treat human lives as experiments. Those who achieve great things do not dwell on trifles, the old man replied, his expression unchanged. To verify the intervention threshold of high-dimensional civilizations on low-dimensional civilizations, a few sacrifices are but a necessary cost. Bullshit. Chen Xiao gripped his short blade, ready to charge. Chen Xiao, stop. Ying Zheng stopped him. Ying Zheng looked at the projection of Giguzi not with anger, but with a cold, murderous intent. You say we are a low-dimensional civilization? Ying Zheng asked calmly. Of course, Giguzi said arrogantly. We come from a higher dimension, possessing technology and power beyond your comprehension. Your fate has always been in our hands. Is that so? Ying Zheng suddenly smiled. He slowly raised his hand, and the black token in his palm flew out hovering in midair. System prompt, beacon activated. Connecting to anchor of time and space core. Connection successful. Overriding permissions. Giguzi's projection trembled violently, its once stable form flickering erratically. You? How do you have this? That is the master control key. Do you really think your fortune was granted by you? Ingzheng sneered. I merely borrowed your momentum to carry out my own plans. No, impossible. System error. System error. Giguzi's projection began to distort, his voice turning sharp and panicked. Chen Xiao now. Ingzheng roared, waving his hand. Chen Xiao did not hesitate. He shot like lightning toward the control panel at the center of the hall. Instead of attacking Giguzi's projection, he followed the system prompts and punched a red crystal on the console. Bang! The crystal shattered, and the entire hall erupted in alarms. Warning! Core damaged. Warning! Core damaged. Bang! The crystal shattered, and the entire hall erupted in alarms. Warning! Core damaged. Warning! Core damaged. Giguzi's projection completely collapsed, dissolving into countless light particles that vanished in the air, leaving only a venomous howl. You have destroyed everything. You will regret this. As the projection faded, the lights in the hall flickered, and the instruments ceased operation. System prompt, high-dimensional laboratory set to self-destruct. Countdown 10 seconds. Go. Chen Xiao grabbed Ingzheng and rushed toward the exit. The moment they burst out of the bronze door, a deafening explosion sounded behind them. Boom! The entire underground cavern collapsed, massive boulders tumbling down, burying the bronze door completely. Chen Xiao and Ingzheng lay in a safe area, gasping for air as they looked at the ruins. Is it over? Chen Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow. No. Ingzheng stood up, dusting off his clothes, his gaze profound as he looked into the distance. This is only the beginning. He turned to Chen Xiao, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Chen Xiao, do you think we are safe just because we destroyed that laboratory? Chen Xiao's heart sank. What does your highness mean? That old man was right, Ingzheng said slowly. We are indeed just pawns. But, he clenched his fist, his eyes burning with the ambition to conquer all. Since we now know the existence of the chessboard, I shall become the one who moves the pieces. System prompt, new mission released, the chess player. Assist Ingzheng in unifying the 6 states, establish the Great Qin Empire, and unlock the secrets of higher dimensions. Chen Xiao looked at Ingzheng's back, a strange tremor rising in his heart. This man was terrifying, but he also knew there was no turning back. Let's go. Chen Xiao stood up, patting Ingzheng on the shoulder. Meng Tian and Hong Lian are still waiting for us outside. There is much to do in Qin. Ingzheng nodded, turned, and walked toward the exit. Sunlight streamed through the cave, opening, casting long shadows on the 2 figures. A new era was about to dawn. Xianying Palace, Zhantai Hall. The night was deep, yet the imperial study blazed with light. Ingzheng sat at the desk, the black infinity token before him. The token levitated in midair, projecting a series of intricate, 3-dimensional images, while dense streams of data cascaded down like waterfalls. Chen Xiao stood to one side, his brow furrowed. He could feel a stifling yet fervent atmosphere in the air. System notification, a high-dimensional data stream has been detected. Attempting to parse. Parsing successful. Core blueprints of the Tiangong project discovered. Chen Xiao's heart stirred. He looked at Ingzheng. Your highness, what exactly is this Tiangong project? Ingzheng did not answer at once. His gaze was fixed fiercely on those images, a fanatical light flickering in his eyes. Chen Xiao, do you know why Qin has been able to sweep through the 6 kingdoms, yet has never been able to break through that final bottleneck? Ingzheng's voice was low and hoarse. Chen Xiao shook his head. Because our weapons are too backward. Ingzheng suddenly waved his hand, and the image projected by the token instantly expanded, transforming into a massive chariot blueprint. The chariot was pitch black with a streamlined body, enormous wheel blades mounted on both sides, and a strangely shaped ballista resting atop its roof. The entire design was full of a cold, technological aesthetic, completely overturning Chen Xiao's understanding of ancient war chariots. What is this? Chen Xiao drew in a sharp breath. This is the Pujuan war chariot, Ingzheng said coldly, refined from the data intercepted from the anchor of time and space. It will completely change the rules of war. Chen Xiao stepped closer and carefully studied the blueprint. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. The chariot's wheelblade design was clearly the prototype of a modern tank tread, and the structure of that ballista was uncannily similar to a Gatling gun in principle. How is this possible? Chen Xiao murmured to himself. System notification, the blueprint has been detected to be highly similar to modern military-industrial technology. Inference, a higher dimensional civilization once intervened in Earth's history, leaving behind seeds of technology. A gigantic wave surged within Chen Xiao's heart. Could it be that certain technological leaps in history were actually caused by the intervention of these observers? Chen Xiao, what do you think? Ingzheng's voice pulled him back to reality. Chen Xiao took a deep breath, suppressed his shock, and said in a low voice, Your Highness, if this Pujuan war chariot can be built, it will surely become an invincible weapon on the battlefield. But what? But these materials and these techniques will hardly be completed in a short time. Yingzheng nodded. I know, you are the only one who can understand these blueprints. Chen Xiao laughed bitterly in his heart. Of course he could understand them, because many of the markings on these blueprints were actually drawn according to modern engineering drafting standards. You are the only one who can understand these blueprints. Chen Xiao laughed bitterly in his heart. Of course he could understand them, because many of the markings on these blueprints were actually drawn according to modern engineering drafting standards. Your Highness, I will do my best. Chen Xiao nodded solemnly. Good. Yingzheng laughed loudly. Summon Li Si. Moments later, Grand Chancellor Li Si hurried in. Your servant Li Si pays homage to your majesty. Li Si knelt to the ground, trembling fearfully. Li Si, Yingzheng said, pointing to the blueprints floating in midair, I am entrusting you with a task. From this moment, gather the finest craftsmen in the entire nation and the best quality materials, and build the Pajuan war chariots according to these blueprints. Anyone who dares to slack off shall be executed without mercy. Li Si raised his head and looked at the strange misshapen blueprints, his eyes full of bewilderment, but he still hurriedly kowtowed. Your servant obeys the decree. Also, Yingzheng added, this matter is strictly confidential. If it is leaked, your entire clan will be executed. This servant understands. Li Si accepted the order and left, and the imperial study fell silent once again. Chen Xiao looked at Yingzheng, seeming to want to speak, but holding back. Chen Xiao, do you have something to say? Yingzheng noticed his unusual manner. Chen Xiao hesitated for a moment, then asked, Your Highness, these blueprints. Where did you obtain them? Yingzheng turned around his back to Chen Xiao, and his voice became somewhat elusive. Chen Xiao, do you believe in fate? Chen Xiao was stunned. I once believed that I was destined by heaven, but only now do I realize that I am merely a pawn. Yingzheng's voice carried a trace of self-mockery. But since I now know the chessboard exists, I will shatter it, and become the one who moves the pieces. He turned around, his gaze blazing like a torch. These blueprints are the remnant data I intercepted from the anchor of time and space. They are the legacy left by the observers, and the key to breaking the shackles of fate. Chen Xiao's mind shuddered. He looked at Yingzheng, and suddenly felt an inexplicable sorrow. What kind of heavy burden was this man carrying? Chen Xiao, Yingzheng's voice suddenly softened. I know that you two have secrets. But I do not care. In this world, the only person I can trust is you. Chen Xiao was silent for a moment, then knelt solemnly. Your servant is willing to go through fire and water for your highness without any hesitation. Yingzheng smiled, reached out, and helped Chen Xiao up. Good. From today onward, you will be the chief superintendent of the Tiangong project. I give you the greatest authority. You may slay any obstacle in your path. Your servant accepts the order. Chen Xiao stood up and looked at Yingzheng's weary, yet resolute face, silently vowing no matter how many difficulties and dangers lay ahead, he would help this man accomplish the great undertaking of unifying the realm. Several days later at the Tiangong workshop, on the outskirts of Xianying. This had originally been Qin's largest weapons factory, but now it was sealed off layer by layer and heavily guarded. Chen Xiao stood before a huge workshop shed holding a scroll of blueprints in his hands. Behind him stood several hundred top-tier craftsmen selected from all over the nation. Everyone, Chen Xiao said as he unfurled the blueprints in a sonorous voice, what we are about to forge today is not an ordinary weapon, but a divine instrument that will change history. The craftsmen looked at each other in astonishment, their eyes filled with curiosity and doubt. Chen Xiao pointed to a material on the blueprint. This metal is called dark iron alloy. It must be made by mixing dark iron, refined steel, and a special, or in set proportions, then smelting them at a temperature of 3,000 degrees. 3,000 degrees. An old craftsman cried out in shock. Sir, how is that possible? Our highest furnace temperature is only 1,000 degrees. Chen Xiao smiled slightly. That is what I am going to teach you all today. He walked over to a huge furnace and began explaining a brand new blast technique, the hydraulic bellows. By using water power to drive the giant bellows, the furnace temperature could be raised to unprecedented heights. The craftsmen were dumbfounded, but a fanatical flame gradually began to burn in their eyes. Also, Chen Xiao said, pointing to another component on the blueprint, this gear transmission assembly must be made with no discrepancy whatsoever. Even the slightest error would render the entire war chariot useless. He personally demonstrated using a precision measuring instrument, the vernier caliper, to teach the craftsmen how to make accurate measurements. Days passed one after another. Inside the Tiangong workshop furnace, fires blazed and hammering sounds shook the heavens. Under Chen Xiao's guidance, the craftsmen worked day and night. They had never seen such exquisite designs, nor had they ever encountered such advanced craftsmanship. But with their devotion and love for the arts, they forced one impossible thing after another to become possible. Finally, on a morning 1 month later, the first Pajuan war chariot was completed. It stood quietly in the center of the square, pitch black all over its streamlined body, gleaming with a cold, piercing light in the sunlight. The enormous wheel blades and the menacing ballista all radiated a suffocating sense of pressure. Chen Xiao walked around the chariot, carefully examining every detail. There was not a single flaw. It was perfect. System notification: a high-dimensional technological product has been detected with a weak energy response. Judged to be a low-spec war machine. Chen Xiao smiled wryly. Low-spec. In ancient times this was absolutely an invincible existence. Lord Chen, a craftsman, asked timidly, "Can this thing actually move?" Chen Xiao did not answer. Instead, he jumped onto the chariot and sat down in the cockpit. Everyone stand back. He pulled the control lever and pressed the pedals with his foot. Boom! The engine at the bottom of the chariot, a simple engine driven by high-pressure steam, let out a roar and the enormous wheel blades began to turn. Whoosh! The chariot shot out like an arrow from a bowstring, carving a perfect arc across the square. The craftsman gasped, then burst into thunderous cheers. Chen Xiao drove the chariot around the square several times, feeling its astonishing speed and handling. Although it could not compare with a modern tank in this age of cold weapons, it was absolutely a dimensionality-reducing blow. He stopped the chariot and jumped down. Looking at the excited craftsman, he felt little joy in his heart. He knew that launching the Tiangong project meant the cruelty of war would escalate once again, and they had no way back. System notification: new mission released, Steel Torrent. Use the Pujuan war chariots to form an elite force and crush the allied armies of the Six Kingdoms in the Battle of Hanggu Pass 3 months from now. Chen Xiao clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. Since he had chosen this road, he could only continue to the very end. He turned and looked toward Xianyang Palace, as if he could see Ying Zheng's deep, ambitious eyes. "Your Highness, your chess game has begun." The night was as dark as ink, with dense clouds shrouding the brilliance of the stars and moon, plunging the Hulao camp on the border of the state of Wei into a deathly silence. Within the encampment, sparse campfires flickered as the sentries huddled near the flames, drowsy and half asleep. Days of confrontation had left them utterly exhausted, and none of them anticipated that death was quietly encroaching. 5 li away, behind a low-lying earthen ridge, Chen Xiao sat astride a black warhorse, his gaze piercing like a falcon as he stared intently at the distant encampment. Behind him, 100 Qin soldiers clad in black light armor stood in solemn silence. Their faces were painted with camouflage, and their eyes held not a shred of fear, only a frigid, murderous intent. Beside them, 10 menacing steel behemoths crouched in silence. They were the ultimate crystallization of the Tiangong project, the Pujuan chariots. Forged entirely from refined steel, the streamlined hulls of the chariots gleamed with a cold, sharp luster under the faint starlight. A massive battering ram was mounted on the prow, flanked by tracked wheel blades on both sides. Atop each hull, the dark, hollow muzzle of a 6-barrel chain gun pointed toward the heavens. "General, the wind has shifted. It is now an easterly wind," the lieutenant reported in a low voice. Chen Xiao nodded and slowly raised his right hand. Within his palm, a black command flag fluttered sharply in the wind. "Ignite." Upon his command, the steam boilers at the base of the 10 chariots roared to life simultaneously. Hiss, hiss. White steam erupted, letting out a low rumble akin to the awakening breath of prehistoric beasts. Engine RPM 3000. Track transmission normal. Chain gun ammunition feed ready. Chen Xiao's voice was calm and steady, transmitted through a specialized bone conduction communicator into the ears of every member of the Pujuan squad. System alert: combat state detected. Skill mechanical master activated. Chariot performance increased by 10. Advance at full speed. Chen Xiao vigorously swept the command flag downward. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 Pujuan chariots surged forward in unison, their heavy treads crushing the earth with a thunderous roar. Like 10 steel behemoths of the primordial era, they charged toward the Wei army camp with a momentum that threatened to obliterate everything in their path. The distance of 5 li was crossed in the blink of an eye. In front of the Wei encampment, a defensive line of heavy wooden barricades barred the way. This was a fortification the Wei army took great pride in having thwarted the Qin army's advances countless times. Yet before the Pujuan chariots, it appeared utterly fragile. Battering ram full power. At Chen Xiao's command, the lead chariot accelerated abruptly, the ram on its prow gleaming with a cold light. Bang! With a deafening crash, the thick logs were shattered like withered twigs. Without a moment's hesitation, the chariot rolled right over them, tearing a massive breach through the defensive line. Enemy raid! Enemy raid! The Wei soldiers inside the camp finally reacted, their panicked cries echoing one after another. However, the true nightmare had only just begun. Chain guns fire. Chen Xiao coldly delivered the order. Whir! The 6-barrel chain guns atop the chariots began to spin frantically, emitting a piercing hum. Bang! 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 Tongues of fire spat forth as bullets poured out like a torrential downpour. Each bullet had been specially designed, possessing astonishing penetrative power. The Wei army's shields and armor were like paper before them, instantly torn to shreds. Blood-curdling screams immediately echoed throughout the entire camp. To their horror, the Wei soldiers discovered that their weapons could not inflict the slightest damage upon those steel behemoths. Spears thrust against the chariot's armor left only faint white scratches, while arrows struck them without making a sound. Meanwhile, those Pujuan chariots acted like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, ruthlessly harvesting lives. The chariots rampaged through the camp, the fiery tongues of the chain guns continuously reaping the lives of the Wei soldiers. Wherever they passed, corpses littered the ground, and blood flowed like rivers. What kind of monster is that? A Wei general galloped out on horseback, his face turning pale with terror as he witnessed the hellish scene before him. General, we must retreat. We can't hold them off, his personal guard wailed. Retreat. Retreat where? Chen Xiao's voice suddenly rang in his ears. The lead Pujuan chariot suddenly accelerated, directly overturning several chariots blocking its path as it charged straight toward the Wei general. Fire! The chain gun swiveled, instantly riddling the general and his horse with bullets. System alert, enemy general slain. Obtained 50 energy points. Chen Xiao ignored the system notification, his gaze sweeping across the entire battlefield. The 100 soldiers of the Pujuan squad had already charged out from behind the chariots, wielding specialized short crossbows and long sabers as they coordinated with the war machines to sweep the area. Their movements were clean and efficient, their coordination flawless, resembling a precise killing machine. The Wei camp had completely collapsed, with soldiers fleeing in all directions, crying out in despair. General, enemy reinforcements have been spotted to the east, numbering approximately 2,000, the lieutenant's voice reported. Chen Xiao glanced at the distant torches and smiled coldly. Issue the order, Reaper mode. Understood. The 10 Pujuan chariots abruptly halted their pursuit, assembling in the center of the camp as several concealed hatches on their hulls slid open. Hiss, hiss. Several black spheres were launched, landing directly along the path the reinforcements had to take. These were another weapon developed under the Tiangong project, the Xinqianliai. Boom, boom, boom. The Xinqianliai detonated amidst the Wei reinforcements, the massive shockwaves instantly blasting hundreds of soldiers into the air. Flames soared into the sky as thick smoke billowed, and the agonizing screams grew even more wretched. Retreat. Chen Xiao delivered his final order. The 10 Pujuan chariots turned around, leading the 100 soldiers as they swiftly vanished into the night, just as they had arrived, leaving behind only utter devastation and a crowd of terrified surviving Wei soldiers. By dawn, the tragic state of the Wei camp had spread across the entire border. Spies from the 6 states rushed to the scene upon hearing the news. Looking at the crushed barricades, the pierced tents, and the corpses littering the ground, every single one of them gasped in horror. Was that a weapon of the Qin army? How is that possible? What on earth is that? A steel monster. And those firearms? They are 100 times more powerful than gunpowder. The spies discussed in terror, hastily sending the intelligence back to their respective states. In Daliang, the capital of the state of Wei, the king of Wei stared at the report sent by the spies, his face pale and his hands trembling. The Qin army actually possesses such a formidable weapon. Your Majesty, a minister said tremulously, the Qin army's power is overwhelming. I fear our forces. I fear we cannot withstand them. Within the royal court, a deathly silence reigned. Meanwhile, in the courts of the states of Zhao, Chu, Yanhan, and Qi, the exact same drama was unfolding. Panic spread across the 6 states like a plague. Meanwhile, within Xianying Palace, Yingzheng looked at the battle report sent back by Chen Xiao, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Chen Xiao, you indeed have not disappointed me. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the rising sun in the east. The 6 states. Your good days have come to an end. By the time Chen Xiao led his troops back to the Tiangong workshop, day had fully broken. Though the chariots had undergone the baptism of battle, they were largely unscathed save for a few scratches on their armor. System alert, quest steel torrent, completion rate at 30. Obtained 500 energy points. Unlocked new blueprint, upgraded version of Pujuan chariot, the Bawang heavy tank. Chen Xiao looked at the notifications on the system panel, yet there was little joy in his heart. He knew that this battle was only the beginning. General, the lieutenant approached, handing over an intelligence report. There is movement from the 6 states. Chen Xiao took the report and scanned it, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Envoys from the 6 states are gathering in Daliang, preparing to form another alliance. Yes. Chen Xiao sneered. Then let them form it. I would like to see just how long their alliance can last against the Bawang heavy tank. He turned around, gazing at the chariots undergoing maintenance, his voice low and resolute. Pass down the order, produce Pujuan chariots at full speed. 3 months from now at Hanggu Pass, I shall show them what a true steel torrent looks like. Daliang, the capital of Wei. Night shrouded the towering palaces, cloaking the ancient city in stillness. Yet beneath this seemingly calm surface, undercurrents surged. In a side hall of the Wei royal palace, envoys from the 6 states gathered. The atmosphere was so heavy it seemed to condense into water. The news of the Tiger's Den camp's destruction weighed on every heart like a boulder. Honored lords, said Wei's prime minister, Shisho, breaking the silence with a low voice. By now you all know the might of the Qin army's new weapons. If we do not devise a countermeasure, the 6 states will hardly be able to withstand their assault. Prime Minister, she is right, the Zhao envoy said indignantly. That army breaker war chariot is nothing short of sorcery. How can our soldiers' flesh and blood stand against that steel beast? Therefore we must unite, the Chu envoy interjected. No single state can possibly resist Qin alone. Only through a joint alliance can we find a glimmer of hope. An alliance is inevitable, the Yin envoy nodded, but mere unification will hardly suffice. We must uncover the secret of the army breaker chariot, its construction and its blueprints. We must obtain them. At these words, everyone fell silent. Obtain the blueprints of the army breaker chariot. How difficult. The heavenly workshop in Xianyang was heavily guarded, sealed, as tight as an iron barrel. Not even a fly could get through, let alone a man. I have a way. A sinister voice suddenly arose. All eyes turned to see behind the Korean envoy a man clad in a black robe. His face was gaunt and his gaze sinister. He was none other than the notorious Mahist renegade of the state of Han, a descendant of the Gongshu clan, Gongshu Qiao. Master Gongshu, what wisdom do you offer? A glint of sharp light flashed across the King of Wei's eyes. Gongshu Qiao gave a faint smile, revealing a mouth of yellow teeth. The Qin people's heavenly workshop is indeed difficult to infiltrate. But even the tightest defense has its flaws. I have recently developed a mechanism bird that can travel 1,000 li a day. It is small and unobtrusive, unlikely to be detected. If we can smuggle it into Xianyang, it will surely uncover the location of the blueprints. A mechanism bird, the Qi envoy asked with a frown. Can it carry the blueprints back? Gongshu Qiao sneered. My mechanism bird can not only see, but also hear. Once I locate the blueprints, I can identify their structure by sound and replicate them upon return. Excellent. The King of Wei slammed his hand on the table. Master Gongshu, if you accomplish this, Wei shall reward you handsomely. However, Gongshu Qiao shifted his tone. I will need a man. Someone familiar with Xianyang's terrain who can get close to the heavenly workshop. The King of Wei was troubled. At that moment a figure stepped out from the shadows and knelt down. Your Majesty, I am willing to go. The gathering looked and saw it was an obscure eunuch of Wei named Xiao Detzi. It was said he was originally a Qin native captured as a child and brought to Wei and was quite familiar with Xianyang. Good. The King of Wei was overjoyed. Xiao Detzi, if you assist Master Gongshu in this matter, I shall appoint you as senior minister. I, your servant, thank your Majesty for your great favor. Xiao Detzi kowtowed in gratitude, yet a barely perceptible cold gleam flickered in his eyes. 1,000 li away in Xianyang, Chen Xiao stood atop the heavenly workshop, toying with a metal bird the size of a palm in his hand. It was silvery gray all over, its wings crafted from an alloy as thin as a cicada's wings, shining with a cold glimmer beneath the moonlight. This was a mechanical carrier pigeon he had exchanged from the system. After modifications, it possessed not only extreme flight speed and stealth, but was also equipped with a micro-eavesdropping device and image transmission capability. System notification: high-dimensional signal interference detected. Initiating quantum encrypted transmission. Chen Xiao nodded and placed a special crystal chip into the pigeon's body. Go. He released his grip and the mechanical pigeon spread its wings, transforming into a streak of silver light that vanished into the night sky. Its target: Dalian, the capital of Wei. In the Wei royal palace at Dalian, late at night, an inconspicuous sparrow landed beneath the eaves of the side hall. It folded its wings, and its normally black eyes suddenly glowed with a faint red light. Inside, Gongshu Qiao was adjusting his mechanism bird. Xiao Detzi, are you certain the guards at the heavenly workshop changed shifts at the third watch? Gongshu Qiao inquired. Absolutely certain. Xiao Detzi's voice trembled slightly. Moreover, there is a collapsed section on the eastern wall that makes it easy to sneak in. Good. Gongshu Qiao nodded with satisfaction. Once my mechanism bird obtains the blueprints, we will act at once. Remember, as soon as the blueprints are secured, destroy all evidence, and make sure the Qin people discover nothing. Understood. The sparrow on the eaves lay still, its red eyes flickering continuously, transmitting their conversation and the surrounding imagery back to Xianyang through a quantum encrypted channel. At the heavenly workshop in Xianyang, Chen Xiao gazed at the light screen before him, which vividly displayed the scenes inside the Wei royal palace of Dalian. Gongshu Qiao. Xiao Detzi. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. System notification: hostile plot detected. Mission updated: catch the turtle in the jar. Use the enemy's plan to set a trap and acquire more energy points. Interesting. Chen Xiao rose and walked to his workstation. Since you want the blueprints, I'll give you a surprise. System notification: hostile plot detected. Mission updated: catch the turtle in the jar. Use the enemy's plan to set a trap and acquire more energy points. Once read, it would activate a hidden program, reverse control Gongshu Qiao's mechanism bird, and detonate it. System notification: virus blueprint creation complete. Implant into mechanical carrier pigeon. Implant. Chen Xiao placed the inscribed chip into another mechanical pigeon and issued the command. Target: Dalian Wei. Mission: deploy virus blueprint. A streak of silver light once again tore across the night sky, heading eastward. At the Wei royal palace in Dalian, Gongshu Qiao's mechanism bird was ready. It was slightly larger than an ordinary pigeon, pitch black all over, with tiny gears and springs mounted on its wings. Xiao Detzi, take it and slip into the heavenly workshop through the collapsed section on the eastern wall. Locate where the blueprints are stored and let the mechanism bird enter to copy them. Gongshu Qiao instructed. Understood. Xiao Detzi took the mechanism bird and was about to leave. Suddenly a silver sparrow flew in through the window and landed on his shoulder. This is... Xiao Detzi was startled. A gleam of delight flashed across Gong Xiao's eyes. This is Qin's mechanical carrier pigeon, unexpectedly delivering itself right to our doorstep. He hastily removed a small tube tied to the pigeon's leg. Opening it, he found a rolled length of miniature parchment inside. This is the blueprint of the army breaker chariot. Gong Xiao's hands trembled with excitement. It seems there are people within Qin as well. Xiao Detzi exclaimed in delight. Ha ha, heaven helps us. Gong Xiao laughed wildly. With this genuine blueprint, we no longer need to take any risks. He eagerly spread out the parchment and began to study it. However, he failed to notice the silver sparrow, whose eyes flashed red once more, before silently flying away, disappearing into the night. System notification: virus blueprint successfully deployed. Countdown initiated 24 hours. Chen Xiao stood atop the city wall of Xianying, gazing eastward. The game has begun. In Daliang, in the side hall of the Wei King's palace. The candlelight flickers, casting Gong Xiao's face twisted by excitement like a demon. Parchment unfolds slowly between his withered fingers, its intricate lines and complex gearwork, the very blueprint of the Pejun war chariot he has long dreamed of. Excellent. Marvelous. Gong Xiao caresses every datum on the blueprint, his eyes burning with feverish ardor. The Qin people have forged such exquisite mechanisms. These transmission ratios, this hydraulic system. It's simply wondrous craftsmanship. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe such artistry exists in the world. Xiao Detzi, standing nearby, thought, though he could not fathom the intricate machinery. Yet seeing Gong Xiao so agitated, he knew this thing was priceless. Gong Xianqing, since the drawings are in hand, shall we depart at once? If the Qin people discover this, I fear. What hurry? This blueprint, though ingenious, contains several crucial material annotations that are obscure. I need time to deduce them. Moreover, that mechanism bird has yet to be fully tuned. I, acting rashly, would only startle the snake. He lifts a knife from the table and runs a shallow line along the parchment's edge, as if marking something or testing the paper's texture. This Qin papermaking is indeed peculiar. Gong Xiao frowns. This parchment feels delicate, yet is several times tougher than ordinary parchment, and it carries a faint metallic chill. Xiao Detzi, come closer, he whispers. Perhaps the Qin used some special tanning method. Lord Wei's side is pressing hard. If there is no response soon, I fear. The Wei King. Gong Xiao lets out a cold smile, a thread of contempt in his eyes. Wait till I replicate the Pejun war chariot, and the world's balance shall be overturned. Then he rolls the drawings again, tucks them into a specially made lead case, and fixes it in a hidden compartment within the belly of the mechanism bird. This jet-black wooden bird, after modification, is hollow in the belly, large enough to hold this scroll. Xiao Detzi stepped back. Tonight at the Z hour, I will let this mechanism bird take its test flight, and have it carry this grand gift to Wei King to put his mind at ease. Xiao Detzi nods and withdraws, leaving Gong Xiao alone in the hall. He turns and regards the silver mechanical dove. The bird had entered the hall motionless like a lifeless thing. Gong Xiao reaches out and touches its wing. Its joints are perfectly tight, surpassing even the Gong Xiu family's own craft. The Mahist remnants of Qin indeed have some tricks, Gong Xiao murmurs, tapping the leg of the pigeon. Since you have sent this grand gift, I shall accept it. But to guard against any tracking mechanism on the bird, destruction is still the safer option. I shall destroy it for safety. He muses, then smashes the silver pigeon with an iron hammer. Bang! A crisp crack splits the shell, exposing the intricate circuitry and microchips within. Yet at the moment the shell shatters, the dull red electronic eye bursts into a blaze of red light, and a faint current shoots along Gong Xiao's fingers into his body. Gong Xiao merely feels a tingling in his fingers, not paying it any mind, assuming it to be static. He sweeps the battered dove off the floor and returns to studying the counterfeit blueprint. He does not see that from the shattered microchip a rice grain-sized black particle quietly falls away, slipping through the floor seams and underground. That was a nanoscale tracker. In Xianyang, at the summit of Tiangong workshop, Chen Xiao sits before a vast holographic screen, a cup of tea long since cooled in his hand. On the screen, countless green points mark surveillance terminals scattered across the realm. At this moment, the point representing the Wei King's palace in Daliang flickers wildly, accompanied by a fragmentary audio transmission. Reproduce the drawings at Z hour. Test flight. Gong Xiao's cold voice filtered through noise suppression, echoing in the secret chamber. System notice: target has come into contact with the virus blueprint. Nanotracker implanted. Current progress 30. Chen Xiao sets his tea down, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Gong Xiao, you think you are stealing the heavens, yet you are merely laying a stage for me to perform on. He rises and moves to the window, gazing at the dark eastern night. Since you so adore the Pejun war chariot, I will give you a grand display of fireworks. Chen Xiao lifts a hand, and with a gentle touch in the air conjures the true design of the Pejun war chariot. His finger hovers over the self-destruct program entry for a moment, then presses down hard. System activate the shadow plan. Shorten the activation time of the virus blueprint to 6 watch hours. Command acknowledged. Countdown reset. Target the Wei King's palace in Dalian. With the command issued, an invisible quantum pulse ripples along the pre-laid satellite links, leaping across mountains and rivers, roaring toward Wei's capital. Dalian Wei King's palace. Night is deep and quiet, broken only by the patrol guard's footsteps. Gong Shuqiu stands on the balcony of the side hall, cradling the black mechanism bird. The night wind brushes his cloak, sending it fluttering. Go! With a gentle toss, the mechanism bird flaps, its wings once emitting a dull, thrumming sound, then vanishes into the darkness. Its destination is toward Xianyang. It will carry the hard-earned blueprint to Wei's secret outpost outside Dalian, where craftsmen will forge it through the night. Yet the mechanism bird does not fly far. Just as it clears the palace's range, its movements stiffen and seize up. Its once fluid wings convulse awkwardly, and its flight path becomes erratic. Whir. An abrupt, jarring electric tremor travels through it, and the secret compartment in its belly bursts open. The precious blueprint scroll does not drop, instead a hidden mechanical claw within the compartment clamps onto it and spins, tearing it apart. That is the virus program's activation. It is not copying the blueprint, but using the data to refit its own core power furnace. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupts in the wilderness outside the Wei King's palace. The mechanism bird disintegrates mid-air, becoming a blazing fireball. However, the fireball does not dissipate. It oddly coalesces into a massive burning gear, blazing in the night sky for fully 10 breaths before it finally fades. This eerie sight instantly alarms the guards of Dalian. The breach. Look, that is sorcery. Within the city, chaos erupts as flames rise. Meanwhile, in Xianyang Tiangong workshop, Chen Xiao stares at the exploding beacon on the screen and nods with satisfaction. System notice: the virus blueprint has detonated. Enemy panic 500, chaos 800. Mission Wangzhong Zhuobi Phase 1 complete. Chen Xiao turns to the empty chamber and says, dispatch orders have the Shadow Guard covertly begin operations in Dalian. I want Gong Shuqiu to think it was Qin assassins forcing him to flee with the remaining mechanism bird toward the Wei border. As for Xiao Detzi, Chen Zhao's eyes flash with a cold light. Keep him. This chess piece still has great use. Outside Dalian City lay a thinly stretch of desolate forest. The night was black as ink, and a wild wind howled through the trees, whipping dead leaves into the air and filling the darkness with sounds like ghostly wails and wolfish cries. The eerie ball of fire had already died out, but the air still reeked of acrid scorching and the metallic stench of molten iron. A dark shadow lurched through the forest. Gong Shuqiu was disheveled, his hair hanging loose. His once neat black robe had been scorched away in large patches, exposing the dark red lining beneath. His gaunt face was a mask of shock and fury. In his hand he clutched a broken mechanical arm, a fragment he had desperately cut away with his remote mechanism arts before his mechanical bird exploded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gong Shuqiu gasped for breath, glaring at the wreckage in his hand with bloodshot eyes that seemed about to burst. My mechanical bird was forged from superior Nanmu and dark iron, and its core ran on the immovable bright king fire, secretly transmitted within the Gongshu clan. How could it possibly self-detonate in midair for no reason? He jerked his head up and looked toward the soaring flames rising from Dalian City in the distance. It was the Qin. Those Qin agents must have tampered with this bird. Fine, Chen Xiao. Fine, Tiangong workshop. You actually used such base tricks to toy with me. Master. From behind came the hurried sound of footsteps as Xiao Detzi caught up, panting. He was just as bedraggled, his face marked by several trails of blood from scratches, his eyes full of terror. Master, hurry. The Wei Royal Palace has already fallen into chaos. The Imperial Guards are combing the entire city for assassins. That explosion just now was too loud and startled the city garrison. If they discover us here, I'm afraid. What is there to fear? Gong Shuqiu gave a cold snort and tucked the wreckage into his robes. Those Wei fools are nothing but good-for-nothings. Even if they did find us, what could they do? The man I want to kill is one they couldn't kill even if they tried. He stopped and turned to Xiao Detzi, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Xiao Detzi, are you certain that Qin's spy is hiding somewhere nearby? Xiao Detzi shrank his neck and answered in a trembling voice. Absolutely certain. The messenger mechanical carrier pigeon was destroyed, but I had already planted tracking incense on him. This incense has no color or smell, only a trained hound can detect it. During the explosion, just now I saw a streak of silver light fall into this desolate forest with my own eyes. Good. Murderous intent flared in Gong Shuqiu's eyes. The Qin destroyed my mechanism and stole my secrets. Today I will collect this debt with interest. As long as I seize that spy and force the true secret of the Pajuan war chariot out of him, our Gongshu clan will be able to stage a comeback and completely overwhelm the Mahis school. He took a deep breath, steadied the true chi within him, formed a hand seal, and slammed his palms against the ground. Gongshu clan's secret art, earth listening. As his palms struck, the soil around him appeared to come alive. Countless tiny earth insects crawled out of the ground and scattered in every direction. This was Gongxu Chao's unique art. Through the vibrations of the ground, he could perceive every movement in the vicinity. Southeast 300 paces away, there is breathing. Gongxu Chao's eyes snapped open. His figure flickered and transformed into a wisp of black smoke as he shot toward the southeast. Xiao Detzi, keep up. Deep in the desolate forest before an abandoned hunter's cabin, a figure in a gray cloak stood there silently as though waiting for something. Moonlight leaked through the treetops and traced a long, slender silhouette around him. Gongxu Chao's form materialized in midair. Looking down from above, he sneered, "You lackey of Qin. Since you're here, why not show yourself?" The gray-cloaked man slowly turned around, his eyes glinting with an icy, eerie light beneath his hood. "Master Gongxu, it has been a while." His voice was somewhat hoarse, yet touched with a strange familiarity. Gongxu Cho frowned slightly. "That voice. Who are you?" "One who will send you on your way." Before the gray-cloaked man finished speaking, his figure suddenly vanished. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Gongxu Chao's heart. Years of experience in the martial world made him leap backward by instinct. Boom. Right where he had been standing, the ground exploded upward, and countless sharp iron spikes burst out, stabbing toward his groin with a sinister gust. Earth escape technique. "You are from the Mahis school." Gongxu Cho cried, both shocked and furious. Twisting his waist violently in midair, he flung 3 bone-piercing darts, driving back the enemy, who had struck from the earth. The gray-cloaked man rose slowly from the dust, gripping a strange short sword whose blade glowed with an eerie dark red. "Mahis school? No. I am nothing more than a piece of scrap, abandoned by your Gongxu clan." He slowly pulled back his hood, revealing a face covered with burned scars. Gongxu Chao's pupils shrank sharply. "You are Master Ban's disciple, the Amu who went missing in the great fire of the Mechanism City. So your memory serves you well, Master." Amu gave a bitter smile, his eyes seething with hatred. "Back then, in order to seize the blueprints of the non-attack mechanism, you set fire to the Mahist branch hall, killed my master, disfigured my face, and threw me into a pit of flames. You thought I was dead, but I survived. For 10 years I have thought of nothing but how to tear you limb from limb. So you're a fish that slipped the net." A flicker of contempt passed over Gongxu Chao's eyes. "Since you have come to me of your own accord, I will gladly send you down to keep your master company today." He pressed both hands together abruptly, and the air around them seemed to freeze. Hegemonic mechanism art. 1000 mechanism lock. Countless thin metal chains shot from his sleeves and lashed toward Amu like venomous serpents. Every chain was smeared with lethal poison, glimmering with a pale blue light beneath the moon. Amu did not dodge. He drove the dark red short sword in his hand fiercely into the earth. Mahist mechanism art. Earth fire Mingi. The ground split apart in an instant, and a stream of scorching magma erupted upward to meet the metal chains. Sizzle. The searing heat melted the chains in an instant. Gongxu Cho felt a sharp pain in his palms, as if he had been scalded by a branding iron. "What? Your mechanism art actually incorporates the fire attribute." Gongxu Cho was astounded. Mahist mechanism arts emphasized universal love and non-aggression and mostly used wood and stone. Oh, very few could master such an overbearing fire-attributed mechanism. "This is the new Mahist mechanism art bestowed upon me by Lord Chen Xiao." Amu roared. The magma beneath his feet coalesced into a giant fire dragon that howled as it lunged at Gongxu Cho. Not daring to take the blow head-on, Gongxu Cho recoiled sharply. At the same time, he pulled a black sphere from his robes and smashed it hard onto the ground. Gongxu clan's secret art. Phantoms in the dark. Thick black smoke rose in rolling waves, instantly concealing the moonlight. Within the smoke, countless cries of ghosts wailing and wolves howling erupted, as if a host of wronged spirits were demanding Gongxu Chao's life. "Amu, prepare to die." Gongxu Chao's voice came through the black smoke, and a moment later a streak of cold light stabbed straight at Amu's heart. Amu raised his short sword to block. Clang. With a brittle ring, the short sword was actually sent flying from Amu's hand. In the end, Gongxu Chao's skill was still a cut above his. "It's over." Gongxu Cho emerged from the black smoke, a venom-dipped dagger pressed against Amu's throat. "You never imagined this, did you? Your revenge is nothing but a joke." Blood seeped from the corner of Amu's mouth, yet he was still smiling. "Gongxu Cho, do you truly believe you have won?" A sudden ominous feeling rose in Gongxu Chao's heart. Just then the ground beneath his feet grew soft, as if turning into quicksand. "This is..." Lord Chen Xiao once said that the people of the Gongxu clan love to play clever. Amu's voice grew hollow and ethereal. "The quicksand beneath your feet is a gold-devouring beast that I remodeled using the Mahist non-attack mechanism art. What it loves most to eat is the mechanism parts of your Gongxu clan." "What?" Gongxu Chao's face convulsed with terror. He tried to pull away, only to find that his legs were already locked tight by the soil. Worse, he felt countless tiny metallic tendrils crawling up his pant legs, madly devouring the hidden mechanisms and concealed weapons on his body. "No. Impossible. This cannot be." Gongxu Cho struggled frenziedly, but his body only sank deeper and deeper. "Xiao Detzi, save me," he bellowed into the distance. In reply came only the cold click of a mechanism. Thud. A crossbow bolt shot out of the darkness and pierced squarely through Gong Xiao's left shoulder. Gong Xiao turned his head in disbelief. Xiao Detzi was standing in the shadows of a tree not far away, a repeating crossbow in his hands and a sinister smile on his face. Xiao Detzi. You. Master Gongshu Xiao Detzi said calmly. Lord Chen Xiao asked me to tell you that this act is finally over. As his voice faded, the quicksand beneath Gong Xiao suddenly contracted and swallowed him whole. Only one hand was still left outside, tightly clutching the fake blueprint he had treasured, as if it were his life. The wind blew and the hand slowly drooped. The blueprint unfurled in the moonlight. Where the original lines had been precise and intricate, they now twisted into a hideous grinning face. The night was as dark as ink in the depths of the desolate forest. Where Gong Xiao had vanished, the soil still writhed slightly, as if a sated beast were digesting its prey in satisfaction. The air was thick with a sickly, sweet, earthy stench mingled with the nauseating char left from the recent explosion. Xiao Detzi stood there in silence, his repeating crossbow already put away. Looking at the patch of earth that had swallowed Gong Xiao, a subtle complex look flickered in his eyes, one mingled with fear, relief, and an unspeakable desolation. After all, that was the master he had served for 10 years. Though cold and suspicious, treating him as a disposable pawn, it was also this very master who had fed him when he was at his lowest. Stop staring. He won't be coming out again. Amu's voice was weak as he clutched the wound on his chest and slowly struggled to his feet. The explosive confrontation just now, though forcing Gong Xiao to retreat, had drained the last drop of true qi from his body. Xiao Detzi turned around and looked at Amu. At this moment, the hideous burn scar on Amu's face looked exceptionally terrifying under the moonlight, yet his eyes shone with a frightening intensity. Here. Xiao Detzi stepped forward, retrieved an exquisite porcelain vial from his robes, poured out a dark red elixir, and offered it. Amu did not take it, eyeing him warily. What is this? An antidote pill, Xiao Detzi said calmly. Gong Xiao's dagger was coated with soft bone powder. Though you weren't struck in a vital spot, the toxin has already invaded your meridians. If you don't take the antidote in time, you will be completely paralyzed and crippled within half an hour. Amu frowned slightly. Indeed, he felt a numbness in his right arm, a clear sign of poisoning. Yet he stared at Xiao Detzi, his eyes filled with suspicion. Why are you saving me? Lest you forget we belong to opposing factions. Xiao Detzi let out a bitter laugh and forced the elixir into Amu's hand. In this game there are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. Lord Chen Xiao needs you alive, and he needs the fire attribute mechanism art in your hands. As for me, he paused, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. I need to survive, and survive better than anyone else. Amu looked at the elixir in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately swallowed it. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, sending a cool stream of energy down his throat to circulate throughout his body. The numbness in his right arm eased significantly. Thank you, Amu said in a low voice. Xiao Detzi waved his hand, turned to walk back to where Gong Xiao had vanished, and nudged the soil with his foot. Confirming there was no movement, he said, the commotion here was too loud. The Imperial Guards of Wei will arrive shortly. We must leave immediately. Where to? Amu asked. To the hiding place arranged by Lord Chen Xiao. Xiao Detzi drew a parchment map from his robes, spread it out, and pointed to a red dot. In the western suburbs of Daliang City, there is an abandoned mine. It was once an iron mine of the Wei state, but it was sealed off after a collapse killed many workers. Now it is completely deserted, the perfect place to hide. Amu nodded. Heavily injured, and with nowhere else to go, he had no choice but to follow Xiao Detzi's arrangements. Just as they were about to depart, Amu suddenly froze in his tracks. What is it? Xiao Detzi asked warily. Amu squatted down and picked up an object from the ground, the sole relic left behind by Gong Xiao, his severed mechanical arm. This is... A flicker of greed flashed in Xiao Detzi's eyes. A mechanical arm of the Gongshu family, even a defective one, was a priceless treasure. This is Gong Xiao's final pride, Amu said coldly, and the proof of my revenge. Tucking the mechanical arm into his robes, a look of grim determination flashed in his eyes. Let's go. Under the cover of night, the two sped off toward the western suburbs of Daliang City. In Daliang City, within the royal palace of Wei, the palace halls were brightly lit. The king of Wei sat upon his dragon, throne, his expression terrifyingly grim. Below, a crowd of officials knelt on the floor, trembling in fear. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. The king of Wei violently smashed the jade rui in his hand onto the floor with a resounding crash. An imperial guard of 100,000, yet you couldn't even capture a single spy from Qin. And you allowed that spy to start a fire outside the city, disturbing my peaceful slumber. What on earth do I feed you all for? Your Majesty, please appease your anger. Chancellor Wang Huo hastily prostrated himself, kowtowing as he said, according to scout reports, that was no ordinary spy, but a mechanist from Qin. They deployed a novel weapon known as the mechanical bird. Its power is immense, far beyond what mortal strength can withstand. A mechanical bird. Since when did Qin's mechanism arts become so formidable? A trace of doubt flickered in the king of Wei's eyes. This? Wang Huo was momentarily at a loss for words. Qin's mechanism arts had always lagged behind those of Wei and Chu. Why had they suddenly become so powerful? Your Majesty, a black-robed elder walked hurriedly into the hall. It was Gong Shu Pan, the grand tutor of Wei and the senior fellow disciple of Gong Shu Qiao. Senior brother, you have arrived. Seeing Gong Shu Pan, the king of Wei's expression softened slightly. Do you know what exactly this mechanical bird is? Gong Shu Pan's face was solemn as he said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, that was no genuine mechanical bird, but a trap. I fear my junior brother Gong Shu Qiao has already met with disaster. What a... The king of Wei was shocked. We both know Gong Shu Qiao's strength. Who could possibly kill him? The one who killed him might not be a single person, but an entire conspiracy. A sharp light gleamed in Gong Shu Pan's eyes. Qin's Tiangong workshop, the Mahist Fei Gong, and that new Moism, lurking in the shadows. They have been setting this chessboard for a very long time, and very deeply. Are you saying? The king of Wei's heart sank. Your Majesty, Daliang City is no longer safe. Gong Shu Pan said gravely, Qin's ambition is not merely a single mechanical bird, but the entire world. We must take swift action or the state of Wei will be in grave peril. The king of Wei fell silent, looking down at his trembling officials, and then at Gong Shu Pan's solemn expression. An unprecedented sense of crisis welled up in his heart. Pass down my decree, the king of Wei spoke slowly. Place the entire city under martial law and seal all gates. Furthermore, dispatch men to investigate and find out exactly who this new Moism is. And he paused, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Contact the states of Zhao and Han. I wish to form an alliance with them to jointly oppose Qin. Understood, Your Majesty. On the official road outside the desolate forest, an unremarkable carriage traveled slowly. Inside, Xiao Detzi rested with his eyes closed while Amu leaned against the window, watching the passing scenery with a complex gaze. What are you thinking about? Xiao Detzi suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. Amu was quiet for a moment before replying. I was wondering, now that Gong Shu Qiao is dead, how will the Gong Shu family react? Will the king of Wei believe his death was merely an accident? Whether they believe it or not doesn't matter, Xiao Detzi said indifferently. What matters is that this game has begun. The question now is how to play the next moves. What is Lord Chen Xiao's plan? Plan, oi. Xiao Detzi sneered. How could Lord Chen Xiao's plans be something for me to speculate on? All I know is that he wants us to stay alive until that day comes. That day, oi. The day when the banners of Qin are planted across the entire world, and we shall be the most loyal followers beneath those banners. Amu fell silent. He looked out the window at the deep, swallowing night. The carriage rolled onward toward an unknown future, toward the storm that was about to sweep across the world. Behind them, the fires of Daliang City gradually died down, leaving only devastation and endless suspicion. The storm had only just begun. The night lay over the western outskirts of Daliang City like dense ink, smothering the barren plain in utter darkness. A bitter wind swept across the withered grass, its howl a ghostly dirge. A battered old carriage rattled along the rugged official road, its wheels grinding over gravel with dull thuds. The driver, Xiao Detzi, tightened the reins and squinted into the distance. Under the pale moonlight, a dark and shadowy mountain silhouette gradually emerged on the horizon. The iron mine that had been abandoned by the Wei kingdom for years. We're here, Xiao Detzi said in a low voice, a trace of barely perceptible tension in his tone. Amu stood up from the carriage board and dusted off his clothes. His face, riddled with burn scars, looked particularly ferocious in the darkness, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, gleaming with a sharp ruthlessness. After taking the antidote pill, the poison in his body had not been fully purged, but his movements were no longer hindered. Is this the place? Amu asked, sweeping his gaze warily around. That's right. Xiao Detzi jumped down from the carriage and pointed at the towering dark mountain. This mountain once yielded the finest iron ore in Wei. Later, because the veins ran dry and a collapse killed many people, it was sealed off. Now it's completely deserted. Even wild beasts won't come near. Amu nodded, but he did not let down his guard. As a mechanist, he possessed an acute sensitivity to his surroundings that far surpassed ordinary people. He had a faint feeling that something was off about this abandoned mine. A faint smell of rust hung in the air, which was only natural. But beneath the rust odor lurked a barely detectable scent of machine oil and a trace of scorched gunpowder. Let's go, Amu said in a deep voice. Stay alert. The two led the carriage along a path overgrown with weeds toward the mine entrance. As they drew closer to the mine, the smell of machine oil grew stronger. Amu's brow furrowed more and more tightly. This was definitely not a scent that an abandoned mine should have after so many years. At the entrance of the mine, a massive stone door stood half ajar, covered in moss and cobwebs, as if it had been sealed for 100 years. However, when Amu's gaze swept across the ground beneath the stone door, his pupils abruptly contracted. What's wrong? Xiao Detzi noticed his unease and asked in a low voice. Amu crouched down and lightly wiped a finger across the ground. A layer of black powder clung to his fingertip, fresh coal ash. Someone has been here, Amu said, his voice low and icy. And not long ago. Xiao Detzi's face turned instantly pale. Could it be the Imperial Guards of Wei? No, Amu shook his head. The Imperial Guards wouldn't use this kind of fuel. This is Blackstone powder exclusively produced by the Tiangong Workshop. Tiangong Workshop? Xiao Detzi was taken aback. People of Qin, why would they be here? Amu did not answer. He stood up, his gaze fixed intently on the half-open stone door. At that moment, a low rumble drifted faintly from deep within the mine, like the snoring of some enormous beast in its slumber. The sound was not the wind or water of nature, but an extremely regular mechanical operation. The meshing of gears, the compression of pistons, and the hiss of hydraulic devices. This is... Xiao Detzi covered his mouth, his eyes full of terror. Amu's face grew extremely grave. He recognized it clearly. It was the sound of the steam core, the latest creation of Qin's Tiangong Workshop in operation. This core could provide tremendous power and was the central technology of Qin's mechanism arts. Let's go in and have a look, Amu said in a low voice. Go in. Xiao Detzi nearly jumped in fright. Are you mad? That's Qin's mechanism. If we're discovered. If we don't go in, we'll be in even greater danger. Amu cut him off coldly. Since people of Qin are already here, our whereabouts may have been exposed. Rather than wait to die out in the wilderness, we might as well go in and take our chances. Perhaps. They are the people arranged by Lord Chen Xiao. Xiao Detzi hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. He knew he had no way back and could only steel himself and follow Amu. The two carefully pushed open the stone door and slipped into the mine. The interior was pitch black. One could not see one's own hand. The air was thick with the heavy smell of machine oil and heat, as if they had stepped into a giant furnace. The roar of the machinery grew more distinct, causing the ground to vibrate slightly. Amu took out a luminous stone from his bosom, an essential lighting tool for Mahist mechanists. A faint green light illuminated the path ahead. The tunnel was wide with rock walls on both sides cut neatly, evidently the result of careful dressing. Iron rails were laid on the ground, extending far into the darkness. On the rails, rows of empty or carts stood silently, as if waiting for something. This place seems to have been redeveloped, Xiao Detzi murmured, his voice trembling slightly. Amu remained silent. His attention was drawn to some marks on the rock wall. Those marks were not left by chisels, but were melt traces from some kind of high-temperature cutting. The traces were as smooth as mirrors, clearly left by flames of extreme heat that instantly melted the rock. These are the ejection marks of the Fire Phoenix mechanism, Amu muttered to himself. Qin's Fire Phoenix mechanism can spew flames at 3,000 degrees, specially used for cutting hard rock. A wave of shock surged within him. The Qin kingdom had actually secretly developed such a massive mine in the very heart of Wei. What were they planning? Were they mining more iron to manufacture more mechanized weapons? The two pressed on, going deeper and deeper. The roar of machinery had become a deafening thunder. The tunnel ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a vast underground space. Amu and Xiao Detzi hid behind a boulder and peered out. The sight before them made them hold their breath instantly. This was a colossal underground cavern the size of several football fields. At its center stood a behemoth, a gigantic mechanical core built from a mixture of steel and wood. Countless thick pipes stretched out from the core, connecting to the surrounding rock walls and the ground. A red liquid flowed through the pipes like some kind of mechanical blood. Around the mechanical core, countless people dressed in gray work clothes were busily working. Some carried materials, some adjusted equipment, some recorded data. Their movements were perfectly uniform, their faces devoid of any expression, as if they were manipulated puppets. This. What is this? Xiao Detzi's voice trembled with fear. Amu's pupils abruptly contracted as he stared fixedly at those workers. He saw clearly that those workers all had obvious metal joint connections at their articulations. They are not human, Amu said, his voice low and hoarse. They are mechanical men. Mechanical men. Xiao Detzi was greatly shocked. How is that possible? Both the Gongshu family and the Mahists attempted to create mechanical men, but they all failed. How could Qin possibly? They succeeded. A wry smile appeared on Amu's face. And they did it better than anyone else. These mechanical men not only possess strength, but also a certain capacity for thought. Judging by their movements, they have clearly been meticulously programmed. Just then footsteps came from behind them. Who's there? Amu and Xiao Detzi were startled. They tried to hide, but found countless pairs of red eyes suddenly glowing in the shadows around them. Alert! Intruders detected! Alert! Intruders detected! The cold, synthesized mechanical voice echoed through the mine. Countless mechanical men armed with blades emerged from the darkness, surrounding them completely. Amu took a deep breath and drew the dark red short sword from his waist, a hint of resolution flashing in his eyes. Seems we've walked into a wolf's den. Xiao Detzi's face crumpled, and he stammered, Amu. Can we survive this? Amu did not answer. He watched the mechanical men closing in step by step, and a grim smile curled at the corners of his mouth. If you want to kill me, it won't be that easy. He suddenly raised his short sword, true chi surging wildly within his body. Mahist mechanism art, Di Hua Ming Eek. The ground split apart instantly, and a torrent of scorching magma erupted upward, surging toward the mechanical men. However, the mechanical men did not retreat. A blue barrier suddenly flared to life on their bodies, deflecting the magma. Energy shields. Amu was astounded. The Qin mechanical men were actually equipped with such advanced defensive systems. Attack! The cold mechanical voice commanded. Countless mechanical men brandished their blades and lunged at Mu and Xiao Detzi. In this desperate situation, Mu suddenly recalled a saying Chen Xiao had once told him: when you think you're in the game, you're actually just a piece on the board. And when you think you're a piece, perhaps you are the one moving the pieces. The one moving the pieces. Mu murmured to himself, a hint of wild light flashing in his eyes. He abruptly pulled out the Qin blackstone powder from his bosom and jammed it into the pommel of his dark red short sword. Since you are machines, I'll use your own heart to blow you apart. He swung the sword, fiercely pouring all his true qi into the blackstone powder. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the entire mine violently. The rumbling roar echoed through the darkness. Mu's dark red short sword blazed with blinding light. The blackstone powder jammed into its hilt, reaching its critical point under the frantic surge of true qi. Then an earth-shattering blast tore through the subterranean silence. A violent shockwave centered on the short sword radiated outward in a frenzy. The mechanical puppets that had just charged forward were hurled away by the terrifying force before they could even cry out. The hard alloy shells twisted and deformed under the scorching heat, and immense pressure parts scattering like leaves swept by a violent gale. Run! The mine is collapsing. Mu bellowed, seizing the still-dazed Xiao Detzi and sprinting toward the long-abandoned fork deep within the mine. Choked by the dust, Xiao Detzi coughed repeatedly and turned back in terror. Behind them, the massive mechanical core groaned under the explosive impact. Steel beams supporting the cavern roof, snapping one after another, while huge rocks rained down and engulfed the area in an instant. Earth fire mingy. Open! Mu roared again, the short sword in his hand, spitting out the last bit of magma blasting against the rock wall ahead. The hard rock instantly melted into a gap just wide enough for one person. The two scrambled through with all their might, and immediately a duller, heavier crash echoed from behind. The main tunnel had completely collapsed. Darkness. Absolute darkness. The two collapsed in the narrow, abandoned tunnel, gasping for breath. Fragments of rock continued to fall from above, stinging where they struck, but at this moment they could not afford to care. Mu. Xiao Detzi's voice trembled violently. Are we doomed? Not that easy yet. Mu wiped the dust from his face and pulled out the luminous stone from his bosom. A faint green light illuminated the space around them, less than 2 square meters. This was an old pit that had been abandoned for years, the air thick with a rotting, musty smell. The rock layers were loose and unstable, threatening another collapse at any moment. That was Qin's blackstone powder. Xiao Detzi asked, still shaken. How do you have such a thing? I found it in the wreckage of that mechanic bird, Mu panted. Gongshu Cho, that old fool, probably died, without ever knowing that his treasured mechanism arts are nothing but child's play before Qin. That blackstone powder was never meant to drive mechanisms. It's a bomb designed to destroy everything. He paused, a flicker of lingering fear passing through his eyes. Good thing I reacted quickly, using that blackstone powder to detonate the surrounding qi veins. Otherwise we'd already be ground meat by now. So what do we do now? Xiao Detzi stared at the pitch-dark passage ahead. If we go forward, we may run into even worse collapses. If we go back, it's completely blocked. We go forward. Mu gritted his teeth and pushed himself up against the wall. Since Lord Chen Xiao sent us to this mine, there must be a reason. There must be an exit here. Supporting each other, the two stumbled forward in the darkness. This abandoned tunnel had clearly been in use for a long time, with a thick layer of dust covering the ground. Occasionally they spotted skeletal remains, long decayed, miners who had perished in a mining disaster years ago. Mu, listen. Xiao Detzi suddenly halted. Mu pricked up his ears. In the deathly silence, a faint drip drip sound of water could be heard. But the sound was unnatural. Its rhythm was perfectly regular, occurring every 3 seconds like some kind of timer. Watch out. Mu shoved Xiao Detzi aside. Bang! A streak of cold light whizzed past Xiao Detzi's ear, embedding itself deep in the rock wall behind him. It was not a concealed weapon, but a slender metal needle, its tail still trembling slightly. Ambush! Mu exclaimed in alarm, brandishing his short sword defensively. A cold voice slowly echoed from the darkness, laced with mockery, as expected of the Mahist remnants. Quite quick on your feet. Then several oil lamps were lit ahead. The dim firelight revealed a hunched figure. It was an old man clad in tattered hemp clothes, leaning on a walking stick, a bronze mask concealing his face except for a pair of murky yet sharp eyes. Who are you? Mu asked warily. Are you from Qin as well? The old man shook his head and let out a hoarse laugh. Qin? Those milk-mouthed brats. Do they deserve my loyalty? He raised his walking stick and pointed upward. I am the keeper of this mine's tombs. You blasted open my gate, invaded my domain, and now you still expect to leave alive. Tombkeeper. Xiao Detzi shrank back in fear. Old sir, we are merely passers-by who stumbled in by accident. We meant no offense. If you'll spare our lives, we're willing to. A way out. The old man sneered. Once you enter this ghost whaling pit, there is no way out. When this mine collapsed back in the day, 3,000 miners were buried alive here. Their wronged souls wailed day and night, waiting for someone to keep them company. Mu frowned deeply. He could sense that the old man's aura was bizarre, neither the killing intent of a martial master nor the cold mechanical air of a mechanism artisan. It was something, decayed and sinister, a breath seemingly from the underworld. Old man, Amu said in a deep voice, we merely wish to pass through and leave. If you have any conditions, name them. The old man was silent for a moment, his murky eyes fixed on the short sword in Amu's hand. Leave that sword behind. It was forged from a feather of the fire phoenix, and carries its fiery aura which will disturb the dead spirits. Impossible. Amu refused flatly. This sword was his only hope for revenge, he could never part with it. Then die. As the old man's words fell, he slammed his walking stick heavily against the ground. A low rumble. The surrounding rock walls suddenly quaked, and countless black iron chains shot out from the darkness, coiling toward them like venomous serpents. Mechanism arts. Amu was astonished. The force and angle of these chains could never be controlled by human hands. Earth fire Mingi. Amu swung his short sword again, magma erupting to scorch several chains apart. But more chains surged from every direction, forcing them to retreat step by step. Amu, over there. Xiao Detzi shouted, pointing at a crevice on the left. Amu made an instant decision and pulled Xiao Detzi into the crevice. Trying to flee. Not so easy. The old man's figure flickered in the darkness and then appeared before them in an instant. Ghost Shadow stepped. Amu's heart jolted. This footwork was known only to a traitor of the Mahis school back in the day. Could it be? Are you Ghostface, Emo-chan? The words burst from Amu's lips. The old man stiffened, a flicker of surprise passing through his murky eyes. You actually know my name? Amu's heart sank. Emo-chan, the genius of Mahist mechanism arts, had been expelled from the Mahis school 10 years ago for his obsession with studying living human mechanisms. It was said that he had disappeared in a great fire, but unexpectedly he was hiding here. You're actually still alive. Amu tightened his grip on the sword. What are you doing here? Emo-chan let out a sinister laugh. What am I doing? I'm researching immortality. I'm researching how to give these cold machines souls. Your Qin's Tiangong workshop merely imitates life with machinery, but I will command machinery with life itself. He abruptly raised his walking stick, and countless pairs of red eyes suddenly lit up along the surrounding rock walls. They were countless monsters, half human, half machine. Some had arms replaced with iron hooks, some had legs replaced with gears, their eyes blazing with madness as they stared fixedly at Amu and Xiao Detzi. Attack! Tear them apart. I'll use their bodies to complete my new masterpiece. At Emo-chan's command, the monsters howled and lunged at the two. Amu, what do we do? Xiao Detzi's face turned pale with fear. Amu gritted his teeth, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. We have no choice but to fight. He violently drove the short sword into the ground, the true chi within him surging wildly. Mahist mechanism arts. Earth fire Mingi ultimate. This time it was not for attack, it was for detonation. He intended to ignite the magma veins beneath the mine. Boom. A scorching blast erupted from the ground, instantly engulfing the leading monsters. Are you insane? You'll blow up this place. Emo-chan was horrified, never imagining Amu would be so reckless. Since you love this mine so much, go to hell with it. Amu let out a great roar, grabbed Xiao Detzi, and amid the chaos of the erupting magma sprinted deeper into the tunnels. Behind them were Emo-chan's maddened howls and the sound of magma devouring everything. They ran wildly through the darkness for what felt like an eternity until a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. It was an exit. With their last ounce of strength, they burst out of the mine. Outside, the sky was full of stars, and a cool night breeze caressed them. They collapsed onto the grass, greedily inhaling the fresh air as if they had survived a catastrophe. Amu, we made it. Xiao Detzi laughed through his tears. Amu gazed at the stars in the sky, a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Yes, we made it. But he knew this was only temporary. The pursuers from Wei, the schemes of Qin, the madness of Emo-chan. All of this was just beginning. And they had no way back. The night wind carried a chill, two dusty, sweat-streaked faces. They slumped on a hillside overgrown with weeds, gasping for breath, their lungs wheezing like bellows. From the direction of the abandoned mine behind them, a muffled roar rose as if the earth were groaning in pain. A dirge for Emo-chan's underground realm collapsing. Coughing. Amu, are we safe? Xiao Detzi struggled to sit up, brushing grass from his body, his eyes still haunted with lingering fear. Amu did not answer. He leaned against a cold rock, his face as pale as paper. Forcibly detonating the magma veins had exhausted the last trace of his true chi, and now he could not even lift a finger. But on that scar-streaked face, those eyes were unusually sharp, fixed on Xiao Detzi. Take off your clothes. Amu's voice was hoarse, yet carried an undeniable cold hardness. Xiao Detzi was stunned, as if he hadn't heard clearly. What? I said take off your outer garment. Amu repeated, his gaze like a blade. You carry a scent. Xiao Detzi instinctively sniffed at his sleeve, a puzzled look on his face. No, there isn't. Probably the coal dust smell I picked up in the mine earlier. Not coal dust, Amu said coldly. It's a tracking scent, a colorless and odorless substance that only specially trained hounds can smell. Just now in the mine that tombkeeper Mo Chun found us so quickly because of this. Xiao Dezi's face turned pale at once, stammering, Amuyu, you must be mistaken. I followed you to escape, though how could I? Gong Shucho is dead, but the methods he left behind may not vanish. Amu cut him off, a flicker of resentment and disappointment in his eyes. You were his most trusted ally, who I can't believe you know nothing about him. Xiao Dezi opened his mouth as if to speak, but finally sagged his head. He trembled, reaching out to loosen the belt of his outer garment. I didn't know that was the tracking scent. Gong Shucho, that old fox, never trusted anyone. He only asked me to keep this bottle of scent closed, saying it could come in handy at a crucial moment. Xiao Dezi explained, removing his outer garment and flinging the belt pouch into the bushes nearby. Are you satisfied now? Amu, we are tied together on a single rope. How could I harm you? If it weren't for you, I would have died at Gong Shucho's hands. Amu watched his movements. The vigilance in his eyes had not quite vanished, but the tensed muscles loosened a little. He closed his eyes, drawing a few deep breaths, trying to summon the last traces of qi within him. I hope what you say is true. Amu said slowly, if you have a second thought, I won't mind sending you down to join him right now. At that moment, a flurry of hoofbeats and muffled voices drifted up from the road below on the night wind. Firelight, there is fire over there. Hurry, surround that slope. Don't let them escape. Amu suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping toward the hillside. What had been a pitch-black official road was now lit by countless flickering torches, twisting like a dragon of fire as it crawled toward them. Its way states Imperial Guards. Xiao Dezi's face twisted with fear as he crawled to the edge of the slope and looked down. Look at the banners. The Wei State left Vanguard Guards. How could they come here so fast? What else could it be? Amu sneered. Weren't you the one saying in the mine that the Wei King had the entire city on lockdown? With such a commotion, they wouldn't fail to send someone to investigate. Then, what do we do? Where can we run? Xiao Dezi roamed the area in a panic. Surrounded on all sides by open ground, once the torchlight closed in around them, they would become living targets. Amu scanned the darkness and finally fixed on a distant dry riverbed nearby. At its end lay a dense reed marsh stretching toward a distant lake. Over there, Amu pointed toward the riverbed. Use the terrain for cover and pass through the reed marsh. Once in the water, the Imperial Guard's hunting dogs will be useless. But, can you still walk? Xiao Dezi looked at Amu's pale face, hesitant. I won't die. Amu grit his teeth, straightening himself against the rock. His legs trembled slightly, but he stood straight. Xiao Dezi, listen. Amu watched the approaching flames, voice deep and urgent. The road ahead may be even harder. I don't expect you to be very brave, but one thing you must remember. He paused, fixing his gaze in Xiao Dezi's eyes. No more tricks. Master Chen Xiao has given you a task, to reach Xianying alive. If you don't want to become a corpse halfway there, then simply follow me faithfully behind me. Understood? Xiao Dezi muttered, avoiding his gaze. Go. Amu did not waste words, turning toward the dry riverbed and charging ahead. His movements were no longer agile, but a resolute forward drive remained. As soon as they slipped into the riverbed's shadows, the Imperial Guard's shouts roared up from the hillside. Search. Search carefully. Not a single bug must be allowed to escape. Then several rockets hissed into the grass where they had hidden, instantly igniting a roaring blaze. The firelight illuminated the night sky, casting their silhouettes in and out of the glow. They fled like two beasts in the dark, plunging into the black reed marsh. The icy river water swamped their knees in an instant, the muddy riverbed trying to swallow their feet. Behind them, the Imperial Guard shouts rose. Ahead lay the unknown darkness. Xiao Dezi followed close behind Amu, his hand slipping into the inner pocket of his clothes, finding a hard porcelain bottle. That was the other bottle of scent he hadn't discarded. A complex light flashed in his eyes, fear, greed, and a hint of sly cunning. Amu, wait for me. He whispered, his voice lost in the wind. Amu did not look back. He merely waved, signaling him to keep up. The night grew deeper, and the reed marsh swallowed them like a labyrinth. In this dark maze, the hunter and prey seemed to be undergoing a subtle, inevitable shift. Far on the official road, a squad of riders in black armor, their chests embroidered with a strange flame crest, watched quietly over it all. The lead knight held a peculiar compass, its needle madly pointing toward the reed's depths. The target has entered the planned route. The knight whispered, issue the net. End of chapter. The icy river water reached above his waist, and a bone-chilling cold seeped up through his trousers, causing Xiao Dezi to shudder violently. The surrounding reeds grew taller than a man, densely packed together as they swayed in the night wind, rustling like countless venomous serpents slithering through the grass. Amu, wait. I can't breathe. Xiao Dezi wiped the muddy water from his face, his footsteps faltering as if he might collapse at any moment. Amu did not stop. Leaning against a thick clump of reeds, his vigilant gaze swept over the surroundings like a hawk. His ears twitched slightly, catching the faintest unusual sound in these waters. Stop pretending. Amu's voice was low and icy, mirroring the freezing water of the reed marshes. Your breathing is steady, and your heartbeat is not rapid. Someone on the verge of exhaustion would not possess such abundant stamina. Xiao Dezi's face stiffened, a flicker of panic darting through his eyes. Amu, what? What are you talking about? I really can't go on. I told you don't play tricks. Amu turned around, his face covered in burn scars appearing exceptionally hideous under the dim moonlight. He reached out, suddenly lunging toward Xiao Dezi's chest. What are you doing? Xiao Dezi retreated in terror, only for Amu to grab him firmly by the wrist. Since you refuse to hand it over, don't blame me for being ruthless. Amu's fingers clamped onto Xiao Dezi's pulse point like iron pincers, while his other hand swiftly searched his body. With a soft clink, a small porcelain vial slipped from Xiao Dezi's pocket, dropping into the turbid, muddy water. Quick-eyed and agile, Amu flipped his wrist and snatched the vial into his hand. He pulled the stopper and took a gentle sniff. Soul-severing incense. A mocking curve touched the corner of Amu's mouth. Gong Shu Chao's proudest creation. It ignites upon contact with the wind, not only drawing tracking hounds, but also causing hallucinations in anyone who breathes it in, or even instant death. Xiao Dezi's face instantly turned as pale as paper. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. When did you find out? From the moment you entered the mine, Amu said coldly. You were far too composed. Faced with the automatons of the Qin state, you showed fear, but that fear seemed more like an act. What you truly feared was Mo Chun, the gravekeeper I discovered in the mine, wasn't it? Because you knew he could smell the scent on you. Xiao Dezi's body trembled violently. He looked at Amu, his eyes filled with utter despair. Amu, I was forced into this. Gong Shu Cho poisoned my body. If I don't comply, I am a dead man. So you plan to use this vial of soul-severing incense to kill me at a critical moment, and then take my head to Gong Shu Chao's senior brother Gong Shu Pan to claim your reward. Amu's voice possessed not a shred of warmth. Xiao Dezi kept his head lowered, not daring to meet Amu's eyes. He knew that all his schemes were utterly laughable in the face of this avenger who had crawled back from hell. Since you desire to live so desperately, Amu suddenly changed his tone. I will give you a chance. Xiao Dezi snapped his head up, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Really? Indeed. Amu pointed ahead to an even deeper stretch of water. Do you see that patch of red reeds? Those are wailing ghost reeds, and beneath them lies a treacherous silt swamp. If you can cross that swamp alive, I will act as though nothing ever happened. Xiao Dezi looked in the direction of Amu's finger, and indeed saw an eerie patch of red reeds growing upon the water ahead. Those reeds gleamed with an unnatural demonic luster under the moonlight, as if they had been drenched in fresh blood. But Xiao Dezi hesitated. That swamp was a death trap even in broad daylight, let alone now. What? You dare not? Amu sneered. If you lack the courage, then leave your life here. With that, the dark red short sword in Amu's hand slowly rose, its tip pointing directly at Xiao Dezi's throat. Staring at the cold tip of the blade, and then at the distant red reeds, a flash of grim determination crossed Xiao Dezi's eyes. Fine. I will go. Gritting his teeth, he turned and stumbled toward the swamp, taking uneven steps. Amu stood in place, watching Xiao Dezi's retreating figure, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He did not lower his sword, instead he gripped it even tighter. Right at that moment, a sudden sharp sound of rushing wind erupted from all directions. Countless black crossbow bolts shot out from the reeds, gleaming with a cold, lethal light as they flew straight toward Xiao Dezi. Get down, Amu roared. He swung his short sword violently, and a barrier of molten lava instantly rose in front of Xiao Dezi. The crossbow bolts struck the lava barrier, instantly melting into molten iron. Who was there? Amu bellowed, his gaze locked onto the depths of the reeds. As expected of a descendant of the Mahis sect, your reactions are indeed swift. A sinister voice drifted from the darkness. Following it, over a dozen cavalrymen clad in tight black outfits with bizarre flame emblems embroidered on their chests slowly emerged from the reeds atop tall warhorses. The hooves of these warhorses were wrapped in thick cloth, which explained why no hoofbeats had been heard earlier. Is it the black cavalry of the Qin state? Xiao Dezi collapsed to the ground in terror, his eyes wide with fear. It is not Qin. Amu shook his head, his expression grim. The black cavalry of Qin have the character for Qin embroidered on their chests, but these men. He stared intently at the flame emblems on the riders' chests. This is the symbol of the Gigu faction of the Wei state. They are disciples of Giguzi and death soldiers of Gong Shu Pan. The cavalry leader sneered, his spear pointing directly at Amu. Mahist remnants and that little eunuch who betrayed his master. Your road ends here. Close the net, the leader commanded. Instantly, countless men in black wielding spears surged out from the surrounding reeds. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, and their eyes were cold, like controlled puppets. They are an improved version of the automatons. Amu tightened his grip on his short sword, a wild glint flashing in his eyes. It seems Gong Shu Pan has truly spared no expense to capture us. Amu, what? What do we do? Xiao Dezi crawled to Amu's side, his voice trembling. Amu looked at the dense swarm of enemies surrounding them, then back at the red swamp behind them. Suddenly, a sentence Chen Xiao had once said to him flashed through his mind. When you have no path of retreat, the only way to survive often lies within the most desperate straits. Do you want to live? Amu asked in a low voice. Yes, of course. Xiao Dezi nodded frantically. Then jump with me. Before the words even faded, Mu suddenly scooped Xiao Detzi up and leaped forward, plunging toward the red swamp. Thinking of running. Not that easy. The cavalry leader snorted coldly and hurled his spear with immense force, whistling through the air as it pierced straight toward the center of Mu's back. Dihuomingi. Mu forcefully twisted his body mid-air, and the short sword in his hand spat out the last remaining bit of lava, blasting against the incoming spear. Clang. The spear was deflected. Utilizing the recoil, Mu's body glided forward another few meters before falling into the red swamp with a loud splash. The black mire instantly swallowed both of them, leaving behind only concentric ripples. The cavalry leader rode to the edge of the swamp, his brow furrowed deeply as he stared at the now tranquil surface. "Boss, what should we do? Should we pursue?" a subordinate asked. The leader fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. "No need. That is the Wailing Ghost Swamp. Beneath it lies silt that has accumulated for 10,000 years. Not even fish can survive there. Jumping in means certain death." He turned his horse around, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes as he gazed at the distant horizon. "Pass down the order to seal off this body of water. Also send someone to inform Lord Gongshupan that the mission is complete." "Yes." Deep within the black mire, Mu tightly covered Xiao Detzi's mouth and nose as the two struggled to swim through the thick sludge. All around was pitch black, with only the dull, heavy sound of the mud pressing against their bodies. Mu's lungs felt as though they were about to burst, but he knew he could not stop yet. Relying on his memory, he swam toward a coordinate Chen Xiao had once marked on a map. That was his sole hope. No one knew how much time had passed, but just as he was on the verge of suffocation, a faint glimmer of light suddenly appeared ahead. It was a submerged cave entrance hidden beneath the water. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, Mu dragged Xiao Detzi inside. With a loud splash, the two broke the surface, gasping greedily for fresh air. This was a natural cavern with stalactites hanging from the ceiling and a clear underground river flowing across the floor. Deep within the cavern, a faint flickering firelight could be vaguely seen. "Mu, where are we?" Xiao Detzi collapsed on the bank, panting heavily. Looking at the glimmer of firelight, a weak smile appeared on Mu's lips. "We have arrived." He struggled to his feet and walked toward the firelight. "Lord Chen Xiao," Mu whispered, "I have brought the gift." From the depths of the cavern, a familiar figure slowly stepped out. It was none other than Chen Xiao. Looking at the disheveled Mu and Xiao Detzi, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Well done." The air inside the cavern carried a damp, earthy scent vastly different from the rancid stench of the reed marshes outside. Here it possessed a pristine quality, as if meticulously filtered. Mu stood by the shore, dripping with black mud, his face covered in burn scars, twitching slightly from sheer shock. He stared at the sight before him in utter disbelief as the dark red short sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Lord Chen Xiao." Xiao Detzi was in an even worse state, collapsing directly into the muddy water. Staring at the figure stepping out from the shadows, he stammered, How can you be here? Isn't this the heart of the Wei state?" Clad in a moon-white robe, Chen Xiao stood out starkly against the gloom of the cavern. He gently swayed a folding fan in his hand, his face wearing his signature calm, effortless smile. "What? Are you surprised to see me?" Chen Xiao walked up to the two of them, his gaze sweeping across Mu's pale face as a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. "Mu, you have done exceptionally well. Even better than I anticipated. What on earth is going on?" Mu took a deep breath, forcing down the tempest raging in his chest. "Isn't this a secret stronghold of the Mahist sect? The coordinates marked on the map." "The map, eh?" Chen Xiao let out a soft chuckle and drew a yellowed parchment from his sleeve. The very escape route map that Mu had treasured like a priceless relic. "This map was originally leaked to you on purpose by my command through the Mahist sect's internal channels." Mu's pupils constricted violently as a sudden chill rushed from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. You believed you came for vengeance, but in truth you are merely a pawn crossing the river on my chessboard." Chen Xiao folded his fan and lightly tapped the adjacent rock wall. Thud thud. The sound was crisp and hollow, clearly indicating the rock was not solid. "Behold, this is the true power of the Qin state." At Chen Xiao's tap, the rock face before them suddenly let out a low rumble. The stone wall, once shrouded in moss and vines, slowly parted to both sides, revealing a massive metal gate. Upon the gate, two vigorous and powerful characters gleamed under the torchlight. Tiangong Workshop." Mu muttered to himself, his voice dry and raspy. The metal gate slowly rose and a wave of scorching hot air mingled with the thick scent of machine oil rushed over them. Mu and Xiao Detzi stared wide-eyed, witnessing a scene that felt like a divine miracle. Beyond the gate lay a colossal underground space. Countless massive crystal pillars hung from the cavern's ceiling, refracting the moonlight from outside to illuminate the entire hall. In the center of the hall, dozens of massive steam cores spun at high speeds, emitting low, powerful rumbles. Artisans clad in uniform gray work clothes bustled along assembly lines, their movements synchronized and their gazes intensely focused. At the end of the assembly lines, various mechanical weapons radiating a chilling aura of lethality were being assembled and tested. There were improved versions of the Qin crossbow, smaller in size, but with a longer range, the prototype of the mechanical bird, with a wingspan of 3 meters, and its entire body covered in black scales, and even several semi-finished models of the Pujuan war chariots. Though scaled down, their ferocious designs were still suffocating to behold. How is this possible? Amu's voice trembled. This is the deep rear of the Wei state, only 50 li from Daliang City. How could the military of the Qin state silently establish such a massive base here? 50 li. Chen Xiao sneered. Amu, do you truly believe that Qin's infiltration only began a few days ago? He walked over to a mechanical bird that was being assembled and gently caressed its smooth metal casing. 10 years ago, while the Wei state was still obsessed with building luxurious palaces, spies from the Qin state had already infiltrated Wei's ranks of craftsmen. 5 years ago, while Gong Shuqiu was still fighting tooth and nail to seize the secret manuals of Ma's mechanical arts, Qin engineers had already surveyed the geological structure of this area. 3 years ago, the first drilling rig here was already in operation. Chen Xiao turned around, looking at Amu's shocked face, and said slowly, "You believed you came for vengeance, but in reality, you were helping us draw away their attention. Gong Shuqiu's death was not merely to eliminate an enemy, it was to sow chaos and buy us enough time to transport this batch of gifts out." Transport them out. Amu was taken aback. Indeed. Chen Xiao pointed toward the depths of the cavern. On the other side of this mountain lies a secret waterway leading directly to the borders of the Qin state. In 3 days, while the king of Wei is still panicking over the explosions outside Daliang City, this batch of weapons will already have arrived at the military camps in Xianyang. Amu fell silent. As he gazed at the orderly underground factory before him, the fortress of his vengeance in his heart seemed to collapse with a resounding crash at this very moment. He had always believed he was using the power of the Qin state to exact his revenge, never imagining that from beginning to end, he was merely a tiny screw in Qin's massive war machine. Why? Why are you telling me this? Amu looked up, his voice hoarse. Because we need you. Chen Xiao walked up to Amu, his eyes burning with intensity. Amu, your fire attribute mechanical art is very unique. It fuses the wisdom of the Mahis sect with the overbearing dominance of the Gongshu clan. This technology is precisely what our Tiangong workshop urgently requires. I need you to stay and join us. Join the Qin state. Amu let out a bitter laugh. I am a Mahist disciple, and my master was killed by Gong Shuqiu. The Mahist sect no longer exists. Chen Xiao coldly interrupted him. Under heaven today, there are only the strong and the weak. If you truly wish to change this chaotic world and prevent innocent commoners from being displaced, your only path is to join the side of the strong. He paused, his tone softening slightly. Moreover, do you truly believe Gong Shuqiu's death was solely because of you? Amu jerked his head up. Gong Shupan has already sensed the anomaly here. Those Gigu death warriors outside the reed marshes earlier were merely the vanguard. Within an hour, the armies of the Wei state will surround this place. Chen Xiao looked at Amu, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Do you wish to die here, or do you want to return to Xianyang with me and witness the iron cavalry of the Qin state trample the Wei state, fulfilling your unfinished vengeance? Amu's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Vengeance was his sole motivation to live. And now this motivation seemed to have found a new outlet. Amu opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Do not be in a hurry to answer. Chen Xiao turned and walked toward the depths of the cavern. Go bathe first and change your clothes. Once you have recovered your strength, we shall discuss our next move. He waved his hand, and 2 maids dressed in white stepped out from the shadows, bowing respectfully to Amu and Xiao Detzi. Please. Amu watched Chen Xiao's retreating figure, then looked back at the bustling underground factory, his heart filled with a complex tangle of emotions. He bent down and picked up the dark red short sword from the ground. The magma-like patterns on the blade were still slightly warm, as if echoing the turmoil in his heart. Let's go, Amu whispered to Xiao Detzi. Xiao Detzi, already scared out of his wits, nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Stumbling unsteadily, he followed behind the maids deeper into the cavern. Amu walked at the very rear. He cast a glance back toward the entrance of the cave. There lay the soil of the Wei state, the homeland where he had lived for 20 years. And now he was about to embark on a brand new path into the unknown. Deep within the cavern, the roar of the steam cores grew louder, as if the giant beast that was the Qin state was letting out a low growl in the darkness. Daliang City, the Wei Palace. The side hall, once magnificent and resplendent, was now enveloped in a deathly silence, the air thick with a suffocating stench of blood. An overturned bronze censer lay on the ground, its curling wisps of blue smoke dispersed by the heavy metallic scent of iron before they could even fade. What did you say? Say that again. Seated upon the dragon throne, the king of Wei leaned forward slightly. His eyes, usually filled with laziness and greed, now resembled 2 bottomless pools of icy water. His voice was not loud, even somewhat raspy, yet it sent a bone-chilling shiver through the commander of the Imperial Guard kneeling below the dais. Why, Your Majesty? The commander pressed his forehead hard against the cold golden tiles, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. The western suburb mine is gone. along with the 300 elite death-sworn soldiers stationed there, and the mechanical puppet battalion secretly developed by Lord Gongshupan. All of them have been destroyed. Boom. The King of Wei slammed his hand down on the armrest, rising in a towering rage. Under his palm, the armrest of the dragon throne carved from 1,000-year-old red sandalwood crumbled into fine powder. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The King of Wei roared, the muscles on his face twisting in extreme rage. That is the very heart of the state of Wei. Heavily guarded for 100 miles around. Even if the Qin army grew wings, they could not have infiltrated so silently. What is more, there was the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams formation personally laid down by Gongshupan. How could it be destroyed? How dare they destroy it? Please appease your anger, your majesty. Terrified Chancellor Wang Qiao hastily knelt and kowtowed. There must be more to this. Perhaps it was merely a mind collapse. A collapse. The King of Wei sneered, a bloodthirsty gleam flashing in his eyes. The scouts just reported that the soaring flames from the mine dyed half the sky crimson. That was an explosion. Someone colluded from within to blow up my mine. He spun around abruptly, his gaze sweeping toward the palace entrance like a blade. Guards, bring me the chief eunuch responsible for patrolling the western suburbs. A moment later, 2 fierce wolf-like guards dragged a red-robed eunuch into the grand hall. The eunuch was none other than Eunuch Li, who was in charge of the western suburbs security. At this moment, his face was as pale as ash and his eyes rolled back, clearly scared out of his wits. Why? Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, spare my life. The moment Eunuch Li met the king's predatory gaze, he wailed and begged for mercy. This servant found everything normal during last night's patrol. Truly, I detected nothing unusual. Nothing unusual. Step by step, the King of Wei descended the dais, each stride feeling as though it were treading directly on the hearts of everyone present. I gave you 3,000 imperial guards, bestowed upon you the imperial sword of authority, and ordered you to guard the western suburbs. Yet the enemy built an arsenal right under my nose, and you dare tell me everything was normal. The King of Wei walked up to Eunuch Li, suddenly bent down, and drew a cold, gleaming dagger from his boot. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Eunuch Li stared at the dagger, utterly terrified, scrambling backward in desperation. I merely wish to know if your skull is as stubborn as your mouth. With an expressionless face, the King of Wei raised the dagger and twisted his wrist sharply. Splat! Blood sprayed out, splattering across the king's face. Yet he did not even blink, allowing the warm blood to slide down his cheek like an Azura returned from hell. Eunuch Li's body convulsed a few times before his head slumped, his breath departing forever. A deathly silence hung over the grand hall. The officials stood as quiet as cicadas in winter, not even daring to breathe heavily. The King of Wei casually tossed the blood-stained dagger to the ground and swept a cold gaze across the room. Does anyone else still believe this was a collapse? No one dared to answer. Just then a steady cadence of footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Your Majesty, this minister believes this was no collapse, but a calamity. As the voice faded, a white-haired, white-bearded elder clad in black robes slowly entered the hall. He was the senior sect brother of Gongshu Chou and the grand tutor of the state of Wei, Gongshupan. Master Gongshu. Upon seeing him, the anger in the king's eyes subsided slightly, though his tone remained frigid. You have heard as well. Gongshupan walked over to the corpse, cast a glance at it, and a flicker of complex emotion crossed his eyes before dissolving into endless malice. Your Majesty, the western suburb mine is a secret base that my Gongshu clan spent a decade of painstaking effort to build. It not only stored the finest iron ore of the state of Wei, but was also the cradle where I cultivated a new generation of mechanical battle puppets. Gongshupan's voice was low and raspy, carrying a chilling venom. Last night someone used blackstone powder to detonate the subterranean steam core, causing the entire mine to collapse. My 300 battle puppets are all buried. Who was it? The King of Wei asked through gritted teeth. Was it Chen Xiao of the state of Qin? Who else could it be but the master of the Tiangong workshop? Gongshupan drew a charred, blackened metal fragment from his robes and presented it to the king. Look at this, Your Majesty. It was recovered from the ruins. This is a modified component of a Qin crossbow and from the latest generation of repeating crossbows. Aside from Chen Xiao, no one could possibly forge such a device. The King of Wei took the fragment. Feeling the residual heat radiating from it, his fists clenched until his knuckles popped. Chen Xiao. What a formidable Chen Xiao. Before I could even seek him out to cause trouble, he has stabbed me straight in the heart. Your Majesty, our urgent priority is not anger, but a counterattack, Gongshupan said solemnly. Since Chen Xiao dared to make a move, it means he has already prepared his retreat. But if he thinks he can escape unscathed, it will not be that easy. What brilliant plan do you have, Master? The King of Wei asked eagerly. A fierce, ruthless light flashed in Gongshupan's eyes. He walked slowly to the sand table in the center of the hall, lightly placing his finger on a red dashed line next to the western suburb mine. Look here, Your Majesty. This is the soul-severing valley. It is the only path Chen Xiao can take to return to Qin. The terrain is treacherous with only a single narrow pass. As long as we seal both ends, anyone inside will be trapped like rats in a cage. Excellent. The King of Wei rejoiced. I shall mobilize 100,000 troops immediately to block the soul-severing valley. No. Gong Shupan shook his head, a sinister curve forming on his lips. Mobilizing 100,000 troops would cause too much commotion. Chen Xiao is as cunning as a fox, he would surely notice. Furthermore, our Wei forces are scattered and cannot be easily gathered in a short time. Then what should we do? Are we to just let him go like this? Of course not. Gong Shupan turned around, his gaze shifting to the northern sky outside the hall. Your Majesty, do not forget that the envoys of the Zhao and Han states are still waiting outside the palace. The King of Wei was taken aback, then instantly grasped Gong Shupan's meaning. You wish to kill with a borrowed sword. Precisely, Gong Shupan sneered. The states of Zhao and Han have always harbored deep wariness toward the rise of Qin. If we inform them that Chen Xiao carries the latest mechanical blueprints of Qin and even the core secrets of the Pejuan chariot, do you think they will sit idly by? Brilliant. The King of Wei clapped his hands and laughed heartily. If the allied forces of Zhao and Han strike, Chen Xiao will not escape, even if he grew wings. Moreover, the alliance between Zhao Han and Qin will exist only in name. Not only that, a cold light flashed in Gong Shupan's eyes. Since Chen Xiao dared to destroy my life's work, I shall ensure he dies without a grave. I will personally activate the shadows embedded within the Zhao and Han armies, allowing them to deliver a fatal blow to Chen Xiao at the critical moment. Hear my decree. The King of Wei waved his hand, grandly speaking with murderous intent. Summon the envoys of Zhao and Han for an audience. Furthermore, order the border generals to seal all passes. Without my golden medallion, not even a fly is permitted to escape. Yes, Your Majesty. Night fell once more. On the highway outside Dalian City, a seemingly ordinary merchant caravan was quietly making its way westward. Inside the carriage, Chen Xiao sat with his eyes lightly closed, his fingers gently tapping the tabletop. Amu, he suddenly spoke. If you were to use fire attribute mechanical arts to modify a chariot so that it could traverse sheer cliffs, as if on flat ground, how would you do it? Amu sat opposite him, wiping his dark red short sword. Hearing Chen Xiao's question, his movements paused. Sheer cliffs. Amu frowned. Unless the chariot's treads could cling to the rock like a gecko, it would be extremely difficult. What if we added the power of lodestones? Chen Xiao opened his eyes, a sly glint flashing within them. Amu was taken aback, and then a bright spark lit up his gaze. Lodestones? Of course. If we embed lodestones into the treads and combine them with the thruster propulsion of fire attribute mechanical arts. Before he could finish his sentence, the carriage suddenly shuddered violently and came to a halt. My lord, the tense voice of the guard driving the carriage came from outside. The road ahead is blocked. Chen Xiao and Amu exchanged a look, both seeing a trace of gravity in each other's eyes. It seems Chen Xiao adjusted his lapels, a playful curve gracing the corner of his lips. Our friends have arrived even faster than anticipated.